Hello, welcome. Fantastic Saturday. Super Saturday. This is Prosperous Living with Toyia on YouTube, streaming. Over here, we deconstruct from religion, specifically Christianity, but all religion that tries to condemn you for your own belief system. Yeah, that's what we do. We like, we're all about free thinkers and really discussing and getting into the heart of why organized religion is damaging to our society. They claim that they're here to help humanity, and it doesn't. It's all manipulation, it's all control, it's all playing with your mind. It truly does not allow you to think for yourself. It wants you to conform or be burned. That's really the choice. Conform to their belief system, or in their minds, you deserve to burn. Because how are you not going to accept this free gift that was given to you that you didn't ask for? How dare you reject the gift? If I have free will, don't I have the option to accept the free gift? It's not a free gift if I if I don't get to reject it and that's it. Like you're trying to give me something that I don't want. Why can't I just go along my merry way? But it ain't free if it's going to cost me eternity. That's the part people don't get. It's not free if it costs eternity. I'm supposed to burn for in a lake of fire. But again, what part is supposed to burn? It cannot be the spirit. It cannot be the soul. So what, we're going to be given a whole new body just to burn forever? What a cruel God this Christian God is. This Islam God is. Very cruel. Very cruel. Very cruel. And that's what's wrong with religion. It justifies it. Y'all justify cruelty. And you can't even see it. You don't even see that you justify cruelty because someone doesn't agree with you. They don't have a right to live their life how they choose. While you're sitting up here acting like you're some special human that can hear from God and you're doing the will of God. And the will of God is always to unalive another being that doesn't agree with your God. And I guess my thing is, if God is so powerful and God really cares about who's worshiping and who's not worshiping, why does he need human beings to carry out his evil plans? Because if God is the reason why I breathe, then why doesn't God just withdraw the breath? If I'm not the human that he wants me to be, if I'm such this evil being, if I'm, God could just withdraw the breath. But no, he needs human beings to carry out his evil plans. Imagine that. I always need a proxy. He got to talk through humans. He got to use humans to do, to do all the evil, to do all the unaliving, to do all the slaying. I'm doing this in the name of God. I'm going to take you out. I'm going to wipe you out. That's what makes organized religion harmful. Because it teaches intolerance. There's no love. They try to gaslight you with love. Oh, but God loves you. No, he don't. Your God doesn't love me. Your God doesn't even know what love is. Love is obedience in the eyes of God. You don't get to do your own thing. You don't get, God does not accept you as you are. Because the moment you come into the fold, he needs you to change. How are you loving me as I am and then telling me the only way this relationship could really be, fulfilling is I got to change who I am. Because I know I used to be a Christian. You can come as you are, but you can't stay as you are. Why? Why can't I stay the way I am? Why do I need to change for you? Y'all don't even know who Satan is. Here comes the fear mongering. That's all they got. Satan, demon, devil. That's all they got. They just got to call names. That just shows me you really don't know your doctrine. You really don't have a response for what you believe, and you have to use fear mongering as a rebuttal. Come up with something better. If I don't believe in your God, there's no possible way I will ever believe in a devil. Exactly. I just want you to know, YouTubers, if you start proselytizing, you just get blocked. That's all I do. I block you. I block you on YouTube because this channel is not for Christians. It's not a Christian live. If you're looking for a Christian live, I'm sure you can find them. There are plenty on YouTube. There are plenty on TikTok. I'm sure they have them on YouTube too. But this isn't that. This isn't a Christian live. We're deconstructing from Christianity. We don't. So you're telling me telling me I'm Satan itself, which would be impossible. How could I be Satan? This just let me know that you don't know doctrine. You don't know your Bible. The fact that you're calling me Satan. Like what? What are we doing? Or that I'm a demon or I'm a devil. None of those things mean anything because I'm not a Christian. So it doesn't matter if you call me a devil or a demon or Satan or mine. It doesn't really matter because I'm neither. I'm none. That doesn't change anything. That doesn't. It really just shows me that you're ignorant of your own Bible. That's really all it shows me. You don't really do much studying. Your prayer is not going to work. Because if you can't pray for you and change your life, you praying for me definitely is not going to change mine. Don't waste your time. Pray for some people that you actually know, not somebody that you see on a YouTube channel. Pray for people that actually will benefit from the prayers that probably hit the ceiling and don't go no further. Y'all be praying for the wrong folks. You need to pray for people that you actually care about and that you actually know. And don't waste them on perfect strangers. You know what I'm saying? Because your prayer is not going to change nothing. I'm just here to tell you, your prayer's going to fall flat. Sorry, it's not going to work. So on TikTok, we double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. And then the panel opens up. The panel opens up on TikTok. TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. You want to call in if you're on YouTube and you want to call in and you want to have a conversation. Got to run over to TikTok. Or you continue to comment on the live. I'm not. Of course, it's a wasted prayer because you don't even know how to pray. You pray about the problem instead of the solution. I think you're being disrespectful telling me you're going to pray for me as if something's wrong with me. You're the one that's disrespectful, but guess what? We can solve this problem. I can just block you and you don't never have to be being disrespected by this YouTuber ever again. Problem solved. You no longer have to see me. You no longer have to be disrespected by me. Because what? Why are you here? Why come to a platform you think you're going to run the platform? Like, how you think that works? Doesn't. How you going to try to tell me how to run my platform? I can tell you not to pray for me. Just as like you're trying to, just be entitled to my life by praying for it. If that's not the ultimate form of disrespect, I don't know what is. I didn't ask for your prayer. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm supposed to know your prayers are going to be something worth even praying about. I don't know your mind. I don't know you. And you can be blocked too. They're alive today. Yep. Morality is subjective. It's internal. The very ones that claim morality is the very ones who are the immoral. The ones that claim morality are the most immoral, because everything is a devil, a demon, or a Satan fault. Accountability just isn't a part of the narrative to those who claim moral superiority. Welcome, 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 all. Welcome, welcome. Hey, 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 warrior. Hello. Thank you. I'm so glad you're not praying for me. Much appreciated. Don't waste your time. Pray for yourself. Pray for your children. Pray for your loved ones. Not a perfect stranger. Hello, Minnie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Double tap the screen. Because here's the thing. Your prayers can't even change the world you live in, but you think you're gonna use your prayers to change me? Why you not praying for the president if your prayers are so? But you probably like what the president doing. Let me not even say that. You probably lockstep. Y'all probably agree with the wars and rumors of wars. Y'all probably like what's going on in y'all in the world. So I can't even say that. Let me not even say that. Y'all probably in agreement with people being unalive, because y'all love the hell. Y'all love hell because y'all don't think y'all going. So let me stop. Y'all believe in hell only because you think you're not going. Because if hell, that's the only reason why y'all believe in it. Because that's what you and I agree. You don't believe you're going, and neither do I. You don't think you're going to hell, and I don't, and I know I'm not going. But that's the only reason why y'all believe in it. Because y'all think y'all escaping it. Right. There is no hell. But I'm saying the only reason why they believe in it is because they don't think they're going. So, but they're right. Ain't nobody going. Hell doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. It's a way to fearmonger. And Christians are really good at that. So are Muslims. So are Hindus. Good morning. Good morning. Riviera track runner, welcome from LA. How are you? Thank you for the super chat. Oh, I don't know what scientific. I refute Jesus is refuting science. So science believes in virgin births, miraculous births. I don't think so. I don't think science believes that a Holy Spirit impregnated a 14-year-old. Like, think about what you're saying before you say it. So science agrees that a 14-year-old girl named Mary was impregnated by the Holy Spirit. I think I'm more in lockstep with science than you are, but if you say so. I mean, let's be honest. Let's be real. Come on, can we be honest? Can we be real? Damn Skippy, science does not agree with the Christian mythos of a miraculous birth. Come on now. Of a virgin birth. No one ever got pregnant and would still be called a virgin. Doesn't happen. You're no longer a virgin if you're pregnant. How are you a virgin? Like, what? Make it make sense. That doesn't make sense. There are no verified landmarks. It just simply isn't true. It just simply isn't true. Because here's the thing, just because somebody says it doesn't make it so. Y'all put your trust too much in men whose breath is in his nostrils, which is what your Bible is totally against. Your Bible tells you that your trust should never be in another being, ever. Why are you putting your trust in man whose breath is in his nostrils? Says your script. Your script says that, but you love to keep telling me about what the church father says, what the archaeologists supposedly found. And usually they're Christian, they lean Christian. They're not coming from an objective place. They have a reason for them saying that, like they benefit from telling you that they found the ark, or that they found, or this shroud that everybody loves to talk about, or that they discovered Jesus's blood. It's like, you have to go back to school in third grade, and when you're a teacher, maybe even second grade, the teacher should tell you, okay, children, let's put on our thinking caps. Let's put on our thinking caps. Let's put on our thinking caps. But I get it. When I was a Christian, I didn't really think. I kind of just sat there and accepted whatever they told me. I know that's what I did. And I know that's what most Christians do. Most Christians go to church and they listen to the pastor tell them who God is. And most of us accept it because they give us answers for things that we don't know. And come to find out, neither do they. They don't know either. Because the things that we can't physically prove, we say, well, God must have did it. It's God. And God can do the impossible. God can do anything. God can make donkeys talk. God can make people survive the belly of a whale for 3 days and 3 nights. God can make serpents talk. God can flood the earth for 40 days and 40 nights and put 8 people and every species known to man on this boat. God can do it and allow predators and that which are prey live harmoniously together on a boat for 40 days and 40 nights. I just don't understand how you starting all over again, but you keep 8 people. Because if you're telling me sin entered through Eve and Adam, aren't Moses and his children, Noah and his children, descendants of Adam and Eve? And if they're the reason for the sin, then sin is still kept alive because you kept Noah and his family alive. That's not really starting over from scratch. The sin is still there because Noah still exists. And then you wonder why his descendants still did not honor God. I don't think the God of the Bible really thought that all the way out. Well, not the God of the Bible, the God of Christianity. Because the God of the Bible is your mind. The God of Christianity is altogether some other God. The God of the Bible, personification of consciousness. The God of Christianity is a whole nother God. This God is a narcissist. He's bipolar. He's, evil. He's unforgiving. He's bloodthirsty, But most gods of these religions are not just Christianity. It's not just Christianity. It's all religions that believe in unaliving another being just because you don't like them. Hello, Alice. Welcome. How are you? Thank you for being a subscriber to the channel. Thank you for being a part of the members, the membership. Right. Jesus isn't a historical, factual person. Thank you. That part. God cares more about free will than children's welfare. Say that. Say it loud for the people in the back. Yes, Casey. Yes. Say it louder for the people in the back. God cares more about free will than children's welfare. Like somebody was on here yesterday talking about how God kept them from unaliving themselves, but didn't keep them from suffering the trauma that they suffered at the hands of their father. Do you notice that God is never there to help people? He's only there to take credit when people help themselves. Y'all notice that? In a time of trouble, of trauma, horror, atrocities, God ain't never there. But the moment you decide to supposedly cry out, change your mind, get your life together, then you give God all the credit. If it wasn't for God, if it wasn't for God. But if people unalive themselves, well, they had a choice. They had a choice. Oh, so you take all the blame for the evil, the horror, the trauma, and give God, this God, all the glory when you decide to make a change for your life and be a better human. When you decide to be a better human, God did it. But when God sat idly by and watched all kind of horrific things happen to you, free will is the problem. How convenient. How convenient. Well, you got free will. You got free will. Was it not your free will to change your life? Was it not your free will to think differently about life? Was that not your free will? Why is this deity outside of you getting the credit for you making a decision to be different? Make that make sense. You don't need to say that a God did it if you're the one doing it. But these are for the people that are deconstructing from Christianity. If God works for you, do you. I'm not here to try to convert you or convince you or to keep you from your God. You get to have them all to yourself. Just stop trying to give them to me. Just stop trying to convince me of this God that's unloving, trying to gaslight me and tell me that he's a loving God, that you want to blame the product and not the manufacturer because he created all this mess and you want to blame the product and not the creator, not the one that produced it all, not the manufacturer. You want to blame the product. No, we're going to blame the manufacturer. If God is the one that created all of this, it was in his plan. He thought of it before the beginning. Jesus was the reason from the foundation of the earth. He was always going to be the sacrificial lamb. So according to, the Christian doctrine, that was always the plan. So God already knew that you were going to fall. He knew that you was going to fall for the okie doke from the serpent. It was all in his plan. He knew that this would happen. Is God keeping my heart beating? Is he? Because if God didn't like what I was doing, he could just withdraw the breath right now. If what I was doing was so wrong, if I didn't have free will, why God is letting evil be present when he could just withdraw the breath? If God hated evil so bad, why does he allow it to exist? He don't hate it that much then. Because he keeps the devil around, he keeps the Satan's demons around, he keeps evil people around that are also committing the heinous crimes. But God hates it so much. But he just sits idly by and allow you to use your free will to do the evil that he abhors. God abhors evil, yet it exists. And he created it. Because it's as far as the Christian mythos go, as far as the Bible goes, he created the knowledge of good and evil. He put the tree in the garden. He created it. So again, you want to blame the product, the creation and not the creator. Like, why does God get a pass? Why does God only get glorified for the good, but he not blamed for the evil? Like, how that make that make sense? The good stuff happened, he get all the glory. The bad stuff happened, the creation got to be responsible. Your fault. I gave you free will. That's what you get. And then something come good, he want all the glory. You better praise him for the glory. You better praise him for the good. You better cry out. You better get down on those hands and knees. You better give him the honor. You better give him the praise. No, if he gets to get all the glory for the good, he also gets to get blamed for the evil. Like, what we doing? I'm not taking. If I got to give him credit for the good stuff, he got to take credit for the bad stuff too. Like, what we doing? All right, we're at 10K on TikTok. So TikTok, we open up the panel. You get to come up and have a conversation. So YouTubers, if you want to call in, you have to come over to TikTok, Prosperous Living with _T. If not, you can continue to stay over here on YouTube. Make sure to follow if you're enjoying the content, like, share the live. Remember to subscribe on TikTok and subscribe on YouTube and follow on TikTok. And so please note, we don't debate over your beliefs. If you are loving life with Jesus, you get to keep them. We're not here trying to convince you otherwise. If he serves you well, let it do what it do. But as for me and my house, I am God. We don't serve God. We know we are God. In my house. My house. Please mute up when you come up. Thank you very much. And we go one at a time because we all can't talk at the same time. It's unnecessary for everyone to try to talk at the same time. No one will get their point across. So how we do, we remain respectful. But being my platform, if I don't like what you're saying, if I feel like you're preaching at me, I will interject the conversation. I will stop it. And I will warn you that I don't want to be preached to. I don't need condemnation and fear mongering. Been there, done that. I used to be a Christian. I used to be a Sunday school teacher, so I know what preaching sounds like. We can have a conversation. But what we're not going to do, I'm not here to be convinced that I need to come back and be a Christian. No,
you're not God, you stupid bitch. Shut the fuck up, you gay whore.
Oh,
you're not no God.
Oh, y'all, you got your 5 minutes of fame. You got your 20 seconds of fame. Oh, you think that meant something? that anger sounded good, didn't it?
Oh, it sounded like a child.
It was. That's why you can't don't take it personal. Take the bitter with the sweet. Right? We don't take things personal over here. So, all right. Let's go to the first guest. Is that Zoe6 Pappy? How do you say that? Zoe?
You can call me Z, that's fine.
Okay, you can say Z. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
So what's up?
Are you making a historical claim that the person Jesus never existed, or like the divinity of Jesus was not true?
Well, the first is true. That means the second also has to fall in line.
Not really. Claims about somebody could also be false while that person did exist.
I'm saying I'm saying Jesus never existed.
Well, actually, there's a lot of prominent people that are prominent historians that are not Christian or are against Christianity that actually believed there was a historical person that was named Jesus that was crucified.
Why do I need to accept what a prominent person says? Who's determining that this person is prominent? In whose eyes am I accepting that this person is prominent?
Just the amount of historical research they do, what they actually have accumulated over their studies.
And why do I need to put them on a pedestal and call them prominent?
Because you do that every day.
No, I don't. Who am I putting on the pedestal calling them prominent?
You appeal to some sort of authority every single day, whether you acknowledge it or not. So it's okay to appeal to people. Like you said earlier, you appeal to somebody in the comments that said that Jesus didn't exist, and you said, yes, you don't know them, but you accepted their answer or something because it agreed with you. But there are people who don't agree with Christianity who acknowledge that Jesus
That's not
exist.
saying that they're prominent. That isn't appealing to their authority just because I agree with someone. Is not giving them authority over me. Like what?
Well, I said I used the word prominent, showing that they are, historical. Like it's a historical consensus, and they're the most prominent people. That doesn't mean they are their statement is any more valid. It's just showing that they are like very
Exactly.
popular. So
Exactly.
the
Just
way,
because
well,
they say it doesn't make them more valid. I agree. That's the place I take. That's my
right, but
stance.
what you said earlier,
But
go ahead.
why? How is me agreeing with someone giving them authority over me? Like what?
No, yeah, no. So what you said earlier about like how come you don't see people who are all the people that you see acknowledge these historical figures that acknowledge Jesus often are Christians, but I just gave you examples of, I mean, there's Bart Ehrman, Paula Fredrickson. There are plenty of people who are atheists who do not believe in Christianity or any God, but acknowledge that Jesus Christ actually existed.
Really? So they believe in a personhood, but not in a deity.
100%,
Jesus.
yeah, like that's what your
Okay,
claim
so
says.
that kind of goes against Christianity because the whole crux and premise of Christianity is that he's God. So telling me
Yeah, but
that
that's
an
not your prompt.
atheist accepts the personhood of Jesus is neither here nor there for me because I don't care if he existed as a person. It goes against the whole crux of Christianity that he was God. So
Okay,
your
but
your
that
your
you gotta,
argument is like fruitless because it means nothing if you're telling me what an atheist believed in the actual personhood of a person of a being here on the third dimensional plane. Okay, they believe
don't
that
you find
that his father was actually Joseph and not the Holy Spirit. Okay,
right?
and
Okay. Okay. So don't you find that to be hypocritical, saying that you do not care if he existed or not? That's not what you're really
what
debating,
makes that?
but your
What does
prompt.
hypocritical mean? Because how am I
Hold,
being a
hold on.
hypocrite?
Yeah, I just want to. Yeah, I'll explain why. So your prompt literally says Jesus never existed, but you're saying when I just proved to you that historical evidence
You don't
does
prove
say he
anything to
does
me. You
exist,
said somebody
it does.
believes that he did. That's not proof. Just because
Not
somebody
believing.
believes that he did does not. That's not proof.
You just appealed that they did, and you said that it didn't matter because I don't believe that he was
No, I
divine.
didn't.
So
I
that's
didn't agree with you. What are we
ew.
doing? Don't put words in my mouth. I did not
You
agree with you.
you changed your position
I did
into
not
whether he
change
was
my
divine.
position. I said, and so what? That's what they believe. That does
Yeah,
not
that means
change.
you
That does not
concede.
have anything to do with my stance. And I said that goes against the crux of Christian dogma that Jesus was God. So telling me how an
Yep, that's
atheist
not your
believes in the
prompt.
personhood of him is not in defense of this argument.
100%, but that's not the prompt. Your prompt is Jesus never existed, not Jesus wasn't divine. So you
If
probably need
he
to word
never
things better when you put a
existed,
prompt.
that means he could not be divine. Like they go hand in hand. Like stop it.
Actually, that's wrong. So like you could say like your father was the great man, and everybody could agree that he wasn't a great man, but he still existed, right? Great, like come on, man. This is like, I understand why you don't believe in Jesus now. I mean, the intelligence level is showing.
Oh, then you can drop. Bye. Don't talk to someone that's unintelligent.
No. I'm trying to educate you.
No, you can't educate me. That's where you're wrong. You're the
Running.
ignorant person. Because what? What are we doing? Because I don't agree with you. I can say Jesus never existed, and I never have to say anything about him being a God. Because in order for him to exist, in order for him to be the God, I would first have to say that he existed. So the very statement that he never existed automatically voiced out that he was a God. Like, what are we doing? Like, but I'm the unintelligent one? Are we being serious here? But I get it. Christians don't have any other rebuttals, so they have to go to what? Name calling and condescension. I get it. You don't know how to communicate when somebody doesn't agree with you. You don't have any other way of seeing because your mind kind of, that cognitive dissonance just leaks into view, just comes into the conversation. Oh, for shame. And thinking you're going to come educate me. You can't tell me nothing about Christianity that I don't already know, boo. Sorry for you. All right. Hello, Origin. How are you? Welcome.
Hi. Yes, hi. Um, I was a pastor for 8 years, and
Ooh, okay. You said 8 years or 80? Wait a minute. Eight? You say eight?
yeah,
Eight?
I was a
Eight?
Christian for 40 years, and then also a pastor for 8 years.
Okay, okay.
And I totally agree with you that, just like every other Christian, when you're growing up and you're in this um, psychologically manipulative religion, you would ask, your mind would ask you a lot of questions. You would critique naturally when you see all these bizarre texts of unaliving other people, taking other people's lands and all that. Abraham getting to Egypt and lying, a whole father of faith lying about Sarah being the wife. All this stuff. Um, Joshua, Moses, all these people analyzing thousands of people in the Bible. You see slave and chattel slavery in Deuteronomy 25. All the bizarre things in the Bible, you will see it. And you scratch your head and ask yourself very innermost questions, conscientious questions, that why would a God who claims to be loving be acting like this? You would ask yourself, your conscience, your innermost conscience will break you. And that is what we did and asked. So eventually I decided that, hey, enough was enough. I was going to do a whole holistic look at the whole religion, go and do a whole research on that religion. And because I went to seminary school, you understand?
Okay.
And I was ordained into the Presbyterian Church.
Okay.
And, I even, asked my elders in the church, we have as a leadership, we synod, we discuss these issues. But the only thing the church fathers will tell you is that, you're just a baby. You also just came to meet what is there. So you have to follow, if you want to go deep and critique, they'll say the devil is in you, you need more understanding, you need the Holy Spirit, they'll pivot into all these spiritual stuff. And so, but as analytical, as intelligent human beings as you are, you continue to see the gaps, in this particular religion. So when you go and do the research on the religion, then that's when you're going to unravel the truth. First of all, when you read, other religions, study other religions, first of all, start with Judaism, you will see that how did even human beings procreate and multiply this and fill this earth? That's the first question you ask yourself. You ask question about who created the how do you call it, Satan or whatever, Lucifer or whatever. If God could not contain him in heaven and the war started in heaven, why then would you drive such a heinous character like this to weaklings like us on earth? It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. So many planets on this earth, or in the universe, that this person that you claim that was is trouble, is evil, and it's trying to destroy your creation. Why then?
And you just sit back and let it happen. It's like you tell us it was the most craftiest of all creatures, and you're wondering why Eve was deceived by it, and Eve is the one that has to suffer consequences. Like, for this God to be so forgiving, my question is always, why wasn't it a do-over? Why didn't they get a second chance?
Yeah, Jesus is telling us to forgive 70 times 7.
Hold on. You're one of the last people to come up. Nope. We got several people ahead of you. We have several people. I go on order. So you're going to have to hold it or drop it. Hold it or drop.
Can you imagine that? And then Jesus is telling us to forgive 70 times 7. Yet our God cannot even forgive for once.
Not one time, one and done. Or he requires blood sacrifice. Bloodthirst.
Exactly.
He needs blood sacrifice.
Meanwhile, this is an omniscient,
please remain muted,
all powerful God that can just snap his fingers and then take the sin away. All powerful. It just doesn't make any sense.
If you don't want to remain muted, I'll just drop you.
Because doesn't make any sense.
And hold on, or I am Dr. I don't know if it's on speaker, you're getting feedback, so you'll have to take it off speaker so we don't hear that feedback. But I'll be with Origin just a few more moments, and then I'll go to the next guest. I know we have plenty of guests up here, so We are going to start doing like a time limit, so we don't.
Are you talking to me?
Guests up here, so
Are you talking to me?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have a lot of feedback.
It's not me. I don't have anything in my background.
It is. You are the reason for the feedback. See how it went away? See, now we don't have the feedback. I'm like,
oh my word. Listen. Let me tell you. Listen, those days I have to, every Sunday, the weekend, Saturday, I have to start preparing sermon to go and preach in church. We have to organize. I have to go to the church, get the the everything organized, the systems, and then the choir and everything ready everything organized, the systems for church service and all that. If you know the kind of freedom that I have right now, oh my goodness. And the kind of, look, can you imagine that me living in America? I live in New York. I was a Presbyterian pastor for the Bronx branch right here in New York. Can you imagine the amount of tithe that I have to pay every year? You have any idea? When I am in the medical field?
oh, wow.
Do you have any idea?
Oh, wow. They was living good off you, wasn't they?
Oh my goodness.
Because did you also give offerings?
Look, when you're a preacher, special offering, you must always show leadership by example. And they were draining us like, look, it was just too much. It was, you gotta, because how would you be telling your church members that, hey, there's a project, we have to open new branches, we have to do this, and then you would not also be the one leading the fold. They want to see, because
well, you could have did like some of the other pastors, lock the doors. God told me y'all got the money. God told me y'all got the money. Don't let them up out this. Don't close it. We all go. They only going to eat. We can all go eat together. Close them doors. We're about to raise some money up in here, because I know you got it. God already told me you got it, and I need you to give it to the church.
Because
you could have did that. Why do you do that?
Because look, it's a systemic robbery. Okay, if you've been in the church machinery, it's a systemic robbery. It comes from the head office, or everything that has to be done. 80% goes to the head office. 20% is kept in the in the organization.
Oh, you would have did better being independent. That's why a lot of people don't have that, hierarchy. They go like, no, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm not gonna keep giving my tasks to you.
No,
I need
this is more or less orthodox. I was in the Presbyterian church. Remember, that is much more orthodox based. So everything comes from, it's not like the charismatic Pentecostal churches that you can.
But I'm saying, because you were already ordained, you already had proof of your ordination, you could have went and started your own thing. But thankfully you decided to leave organized religion and stop fleecing the people and telling them it's some invisible God that's Santa Claus for the good, and that there's the evil being known as Satan for the bad.
Exactly.
But Origin, I'm gonna go to the next.
Let me just wrap up.
Okay.
Let me just wrap up so that before I left, I wrote a long petition to the moderator of the church, and explaining why I see Christianity to be problematic. And the only thing I got was a lot of backlash, from other pastors, demonization. And then, they started ostracizing me. They started, saying a whole bunch of things that you need retraining and all that, reassignment and all that. So I decided to call it a quit, because the lies, I see religion as a psychological slavery. And that psychological slavery is what people don't know about. Listen, Judaism even contradicts Christianity. There is nowhere called hell in Judaism. Gehenna is a physical place near Jerusalem where garbage and carcasses over time are thrown.
Yep.
So therefore, the concept of hell doesn't even exist
Doesn't even
in
make sense.
Judaism. It just doesn't make any sense where they got all this nonsense. But when you go deep into history, you will know even who wrote the whole of the New Testament. Eusebius and Arian and all these Roman cronies who just want control and conquest from Pope Damascus in 382 BC. They decided to put all this nonsense together, all because they want to control people.
Yep.
And do you know that all these, the whole church, the Catholic Church, the Methodist Church, the Anglican Church, all these churches and their church leaders, fathers, they all own slaves, and all their members own slaves, and slave even the forts and castles that they built, whilst our ancestors were in the dungeons, suffering and trying to survive. They were singing hallelujah choruses on these same slave castles. Can you imagine that? Can you just imagine that?
Well, we said if the enslaved and the enslaver are both praying to God, whose prayers are being answered? If they're both praying to the same God, who getting through? It definitely wasn't the enslavement. No, it definitely wasn't, because it took God 400 years to answer the prayers of those of that experience.
Because the Bible is a psychological pacifying tool, weapon, slavery book used to condition the masses so they can accept and justify every bit of their actions.
Yep, that's it. But thank you so much, Origin.
Thank you so
I want
much.
to say you did your Martin Luther, huh? You had to protest against the Presbyterian Church. Like, I'm going to give you all of the things you're doing wrong, Catholic Church, but in your story, Presbyterian Church, let me tell you, I got to protest against you. They're not going to change. They're going to keep on rolling. Keep on rolling.
And I've made it a point in time, and I've made it a point in my life that, hey, as long as I live, I'm going to use that to educate people. It's and my book is even coming out by the end of this year on this false Christianity and the false religion that we have that has destroyed our society for all these.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Enjoyed you.
Change must happen soon. Thank you.
You're
welcome.
So
much for having me.
You're welcome. So it's Archie Meads. Is that how you say that? Medez? You can unmute. Archie or Arch? Archimedes. Okay, Archimedes. Thank you. How are you? Welcome.
Fine, thank you. So, Jesus never existed. The Bible is blind science.
Yeah.
I won't disagree with that at all. You got to really work it hard and do you think for yourself. I think that's what the whole prospect is. You can read the Bible, but you're forced to make the thoughts and the way you work your life based on how you feel, not how the Bible feels. The Bible is like a guide. And if you want to use it as a guide correctly, you prosper. If you choose to use it in a different fashion, then you fail. Do I believe Jesus existed? I have no physical proof, but by faith, I do believe he existed. And as far as God goes, he was the Son of God. He was not God. And the Holy Spirit is part of the Trinity. So God still sits at the top, and then you work your way down.
Okay. Well, my stance, the reason why I don't accept Jesus' existence as a deity, because his story is not unique to him. It's like we as a society accept his unique birth, But when you study and you do research and you find, oh, there's other 12 to 13 other deities with a very similar story, a very similar miraculous birth, if I'm not going to accept those as real, then I'm not going to make him the exception. I'm going to put him in the same bucket. If we're not going to accept these people's miraculous births and call them God and say that they did these miraculous things, then I'm not going to attribute it to this character in this story either.
So who are these other 12 people that other than Muhammad? Who else?
Well, you had Dionysus, you had Zeus, you had what is it, Petra? It's I don't have the list. It's easy. Google.
Oh, we're talking about
easy.
Greek gods. Okay.
So is Jesus is a Greek god. Like, what are we doing? Jesus is going to come back and crack the sky on a white horse, Pegasus much? What about in Revelations when they talk about a woman with snakes on her head, Medusa much? Come on, it's a mythology, it's allegory, it's parables, it's metaphors, it's symbology. The Bible is mind science. It's a psychological book. It's also, some people are saying, astrology book. It's neurology. It's biology. It's a science book. But the main premise of the book is a psychological truth. It is telling you how the mind operates, like you just said. If you think a certain way, you'll prosper. If you think another way, you can create destruction for yourself. So with that, I agree with you. Yes, the Bible is all about telling you how to use your mind. And when you use your mind in the right way, you can create your heaven here and now. You don't have to wait till you die to experience peace, joy, abundance, goodwill towards all men, understanding, acceptance, all the things that the Bible promises you can have now. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait to an afterlife, since there is no afterlife. There's only life, says the script. For God is the God of the living and not the dead. So there's no death in consciousness. The body, yes, goes back to the earth, but we know that we're more than a body. Even Christians believe we have a soul and a spirit, that we are a three-part being. We all agree to that.
So where does your spirit go when you die?
Where is it to go?
That's what I'm asking you. Where?
Where is it? Where is there to go? There's nowhere to go.
You
It just
go to heaven,
is.
you
It
go to
just
the
is.
in-between.
Well, the Bible doesn't say that heaven is a place. It's not outside of you, it's within you. The Bible, Luke 17:21 tells you where heaven is. Depending on the translation, NIV is going to say among us, but KJV is going to say within you. I take KJV. It's within you. I say those later translations wanted to manipulate the original context of the script and tell you, oh, no, it's among you, to make you think that it's something outside of you. No, it's in you. Your heaven is your state of mind. So is hell. Once you operate in love, which is what the Bible is about. The Bible is a love story from you to you. It's telling you how to love. When you love you, then you're capable of loving others. When you don't know how to love you, it's impossible for you to love others. Because then it becomes control and manipulation. It becomes, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Okay. He dropped. Who was next? I'm going to say Mother of Prep next, and then after that, Casey. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome.
I just had a couple questions and just comments from previous statements. So the whole Jesus never existed, I just see it as, just when I learned that wasn't his name, like, okay, that's very weird, because I grew up saying there is that name that is so precious, so wonderful, and, just call on his name. And then I learned that that's not even his name, like that was always weird to me. So, then you have all of these people who name their kids this name. And so I was just thinking, well, he exists. I live in LA County. I met a lot of Jesuses.
Touche.
But then also, so I was just thinking that that's a good argument to make when people say, he did exist. It's like the concept of Jesus did not, because it was a made up name. It literally is made up. like it'd be different if you said Yeshua, and then someone would have to make the argument about that. But, like to actually like change his name and then argue that that person existed. It's like, it's a name change. Like, how do you, then try to make an argument that a name that someone supposedly is so great and wonderful, but they changed his name? Like, that's weird. Like, I wouldn't go change, like, I just saw Michael Jackson last night. So, like,
I'm going to
I
see
wouldn't
him
change
tonight.
it.
I'm going to see it tonight.
It was my second time. I'm a
Oh,
big Jackson fan.
yeah. It'll be my oldest daughter the second time too. Yeah, I got fans of Michael in my family. Yes.
But even like Michael Jackson, like, no matter what language, what country, whoever you're around, no one's changing his name. You know what I mean? Like,
It's
that's
not all of a
just
sudden going to be
you have to
Miguel
respect.
because he's
Right,
in
right.
because
Yeah.
he's in Mexico
And
or
they're
he's in
gonna say
Spain.
Miguel.
They're not going to call him
Right.
Miguel. They're still going to call him Michael.
They're still gonna call him Mike. Exactly. Like, you're still gonna correct. And I have a unique name. My daughter has a unique name. So we're used to like correcting people regardless of what language you speak. My name is what my mom calls me. And that's what I answer to. So to change my name and then expect me to answer to that, that already is like disrespectful, but it's also not effective because, again, if that's not even the name that he went by, how do you think you're going to get a response if you call him by a name that he doesn't answer to? Like, the whole thing is ridiculous. And then we're supposed to buy that this person is special. But then also, I'm just very unimpressed with the story in general, even with, regardless of whether or not he's real. Like, I know of real people that existed who have done better things, especially, I'm a Black woman raised in America, and I look at people not just related to me, but those not related to me that I know existed that spoke out against different things happening to my ancestors. I see them as having gone through a lot worse than, a little, afternoon beating. Like,
They try to
people
convince us.
talk
They
about,
gaslight us. He suffered
right.
so much. He
Oh my
suffered the
gosh.
most
I'm like, what?
worst, heinous crime. I'm like, are we being serious now?
Have
I
you not heard?
know
And it's
y'all
so,
love Mel
like,
Gibson in The Passion of the
oh my
Christ.
God.
I get it. He
Oh,
dramatized it for you.
exactly.
He gave you a visual that you can hold on to. Because I was there. I used to be a Christian. I was right there in those theaters. Oh my God, look what they did to my Savior. Look what they did to Jesus.
But it
Oh
wasn't
my
even
God.
that bad.
But I'm just
Like,
saying,
it
the
was,
dramatization of it,
yeah. No, I know.
especially if
It
you're
was ridiculous.
emotional and you like, well, he
Right,
did this for humanity. He did this
right.
for us. Like, you add that to the story.
No, he was executed for treason. Like, that was all. Like, it was, that was it. He was
Like, say what it
anointed
is. Like, stop trying
yeah.
to
Right. He was crucified
romanticize what
along
took
with the
place.
other criminals, and the whole, like, what they say, proof of Jesus, like, oh, look, the tomb is empty. Yeah, because they didn't put people who were crucified in tombs. That was not the practice of the day. In those days when they crucified you, the whole point of that was to humiliate the body and leave it out to rot and be eaten by the animals and, beaten down by the sun and, to, like, not respect it. They're not going to pack away someone executed for treason and, tuck them away safely and, gently in a tomb. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, but you're also going to, like, have them, executed alongside other common criminals. Like, it's clear that they had, even if he did exist, that there was no respect for him. So it's inconsistent that there would be a body to be found in a tomb anyway. Like, it would be in some animal's belly somewhere, being processed, all of that stuff. But I mean,
Okay.
that's,
Well, I just learned something today because I didn't know all, and I didn't dig that deep into the
right. So, I mean, if
historicity
you
of
look
the
at
day of how they dealt with the
exactly,
criminals and crucifixions of the day. Yeah.
especially for that thing, because like treason, like, you just look at that time, that's how they dealt with it. They saw it as a disrespectful act. And
Okay.
so in turn, they would disrespect the body.
Gotcha.
Some people try to make
Makes
the
sense.
argument that somebody bought a tomb for him. Again, you don't have land ownership rights or anything, because the whole purpose, again, is to disrespect your body and anything along with it. They don't pass, oh, well, you know what, someone bought it. It wasn't a matter of whether or not he had wealth enough to buy a resting place.
Gotcha.
It was to humiliate him.
Gotcha.
So, like, it's inconsistent with what would happen anyway. And then, like I said, if you, look up what happened to Mary Turner. Mary Turner was a Black woman in the 1900s who defended her husband, who was made into strange fruit. Anyway, what they did to her is they hung her upside down while she was 8 months pregnant, set her alight, and then cut out a child that was in her womb and then stomped on it. And so when I hear how much Jesus suffered, I can't help it feels like an insult, to memories of people like that who really fought to help us survive. And they suffered, I'm not playing like suffering wars, but that's suffering. And these people really did unalive forever. They're not here anymore. It wasn't a, day and a half nap. It was like they didn't come back stronger, so the whole idea is just like a slap in the face. So I just find his whole story to be wholly unimpressive. The whole, slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones, and treat them with reverent fear as if they're Christ on earth.
Say that again. Oh my goodness.
I don't find anything inspiring about a message like that. I don't find anything inspiring about a woman coming to you trying to get help for her daughter and you calling her a dog because the help that you have is not for people who look like her. That sounds to me like supremacy. That sounds to me like what my people went through when they were turned away at hospitals.
And I had never heard that script before until I was on TikTok, because clearly that wasn't a script that we talked about in Christianity, right? That's not a highlighted script in Christianity.
Right. For sure. And they're definitely not going to teach it in a black church because they know that will trigger us and we will be walking out of that place. But you can't say that they're not teaching it in other places.
Right.
Because
Right.
Because when you learn that the Klan is a Christian organization, you start to think like, what? You feel like they're hypocrites because the passages or the way that they act. But if you look in the Bible, there's passages that support their messages because it's very supremacy in nature. But we just don't learn that in black churches because, of course, like, why would we go back if we heard stuff like that? Right. Especially when we have a real history to pull from, like, oh, this is...
they could definitely spin it to fit their narrative. I'm not going to say that the black church is beyond spinning the whole because I definitely read the script about, slaves obey your master. So, that was, they knew how to spin that. So we were okay with that message.
But thank God we got Jesus. It's like just ridiculous.
So ridiculous. And thank God for the Christians, because the Christian just sent me $10, $9.99 on YouTube. Just so they gonna say it's a surprise for me. I better pray. Well, I appreciate the $10. Thank you. That you want the $10 just so you can highlight your comment. Thank you. I take money. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Just so you can highlight your comment about me needing prayer. Like, okay. Look at God. Somebody said, look at God.
But the lack of consent, like the whole idea of prayer, it's like, it's often used in like a kind of snide, like passive aggressive way of getting a person, getting their work out without like speaking to you directly. I pray for this, that she, like comes back and, rejects this, that you stop hardening her heart or, whatever, all this, they say what they want to say to you, clouded in like words that they're talking. Oh, I'm just talking to God.
Don't talk to God about me.
Right.
I know your God like to gossip about me, but could you not be like your God and not gossip about me? Because God always gossiping. He always telling you what he want to say to me. Like Reverend Ike said, is God scared of me or something? Because why he got to go to you and not just go to me? God always got a proxy. Why he always got a proxy?
But something that I find about Christianity, why I ultimately left, is that, initially I used to think that it didn't make any sense, the scriptures and the Bible. I'm like, what? But I realized it's because I was injecting my own ethic into the text. I was trying to make it align with who I was and my character. But then I'm reading passages about a God that orders genocides and, sex slavery and, like all of this. I'm like, this is not what I'm down for. And, I started realizing it. But when I saw that it was basically a manipulative text to control populations, then I was like, oh, that's why this is here. That's why this says that. That's why it's set up this way because it's patriarchal. That's why the woman is blamed. That's why, it's like
Mm-hmm.
everything just made all the sense. The idea that a woman came from a man. Like there's no male on this planet that is didn't come out of a woman. But we
Exactly.
gonna switch it around and make it so that, oh, it really happened this way.
Yeah.
Like women, female body is the prototype of everybody. That's
Yeah.
why men have nipples. Because
Yeah.
everybody starts off female,
Yeah.
until the androgen wash comes over in the uterus, and then you have your receptors that change your body into a male. But everybody starts off female. So the idea that a man or a woman came from a man is ridiculous. That's just jealousy, patriarchal men who didn't understand their role, and they wanted to spin it because they saw that the women were the ones having the babies.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can't lie about that. So, and then you saw that it hurt. So maybe they said, oh, maybe that's a punishment. Maybe she
Right.
did.
Because I just
Like
learned
that
today, I was
before.
today years old. I saw a lady talking about how patriarchy got started, and she was
Yeah.
saying, way back, I forgot what part of history she said that men used to castrate themselves to simulate the menstrual cycle. I'm like,
Or
what are we doing?
yeah, they
Like
would.
what? Like
They
she
would.
broke it all
They
the way
would. They would.
down. I'm like, I had to share it on Facebook, share it on my Facebook group because I'm like, thank you, girl, because you brought some enlightenment to me because I'm
It was
like,
quite
it's
interesting if you
wild.
look at that history, and they just barely learned that they had any role into contraception or into conception at all. They didn't know that fertilization was a thing because at the
Mm-hmm.
time there were no rules that said that one man and one woman and they're going to be together and make a baby. It's like it was a free society, and they did things according to what fit at the time. It
Right.
wasn't like everybody is stuck with one person, and
Mm-hmm.
so it became an ownership thing. That's why they created these religions to try to have some control and say, no, I own the kid coming out of that woman. Like I married her, because before they didn't know.
The
They
fact that
didn't
they
know
call
that
it
the
a
kid was
kid, right? Because that's an animal term, right?
right. Or how they call
So yeah, I'm going back there was all about domesticating the woman. So,
right.
but yeah,
Yeah,
but
every
yeah,
marriage is basically enslaving the woman
yeah,
to a man.
yeah,
So there's little mini, enslavements happening in every single household where the man gets to, every man gets to take a woman. A woman is a possession. That's why you see that language in the book where it's, he takes a wife, not they got married, like it's a partnership, two people consenting to an idea. He
right,
takes a wife. A
yeah,
father gives away his daughter,
yeah,
from one owner, her father, to another owner.
yeah,
Like a woman doesn't have agency in this patriarchal religion. So
yeah,
I just look at the harms being caused in the world, and I just see how Christianity helps to continue it.
yeah,
And a lot of people don't understand how they're being conditioned into these ideas, and you
yeah,
see it expressed in the events that we saw a couple weeks ago. People want to say that that is a result of mental illness, men unaliving their significant others because they decided to end the relationship. That's not mental illness, that's entitlement.
yeah.
And that kind of entitlement comes from this type of messaging that we see in Christianity, that women are possessions. And when you
Not
don't
just
need that,
Christianity, Abrahamic faith.
right, Abrahamic
I mean,
faith, you're right.
I think it's
You're
all
right.
religions, especially any religion that has a caste system. So all
Right,
of
right,
these
right.
religions have caste systems, right? It's all about
I
those
agree.
that have money are in power, and if you don't have money, your life is insignificant. You have no
Right.
value if you don't have money.
Yeah, they all kind of have the same idea because I used
Mm-hmm.
to think that religion or Christianity started patriarchy, but then when I realized that people wrote this book, then I was like, okay, so it was people who were patriarchal already, misogynists, who wrote this book the way they wrote it. So the patriarchy was already there before the religion, and you can see how they wrote God in their own image, with the same, like, and not just their image, like people who were narcissistic men wrote the God in their image. And that's where you see narcissistic characteristics that are very human. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know, um, the need for praise,
Yep.
the need for worship. Those aren't normal things. Like, it doesn't make any sense that a divine being needs all these things that an ineffective human, like an unhealthy, toxic human would need. Those
Yeah,
kinds of
I
things.
mean, we love praise and adoration. That's why we have
Right.
celebrity. That's why we have award shows. We love the
Right.
accolades. I live what Gaga told you. I live for the applause, like
Validation. Yeah.
validation. We've been
Yeah.
programmed to live for the applause. If people don't see you as great, there's a problem. Right?
Right. There's
That's
no
how
way
we
you
that's
can
how we get idolization of men and women, and we call them gurus and masters and enlightened beings as
title.
if they know something that you don't know. We're all
Right.
enlightened beings. There are no special humans. I don't care who you are. People need to get out of that state of mind that there are special humans. There are none. We're all special.
And that's the point of it, so that somebody can come and prop themselves up and make it
Mm-hmm.
seem like they're the ones with the answer. They
Yep.
have this thing that they call spirit, or so like all these things, these words that they came up with that make it seem like some mysterious thing that somebody can always say that they have more information about, and then they can control you with whatever they say it is about.
Yep.
It's like, just focus on the things that we can know, not the things that we can't verify.
Use your faith for you and not for other people.
Right.
Your
Right.
faith and your belief should only be for you. That's a personal thing.
Right.
It's a personal thing. It's not a universal concept. I don't need to believe shit you say. Ever.
Yeah. Use it to
Ever.
motivate.
I don't need to believe anything. You need to believe what you say. You the only one that need to believe what you say. I, on the other hand, get to accept or reject it.
Right.
Right? Yeah. So I appreciate you, Mother of Prep. Thank you for
Thank you.
sharing. It's a beautiful, beautiful conversation. We're gonna go to Casey. You can unmute.
Well, hello, hello, hello. How are you today?
Oh, I'm great. How are you?
I am super on this Saturday, and I just want to say the last young lady that spoke, first of all, just very articulate. I love the way she spoke, and she had some very, very valid, points that she was making. So kudos to you, and kudos to you for even having this platform where this is an open, dialogue. So thank you as well. But I just want to say, I was an ordained pastor in a full gospel ministry for 10 years. And I just know that I never, even growing up in the church, I grew up Pentecostal. So I just never felt called to ministry myself. However, of course, growing up under, the religious confines, I took it seriously, and I was like, well, you don't tell God no, right? So if he's calling me, then clearly, and so I was complicit. But my thing was, I wanted to be the best that I could be. And that's with anything that I ever put my hand to. I say, if I'm going to do something, I want to be able to master it. I want to be able to be the most educated I can possibly be in it. I want to be the most sincere, because I feel like anything that I touch is going to succeed, so that's how I felt with my I guess my ministry journey. And I just want to say, baby, I took theology prior to becoming I guess a clergy person, and the pastor that I was under told me that I could no longer study any other religions, that that was blasphemy, that if I'm seeking something, I'm seeking it to contest my beliefs. And then, I just was like, okay, well, that's just, you don't do this, So I was 100% focused on the Bible, which was the wrong thing. She should not have, steered me and detoured me, because maybe then I would have been operating under a little cloak of that faith, right? But once I started just solely focusing in on this Bible, and I know that, I'm keeping these 10 commandments, I'm honoring my husband, I'm being a good wife, I don't nag, I don't do this, I wanted to set the example. And so after doing all of that, and there is no perfect person, but I know I for shit show tried my hardest, and I did not offend anybody, because that was the one thing I never wanted to be, was I didn't care what any of the rules were. I was not going to be a hypocrite, and I was not going to hurt nobody in the name of a God that was supposed to be love. And so when I started seeing that, baby, this hurts. Love not supposed to hurt. And I'm being lied on, and I'm being ridiculed, and I'm, doing all of these things. You went from kissing my ass to now I'm your enemy when I've done nothing. I've not changed the way I treated you. I was like, nah, this ain't for me. It cost me my marriage. You know what I'm saying? But he and I we're still wonderful friends, because he knows he can stand 10 toes down and say the woman didn't cheat. She wasn't at home tearing her house down. He knows the walk that I was walking. So he don't have nothing bad to say, but he chose to remain in that faith. And I couldn't do it anymore because I'm like, how you more loyal? You know, I'm paying somebody to cut our grass every 2 weeks, and you're going to the pastor's house and the church every week. You got something to do at the church.
That's how they keep you. They got to get you busy in that ministry.
And what they say, oh, if you're not busy for God, or you're too busy if you're too busy for God. And I was like, in every waking moment, it was something. Saturday I had to drop out of school, because I was going to miss an hour of intercessory prayer on Saturday because my class didn't end until 1 and prayer was from 12 to 1. I had to give up a position. I was working for Cox Communications, and I'm just excelling, and I had to give up that position because for 6 weeks my schedule was going to cause me to miss Bible study on Tuesday.
Sold out for Christ for real. You definitely were denying yourself.
Absolutely, because I felt like this is what I was supposed to do.
Right.
What does it say? You take up the faith and you pick up your cross and you follow me. I thought this was just my cross to bear. And then when Origin was speaking, I knew exactly what he was talking about, because when you go to your leadership and you tell them, hey, this is weighing heavy on me, and now I'm getting persecuted because the members would rather be counseled by, co-pastor than the pastor, and because they felt that connect, because I never was going to judge nobody. I never used scripture to beat anyone down, because I'm like, that's oppressive, and that's exactly what the word tells you not to do. So I'm not going to do it. If you want me to keep these commandments and you want me to walk this way, then I'm going to walk it to the letter of the T. And she started seeing that walking to the letter of the T was exposing you, for some of your things, and it's just sad, because that's really what the Bible does. Honestly, if you look at the Bible, you can line it up with any Greek mythology story. So there's that.
That's what I said. I was like, come on, let's go. Like, we can that's what somebody said earlier, was that's Greek mythology. Do you not see it in scripture?
It's written.
Jesus is Zeus, flying around on Pegasus on a white horse, gonna come here save the day. Captain Save America. Like, stop it. Like Jesus is Superman and Satan is Lex Luthor. Like, what are we doing? You always got an arch nemesis. Like,
right. But at my point, at some point in the movie, Superman do win. He do overtake Lex Luthor. At what point? Y'all be having these.
But he got that kryptonite though. What's Jesus? What's Jesus' kryptonite? What's the kryptonite? Your free will. Your free will. Your free will is your kryptonite. Because
I'm just like, how am I going to sit up here? And I know me as a mother, right, who has brought forth life through my womb. I'm not finna look at my children and just be like, unless you ain't shit mama, then you be like, baby, they just do what they want to do. But you didn't raise them from the first place. So I respect the fact that you acknowledge, baby, I failed that one, right? But my children, who I know I have poured time, effort, love, allowed them to be critical thinkers, allowed them to feel their way through this life, but not allowing their emotions, to be so overwhelming, but still allowing them to feel everything, and just be in touch with nature and be in touch with the universe and the energy that flows throughout everything, right? I'm not going to look at these kids and be like, you know what, he got an F in school. And you touched on it earlier. He got an F in school, so he failed. So, you know what, off with his head. No, I have to take that accountability. And I got to be like, well, did I offer my child tutoring? Did I make sure that I check his homework? What part did I have to take in it, right? Yeah. Because like you say, and that whole flood story, baby, don't get me started. My thing is this. Like you said, if I'm going to start from scratch, if a girl go to get an abortion, and she's pregnant with twins, she ain't gonna say just take one out. If you go to get an abortion, you're not just gonna say take the baby and leave the placenta, because it can kill you. So why then would I save anything? And that's down to the birds, the two beasts, and all of that. I'm not saving shit, because I'm God. I made it. I don't like it. I'm gonna start from scratch. I'm gonna crumple this paper up, and I'm gonna start over, because I'm God. So that's the thing about it. Nobody's, they get so wrapped up over the name Jesus, and that's all it is. Is y'all wrapped up over this name that we're saying, right? But my thing is this: go study some etymology. Go figure out where these names come from. You know what I'm saying? Then y'all will stop getting upset when people of the Caucasian persuasion use the N-word hard R. Y'all, what they're calling you a place? You know what I'm saying? Like a place.
Niger.
Okay, and they even say that that's how they started saying it, because they were saying it wrong, because they couldn't read. And y'all sitting up here getting mad because, oh, she said the hard R. Girl, your daddy should have hard put you on the floor, or your mama should have hard swallowed. Because I'm just like, I don't get how y'all can see it and y'all say, I feel God everywhere. Baby, what you feel is the energy that it takes to create for anything to be alive. That's what you feel. Because I was standing up there.
So what led you to leaving Christianity?
Because after leaving that ministry, because I thought maybe it was just that ministry.
Okay.
And so trying to transition from, leaving everything I had known behind from the last 15 years of my life, my husband, you know what I'm saying, all of that, and trying to keep some normalcy. I moved back to my hometown and I started going to my uncle's ministry.
Okay.
And just growing up, like, he was always like my favorite uncle, the one that I could openly speak to about biblical things, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. And so I just went back to his ministry and they immediately threw me into preaching. And I was just like, this is not right, because y'all know that I'm hurt right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm hurt because I was pouring everything. I sacrificed my son's sports, their early sports days for the ministry. I sacrificed, careers, you know what I'm saying? I had a miscarriage and I had to start the procedure on Friday, and she told me that I needed to be at prayer on Saturday because I was in leadership, and she's had that before too. And it's, I needed to be
so controlling. Oh my goodness, the control is like on 1,000.
That's what I'm sorry, but that's why I say, it was just like I just knew something wasn't right. And when I expressed to him, I was like, I really don't feel like, I should be leading anyone right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to heal. I need to understand, I need to make sure that the decisions I made them out of logic and what's right for my life and not out of emotion. And, and he broke down. I mean, he's my favorite uncle too. So, we were always very close. So he broke down and he started telling me things. And I was just like, yeah, my love, not only do I not need to be up here, you don't need to be up here. So I just fell back from going to any ministry. And that's when I was just like, let me meditate. Let me find the God within, because the Bible tells us, when you seek it within, you know what I'm saying? You can find it within. And so I took 19 months of just spending time with me, loving on me, looking at myself as the position, as even figuring out what my real role as a woman was, and realizing that Bible was written to, you know what I'm saying, role reverse, destiny swap. They saw the blessings that the woman carries and they wanted it. Men always find a way to get what they want and possess it. And so I just was like, you know what? Now I'm good. I'm good on all of that. Even now, I don't, I go to church with my mother every now and then, just because I know, trying to make her happy. I know that's what she wants or whatever. And I'm not against anybody, any group of people that's coming together for a positive reason, right? But I am sitting in there very, I'm just here, baby, to watch y'all have an experience. I'm not here to experience it with you. I don't do it often, because even that was, I guess, like a last ditch effort of trying to show my mother the realistic, how I'm still the same person. I'm still human. I'm still tangible. But you know what? I don't have to be tangible to you, even as my mother, And so that's just where I'm at with it. I'm like, y'all do y'all. I'm not trying to sway anyone. I love that you love what you love, but people got to remember, in the middle of the word belief is the word lie. So if you're sitting up here hollering about, I'm doing this because it's my belief, you're lying to yourself. And again, that goes back to etymology, and they want to sound so articulate, and they want to sound so profound with this research here, this research here, this research that was, like you said earlier, done by a man who still don't even know who he is himself, which is why he's seeking for it in this type of answer. When, if you just sit there and get some of those spiritual downloads, that's not whitewashed and religiously clouded and shrouded, what you'll learn is, it's going to surpass anything that, a Rothschild or, one of the big families put in a book as a means to slave and enslave us. And of course, they still love to holler, you want to hide something from a Black person, put it in a book. No. They know we've been reading. We taught them how to read. So it's not that you put it in a book. It's just you just scramble up the language, and that's why when you go back to the Bible and the Tower of Babel story, you know, girl, let me get off your line. But it has been up the last.
It was a beautiful, beautiful. Once again, another beautiful conversation. Thank you so much for sharing. We appreciate
Thank you.
you.
I'll
Yes.
be listening.
Okay. Thank you for joining. Okay, so we'll
Yeah, I
go
was
to.
scared. I
Huh?
was scared. Yeah, I was scared.
Okay, you're about to be dropped.
He was muted yesterday, so he's still mad from yesterday.
So
That's what
I was just about to go to you, but you're about it's like you're announcing that you want to be skipped again, because I was just about to go to you. I was gonna go to Ahmed and then Abby and then Mia. That's the order. We got that? Cool. All right, Ahmed, you can unmute.
Oh, I finally get to speak. Hey, how's everybody doing?
Oh, we're great.
Yeah, I like how it takes everyone an hour to make their point across. But yeah, so I should be able to have free time to speak as
Nope.
well.
If I don't like what
Hopefully
you're saying, I'm
I
going to
say-
interrupt you.
I knew it was gonna hurt, but it's sad how people are delusional or running from Jesus because you know you're going to hell. I don't want you guys to go to hell just like Jesus doesn't.
That was his exit.
I knew that was happening before it happened.
Once I hear I'm going to hell, I gotta say bye-bye.
And
Bye-bye.
it's like, what about it? More room for you in heaven, I guess.
Bye-bye. No, thank you. Okay, so we
But
have
him using the known myth name, like he's not even
Exactly.
using the real name. Jesus don't know you either, dude.
It's so funny.
I knew
Oh
that was
my
gonna happen.
goodness.
Sorry, I was just waiting for the time.
Oh, okay, Abby. You can unmute.
Hi.
Hello.
I have an echo. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say I am a Christian as well, but I don't agree with what he just said. You know, we don't have the authority as human beings to condemn anybody to heaven or hell. That's not for us to decide. I also let's see. There was a lot said that I wanted to respond to, but you know, I just had to wait. So there was so much. But one of the things that caught my attention was the whole you guys are saying that Jesus isn't his real name and that, you know, Jays didn't exist back then. But I'm just having a hard time understanding how it is that you could believe that Jesus is the only name that they would get wrong, because across many religions, you know, the disciples, their names are all the same, but it's just Jesus's name that's constantly changed in the religions. And you have two disciples, I think three actually, that had names that started with J. You had James, the son of Zebedee. You had John the Baptist, and then you had the two Judases, Judas and Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Jesus. And then throughout the Bible, you have Judah, Josias. You have a ton of J names.
Right. So the answer to that would be all their names were changed because those are all Anglo-Saxon names. Like what? You do know that the it wasn't originally written in English, right? You know it was all written in Greek. The New Testament is a Greek document, right? So of course all of those names were changed.
But this is what I'm trying to ask you is if they were all changed, then why in other religions do they call Jesus Yeshua or Yahweh or Jehovah, but they still call all the apostles and the disciples, and you know Noah's name is still Noah in all the other religions.
No,
Judas
that's not
Iscariot
correct.
is still Judas.
That's not correct.
Simon Peter is still Simon Peter.
You would have to ask them that, but the fact of the matter is that Jesus is not a name of that region. That's well understood. Neither is Mark, Matthew, Luke, Peter. These names are Greek names, and these people are. I forgot. I think it's Aramaic.
Mhm.
So these are not names. If you look at other names, they didn't decide to change the other names. They're clearly like names that are from that region. But they decided that these people, probably because they're prominent figures, we're going to change those into the names of the people that we're on. You know, like our group of people, we're going to change those names to fit them. So it could just be, again, supremacist culture. Them not liking the names that, you know, are the original names of the main characters. So they changed those names. It's similar to any other form of media where you can have all the extras be the original looking people, but the star is going to be Tom Cruise. You can have, what's that samurai movie where all of a sudden this white guy is the best samurai, but everybody else is the original culture, but the main star is the white guy. It's basically supremacy culture.
Yeah, I think you're hung up. See, from my perspective, none of the characters in the Bible ever existed. That's my stance. None of them did. So I don't care what you call them. You can call them Yabba Dabba Doo, for all I care. He didn't exist. Change all the names because they're states of consciousness. They're personifications of the mind. The Bible is a psychology book, from my perspective. That's the sense I take.
Another thing that I heard was the supremacy thing, because nowhere in the Bible does it say that Jesus was white. In fact, it actually hints that he was a colored man. So, I mean, I understand that the word has been misconstrued throughout the years. I'm still speaking.
No. Yeah. Let her finish her thought. We don't want to interrupt. We don't want to interject. Yeah. Let her finish. Go ahead.
But I understand, and I agree wholeheartedly with you that throughout the years that the word has been misconstrued, there's been deception that's arose in the churches. I heard somebody talking earlier about the whole money thing, and there is a passage in Matthew where Jesus went into the temples and he flipped the tables because he was angry, and he said word for word, "This is my Father's house, and you make it a house for yourselves to sell." That's not how things were supposed to be, but unfortunately, because God loves us and he gave us free will, people have the choice to do horrible things. But what I was trying to say about the whole I just lost my train of thought. What was I saying before I went to the topic about the temples? Oh, Jesus is not a white man. It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that he was a white man, and it actually hints that he was a colored man. And I feel like people through the years have completely misconstrued that, and the white Jesus paintings and all of that. And that's exactly why in the Bible it says that a graven image of the Lord is an abomination to him.
Yeah, so then why does Christianity create graven images? Why is when you go into most churches, their their stained glasses are all pictures of white saints, white
My
saints. There are
church
no
doesn't
black
have
saints. Do you have black saints on your stained glass?
No, we don't have any photos like that at all. We have quotes of Bible verses on the walls. We don't have any graven images of nothing in the church, nothing like that. We are very by the word.
Okay, what church do you belong to? What's your denomination?
I go to Baptist.
You're go to a Baptist ministry?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you fellowship with other churches?
I agree with the things that I heard, like Casey, she was, talking about how they were calling her up there to preach while she was hurt. And, Jesus led people while he was hurt. He led people in sorrow, and he led them to salvation as well. And I think that sometimes
that's not the response you want to have to that conversation that she was talking about her personal experience.
I'm just trying to.
I knew it was coming though. Jesus suffered, so we got to suffer. But here's the thing.
No,
Hold on. Here's the question I have. Here's the question I got for you.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Here's the question. Here's the question I have for you. I didn't put words in your mouth. I didn't say you said it. I said I knew it was coming. But that's exactly what you just said. You tried to compare her suffering to Jesus' suffering. Was that not what you were doing?
10 seconds to finish my sentence.
No.
Don't speak to someone else's experience and try to use it as part of your narrative. So yes, we're going to interject.
That's not what I was trying to do.
It's exactly what you did.
That's not what
you didn't try to do it. You did it. You're right. You didn't try. You did it.
How can you say whenever you didn't even let me finish a sentence? Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but the whole time I've been up here, I've been interrupted multiple times, and anybody who agrees with you gets their whole entire time to speak without interruption.
Yes, exactly.
Because they didn't use someone else's topic to talk. You can talk from your own experience. Why are you using someone else's experience to speak?
So even before I just said that, I was speaking about other things, and
I asked them not to interrupt you. I did. I asked them not to interrupt you. But yes, here's the thing. This is my platform. If I feel like you're saying something that is not in alignment with truth and trying to use someone else's experience to use your experience to talk about your narrative, not someone you just heard 20 minutes ago. I mean, I'm sure you have a plethora of experiences to align with your belief system. Let's work with that.
Okay, fine. I could use my experience. I'm a victim of SA, and there was a time in my life where somebody
We
came
don't
to
want
me
personal
about-
testimonies, though. Now we're going into
but
personal
you just told me to
testimonies.
use an experience. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. It seems like you just want
This
something
is
to pick
really a life
apart.
for
I'm trying to be
deconstructionists.
respectful.
This is a life for deconstructionists. You really tried to say
No, it's
that
not a lot
woman,
to
that woman, mute yourself, please. You
Miss-
really tried to say that woman should be okay with someone trying to encourage her to serve in a church after she had a miscarriage. That is not okay.
That is not what I said.
That is not
what I
okay.
said.
I'm sorry.
That
That's
is
not
not
okay.
what I said. That is not what I said.
What did you say? Repeat yourself.
I said I heard her saying that they were calling her up there to teach after she was going through a time of hurting, and I said that Jesus led us when he was hurt and he led others to salvation. But I do understand, and sometimes whenever you are hurting, your testimony can help somebody else. I've been able to tell my testimony to others.
Are you like 18? Like, what are we talking about here?
I'm 22.
That sounds
I'm
about right.
22.
Okay, never mind.
And I don't
Never
think
mind.
it matters what.
I said, you know what, girl, living your truth. Living your truth. What you said was disrespectful. What you said
It
was
wasn't
disrespectful.
disrespectful. I said
To
it was
someone,
out
she
of
literally,
respect.
I don't know if you heard her story. She said the day after she had a miscarriage, they told her she should be coming to the church. I don't know if you heard that, but that is not okay in any stretch of the imagination. Disrespectful. Don't speak on what you don't know about.
So trying to prove a point that somebody else is disrespectful.
Deal with your child. Deal with your child.
I don't understand why this has to be a thing. Like, you're
You
gonna bring
literally
children
started
into the
speaking on
conversation.
another woman's miscarriage. You don't think that's a problem?
You don't think that's a problem? Make noise. Children make noise.
Answer my question. You don't think that is it a problem for you to speak of somebody else's miscarriage?
I didn't hear that she had a miscarriage.
Exactly. So you should not have been speaking on something you didn't know about.
Right. Okay. My apology.
Thank you.
So after I apologize, you don't have to continue to be disrespectful because
I
we are
can do
both
what I want,
grown.
but go ahead and continue with what you're saying.
Women. We are both okay. I will continue. We are both grown women, and there's a way to handle yourself accordingly with decorum. There's
You're
no
not
reason
about
you
to
should
tell
be
me
that
what to
grown.
do. So
Okay.
just keep on
But
saying
you
what you're
can
gonna
tell
say.
me what to do. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, you're right. There's no reason to argue with somebody who wants to speak on children.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You knowingly mentioned my child. You knowingly mentioned my child. You knowingly mentioned my child. I apologize.
Wait a minute. Can y'all mute? Can y'all mute? Okay. We want you to have your say. Everyone has come to the conclusion that things should have been said that shouldn't have been said. We come to the understanding. What more do you want to say, Abby? Do you have anything more to say?
All I have to say is that, I'm sorry I ruffled some feathers and, I upset somebody. That wasn't my intention. I wish I would have gotten time to fully say what I wanted to say without being interrupted, but now my train of thoughts just kind of been thrown off. I'm going to go ahead and drop down because I'm feeling a little irritated. But God bless you guys, and I'm going to pray for you.
Please don't.
I wonder, does she have a husband?
Please don't. They love that. I'm gonna pray for you. No, please don't.
Yeah, so prayers don't seem to be working too well.
No.
Keep the praying.
Her prayers ain't gonna do nothing but hit the ceiling. Them begging ass Christian prayers hit the ceiling.
But what I have to say is
Oh,
this,
hold on. You'll go after Mia. Mia's next. Well, actually, you'll go after TP because I go in order. So it's Mia, TP, and then Naka. Go ahead, Mia.
Well, I was enjoying the speaker. And I saw her in the comments before she came up, so I already knew what it was gonna be. I was just gonna ask her Christian self if she had a husband with that baby at 22. But anyway, I just wanted to know, they love to be perfect until they ain't perfect. And her Lord sends you to the lake of fire if you ain't perfect. So I just wanted to know. But I always think about like living in two worlds. And at first I really didn't understand it. And now I do. And I think that that's why it's so odd when people come and they want to debate your beliefs. And I realize that it's really a one-sided debate because, and I used to be a Christian as well, grew up my entire life as a Christian in the Baptist church, where you ain't gonna find one with a picture of Jesus in there. Anyway, and there's always this level of needing to be saved. And to exist in a world of needing to be saved, then you have to exist in a world of fear. You have to exist in constant fear if you exist in constant needing to be saved.
Mm.
You must live in Gotham City. You must be waiting on Batman forever. Because if you need protection, if you need a savior, then you must be in danger.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, if you can save yourself, you're empowered. You walk through the world fearless. Feel like you can do anything. You expect good outcomes. You don't expect anything bad because you're empowered, because you're divine, right? World would be a different place if we all walked through it like that, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, they get a little uncomfortable and they really need us to validate their beliefs. So they project and act like they're validating us. You came here. I'll never be over there. And the whole, well, why do you not believe? Well, how can you not believe? And who needs the validation here? You or me? Because I'm cool with you not agreeing with how I believe. I'm absolutely amazing that I don't even know who you are till you got here today. I don't even know what my consciousness put you in my story. Let me write you out because you're annoying me. So it really, makes me wonder. And I understand. You a little jealous we broke out the cult and we living free in heaven. It's okay. But we do live in different worlds. I've lived in different worlds in this lifetime. I feel like I've lived different lives in this lifetime. I have. Right now there's someone who is looking for that job that's going to get them the salary to change their life, and they can't get it, and they're just so down, and they don't know, and they're praying, and they don't know, and they're struggling, they don't have what they want, and they're just miserable. And there's someone where everything is just lining up perfectly. And they're living their best life, traveling, enjoying their family, and just living their best life. Those two people are living in two different worlds. And sometimes when you cross paths, you like, y'all ain't gonna get each other. And that's just the truth. And, we're told all these things about who we are, but we're put through history classes, not my story classes. We're telling his story, their story. Don't my story sound a lot like mystery? Why my story gotta be a mystery? But his story, you put me through all these history classes in high school, middle school. I gotta learn U.S. history, world geography, all this stuff. You telling me everything I need to know except me. I gotta go digging through and figure out who I am. Oh yeah, I gotta go to the church to figure out who I am. A damn sinner. Damn, I'm 4. I ain't done nothing yet. How am I a sinner? Why are you baptizing me and I'm 5? I haven't done anything bad. I thought all the children go to heaven anyway. Why are you dunking me in this water? Matter of fact, why is this pastor who got a tattoo of a naked woman on his arm dunking me in the water?
Mm. He found Jesus in the prison.
He probably did. But, who knows? Everybody wants to make Jesus out to be, maybe all of these figures and all of these artifacts were people like us trying to tell us who we were, and they just changed the whole fucking story and made them idols. Who knows? But I don't benefit from looking for somebody to come save me, because the God within me takes care of me every day. Because I'm sorry, I ain't even gonna put the God they serve up there with Superman, because Superman was on his shit. Superman was on his shit. Superman got off work and changed clothes immediately and went to work. Okay. So, the one they worship just sitting back with his legs crossing them sandals and that moo just watching shit go
He's
down.
just waiting for you to figure it out so he can take the credit.
Yeah.
That's how it happens,
Everything
right?
good that
If
you
everything
do.
is happening bad, it's the devil and it's your fault because it's free will. The moment life start being good for you, who gets the credit for your life being good?
God is good all the time.
And all the
Look at
time.
God did it. And then they wondering why their prayers ain't working because you're going to pray all this and then you're going to send your prayer on a letter and put it in Jesus' name and wonder why it ain't going nowhere. You putting your prayers in the name of a nigga that don't exist. Your prayers going to the air, poof, and wonder why you ain't getting your blessing because you putting your prayers in the name of somebody who don't exist. That's like me putting my prayers in the name of Wolverine. Dear God, I want everything wonderful in the name of Santa Claus. You might as well do that. So they come up in here mad and in their feelings. I don't know why they're so angry. The love of Jesus ain't in you. How you gonna tell me I'm going to hell and you come up in here acting like you burning?
Burning.
You up in here hot.
Like fire.
So, that's all I want to say. I'm going to land my plane.
Well, thank you. Thank you. As always, beautiful, beautiful Mia. Okay, TP, welcome back. Hello. And thank you everyone on TikTok. Thank you everyone on YouTube. YouTubers, if you want to call in, you have to come over to TikTok to join the panel, to join the discussion. I don't have a call-in number on YouTube. I'd like the setup on TikTok. It's easy peasy, fresh and squeezy to me. Not to saying that YouTube probably not easy, but this is just easier. I don't have to drop a call-in number. I don't have to do anything. I just turn on TikTok, open up the panel. We reach 10,000K, and then people get to come up and have their say to a point. You don't get to just say anything because you will get dropped. Oh, hello, TP. Go ahead.
Yeah. I talked to you yesterday. I thought all night about our conversation yesterday. So I get it's so interesting. Even today, like I've been listening for like the whole time, and everyone that I would say there's two types of people that are coming on the platform. One, most of them are from a religious background, being American Christianity or some form of Christianity, and then the second being a Christian in current day American Christianity. And like as I said yesterday, like that was kind of my experience too. I raised that way, and then 17, walk away from church and walk away from God. My thought, I guess, hearing people, like I wrote down some notes from our conversation yesterday, and you don't have to go into them all, but just a few of them. Even hearing people today, is it possible that maybe the American church as a representation, as say leadership, as say pastors, preachers, teachers, evangelists, like the form of the system of American church is wrong due to interpretation, yet there is still the God of the Bible? Is that even a possibility to the people on the platform? I guess would be something that I would be wondering.
No, because God is God.
Well, it has nothing to do if it's American Christianity. It's Christianity. It's westernized. It's Christianity, because Christianity is a Western practice. It's not just an American practice. It's Western. It didn't come from the East. It didn't come from the Middle East. It didn't come from Africa. It's a Western mythology or culture.
And what's the Ethiopian Bible?
What is it? You can drop. Who called me dumb? Was that Chimo? Yeah, you can go. Since I'm so dumb and I'm such a bitch, why you up here? Like, what we doing? Gonna try to mumble. Like, right? What we doing? The aggression, and I just don't understand, huh? What you say?
That's not me speaking. That's somebody else.
I know. Sosa, you want to get dropped too? What did you say?
No. I said you should not. You're going on crazy. I'm not against you or nothing. But I'm just saying, like, Like, you gotta understand, like.
No, I don't need to understand. It's not your turn to speak. I thought you were saying calling me a name or something because you're about to get dropped too.
No.
Okay, so just hold still. I'm talking to CP at the time.
I'm just all right.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't get the aggression, but the aggression is wild. It's like I don't have to agree with you, and you should be okay with that. But clearly, you're not, and it's okay. You're gonna be all right. You can go see a therapist. Some of y'all need some therapy, real quick, because it boggles the mind, the aggression, because and then they don't like to call me aggressive when I get passionate. But what I tell you, what doesn't happen when I get aggressive or I get passionate, I never call somebody a name. Never happens.
I agree. I think it was like even the lady.
I may even drop some F-bombs. I may even cuss. But what I don't do is call people names. I don't do it. But it's okay. We just won't have the conversation. Okay, so your question was about the misinterpretation because it's American Christianity.
Just in
I
general,
say,
could it
to
be
me,
a-
it's a misinterpretation because you take it as because from your point of view, American Christianity sees it as a historical text. That's the problem. Because
Gotcha.
those in power, when they read the text and they decide that, oh, God gives people instruction that if they want some land, all they got to do is say God told them to do it, and they can go and take it. And they don't look at the other side of the people that are actually there, because in their mind, where they don't serve my God, because again, that's in the text, whoever doesn't serve God is in opposition to that God. And so those people have to be wiped out.
Okay, I think that's what I was getting at though. It's like, would it be like, because it was just almost every story has been so captivating because it's been that way of like those people who read this and they say, hey, I'm justified in this because of the Bible, and they make a decision. Could it be that their interpretation of what they're reading is actually completely wrong, but that actually causes people to see Christianity? Like I would say it like this. I'm a believer in this. I believe that we, like Christians, often, just like on the platform today, Christians have often they misrepresent God as a whole. Like the lady just said earlier, two Christians came on, both angry, both very, very true. And so if just say, for instance, me personally, which I'm not, but just say I'm an atheist, if I see something like that, then I get into the moral contradiction of, hey, morally, this person doesn't believe in God and is kinder, has more patience, because you literally just exhibited it, like in all of our faces. Okay. So what I mean by that is Christians oftentimes misrepresent God, and they justify the misrepresentation in their interpretation of the book. Could it be that the interpretation is completely wrong? I believe you arrived at that and you went to a different interpretation of the book. However, like I was talking about yesterday, could it be that it's just the interpretation that's wrong and not actually God that is wrong?
They're not misrepresenting God of the Old Testament. They may be misrepresenting the God of the New Testament just a little bit, but the God of the Old Testament, they're not misrepresenting, because this God is jealous. He's full of wrath. He's vengeful.
Nah, he's love.
That's how this God of the Old Testament is presented, right? He will unalive you if you accidentally touch something and that you're not even aware of. Like he's very, they say he's slow to wrath, but actually kind of quick to wrath. If you take the Bible literally. And the only reason I was able to still read the Bible and because I take it psychologically. I don't take it as a history book. I take it as a manuscript or blueprint for the way of thinking.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't disagree. I think for me personally, that's what I was in my message last night when I talked about, relationally. I think I too have seen the Old Testament as like wrathful, like he's a vengeful God. Like this does not fit the New Testament description of God. Mm-hmm. From a relational standpoint, though, I believe I could relate in the fact that, like, say I'm married, right? So like Israel's chosen people, that's his chosen people. You know, say I'm married and I'm married to, which I am married, and my wife goes and cheats, and I go and I act crazy, and I, you know, say I just whatever, just say I killed a guy, whatever. Justified, no, but wrath out of love, maybe. That would be the jealousy that I would see. I think anybody could understand it from a relational standpoint from that side. So when I took that lens to the Old Testament, I actually begin to see that a little different, where it wasn't that he was just, he's not an angry God. He like you were talking even yesterday, he's not an angry God.
But that would go against Galatians 5:22 and 23, because what you're describing is uncontrollable rage for an act for an action someone took that you had no control over. That goes against the fruit of the spirit. This example you just gave me. Because all you're doing is operating off of emotions, which is the Bible speaks against. When Jesus is walking on water and calling the seas to be still, that's talking about emotions that need to be put in subjection. So your wife cheats on you. Your thought process is to get angry, to be full of wrath, and to act off emotion, and not to, let me have a conversation with my wife. Why did she take this act? What caused her to want to steer away from the marriage, from the vows that we gave to one another, that we will honor one another and we will be faithful to one another, and we in this relationship will just be monogamous? Like, why isn't it the first inclination to have a conversation, as opposed to I need to operate out of fear, emotion, and rage? And you're going to tell me that's acceptable from a God that's perfect, that's loving, that's forgiving, that's unconditional, and telling me I also got free will. So why he got his boxes all up in a bunch? Why he tripping when he already knew that I was going to do what I was going to do? Remember, he's all knowing. He knows the beginning before. He knows the end before the beginning. He knew before I was in my mother's womb. He knew me. He knew exactly what I would do. How y'all mad? Why you mad? Why you mad about something you already knew was going to happen? Maybe your God ain't all knowing.
Facts.
Can I answer the question?
We go in order. So
okay.
Yeah. You can answer it when I come to you. You can answer it when I come to you.
If you're going to be waiting for a while, just keep track of what it is you wanted to talk about, because it might take some time to get to you.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, there's many things, but based off our conversation yesterday, okay, this is two things I wanted to talk about, and you don't have to engage in them if you don't want to, but there were two things in our conversation yesterday that did stand out to me. And one of them was at the very end, you said that when we reference Christ, you say you didn't need a savior. Okay. So in my own, this is where I get back to the interpretation of it. And so when you say I didn't need to be saved, okay, but remember yesterday we were talking about the dualistic mindset that Eve had. I believe that everyone in here today who's had a comment on I was a Christian and then I was awakened into something else is a form of quote being saved. Now we're not going to say by
Hold on, TP.
So in my mind, the way that
it's hard to hear you. TP, 1 second. It's hard to hear you. You're breaking up.
Yeah, it's some feedback, some crackling happening. Like it's not good reception.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me now? Better?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you had said that about, that you feel like the need for a savior. So in my mind, when you talked about the dualistic mindset, like how Eve ate from the tree, and like I believe everybody had some form of awakening around, not everybody, but most people that are coming on to agree have said like there's some form of awakening around their mind. And so I guess what I would question is if how would a double mind, which is the dualistic mindset, needs to be like that needs to find unity, which is what we were discussing yesterday, without a reference for what unity actually is. And even if that understanding was internal, there would have been a need for a change, or it would have been a reason for a change. So what I mean by that is like, when you told me a little bit of your story, it's like when you stopped and you realized, there was a reason for change right there that happened internally. And I think about it like physics, like say there's an object in motion that stays in motion until something stops it, or an object at rest that stays at rest until something moves it. The object itself doesn't change. Something else impacts the object in order for it to change. I guess yesterday when I thought about our conversation last night, when you referenced the moment that you left Christianity and you then went to find truth like in other areas, and you found different readings and different interpretations, is it possible that those things are the things that cause your mind to change, not your own mind itself? Like the encounter of those things. And if so, is that also not like just a sense of another man's interpretation or thought of something? And if that's the case, like, is that not the same as religion? And what I'm getting by that, and I'm not accusing.
No. I get what you're saying. Because here's the thing: you don't know what you don't know, and the change of mind is a happening. It's a happening. It's almost something that has to be experienced and something that can't be taught. Because when you don't know that you're being conditioned and you're being programmed, you think it's normal to see life from that perspective until you are given a different version and being open to that different perspective. To me, religion doesn't make you open-minded. It makes you very closed-minded. You're like on this loop. You're like insular, right? It's the echo chamber. You're only listening to conversations that already confirm your belief, that already agree with you. I didn't have other people telling me this. This is something I was in search of. So I didn't go and, like Paul says, I didn't go and ask someone, is this true? Is this right? Should I be believing this? No, I didn't need no man. Once I found truth, I didn't need nobody else to validate me. But in religion, I need validation. I need an echo chamber. I need people to confirm what I'm saying. I need other people to agree with me. I don't need anyone to agree with me on this path, because it not only became something I researched, it became something I applied. This is a lived experience. This is not theory for me. I actually take what the Bible say from a psychological perspective and I apply it to my life. And that's why I see the change. I'm like the book of James says, do not be only a hearer of the word, but be a doer also, which means you also got to live this life. You actually got to apply it, what it's saying, in order to see the results of its application. Because if you don't see results, it is just theory. That's all it is.
With that moment though, like when I say, I guess when I use the term religion, like obviously just because we're all from a church back.
But religion only means to bind.
And
And religion just means to bind. So what are you bound by? I'm bound by love. We're all bound to, we all have a religion. Christianity religion's base is fear. I don't care what nobody say. That is fear-based. It's all about do this or God gonna, if you don't do it this way, God gonna do it that way. That's fear-based. That's not love. That's not freedom. You keep telling me it's free will, but I have to pay a price for the choices that I make. Then that makes it not free. It's only free if there's no consequence to the choice.
I agree. I don't disagree.
I'm not saying consequence. There's no punishment for the choice, because there's always a consequence to a choice, right? We're always going to experience whatever we choose. So, for the lack of a better word, there's a consequence, but a punishment for the choice. Why is there a punishment for it? Go ahead.
When you're saying, like, I guess that's what I was saying. It's like you say, I'm in no need of a savior from this mindset. But in reality, like, and this is just me talking, like when you have this experience, and maybe it be by, hey, I researched these other authors, I went and I looked at the scripture through this lens, and it did impact me this way. And they're like, because essentially the moment you agree with that is in a sense what we would say is a savior, right? Like, I got saved from my dualistic mind. How though? How? This is what I was getting at yesterday, was like, how did I myself get saved out of religion? My own testimony is I literally had an experience with God. Now, that's my testimony. Mm-hmm. You know, earlier that girl was going off and you were saying, So for you, I'm just saying though, when you say you didn't actually have a savior, I'm like, in some form, it feels as though you did, because you had
Yeah, it
some
wasn't an
form of
external savior, right? When I say I'm not in need of a savior, it's not something outside of me. That's what it's not. It's not an external. It was an internal. It is an awakening. So in that sense, yes, that's what saved me. I was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. In that sense of the word, yes, I was saved from the belief in duality, and I was born again, resurrected into a life of oneness.
That's the part that just puzzles me. So, like, I really thought about this a lot, because I don't know where we're like oneness to if we are one time dual, even in thinking, there has to be some form of standard for one. What is that? And that's where I'm like,
yeah, the standard is love. The standard is love. The Bible is a book about love. The Savior is love. Is not God called love? God is called the light, the love, the resurrection, the door, the way, the truth, the life.
But he's not other than.
Exactly.
But the Bible
is all I am. Because the Bible does tell us in Exodus 3:14 that the name of God is I am that I am. Where who says I am when describing themselves? When they're speaking first person present tense. When I speak of myself, what do I say? I am. I'm going to say I am Toyia. I am, if I want to identify from a race perspective, a color perspective, I am Black. I am married. I am a mother. I am happy. I am ecstatic. Or, I'm abundant. I'm prosperous. I'm successful. Whenever I speak of myself, first person present tense, I'm always calling on the name of God. I am. I can use the name of God in vain. Thou shalt not use the word of God in vain. You'll never use it in vain, because whatever you attach to I am, that's what you'll be. So if you say I'm a sinner, damn right you one. I'm not though, but you get to call yourself one. You want to call yourself broken? You right, I'm not, but you are. You get to call yourself one. Because whatever you attach to it, that's what you'll be. Because he told Adam, whatever you call it, whatever name you give it, that's what it shall be called. We thought he was talking about animals. Animals are states of consciousness. Because the Bible's a psychological book.
A metaphysical understanding of scripture. Like that's what I think after the conversation.
Yep, metaphysical, yep.
Like this, if I myself were gonna understand the scripture from a metaphysical standpoint, then everything you said I understood.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But if there is even the inkling that it is, what if it is actual letters? What if it is poems? What if it is? What if in some form? What if I'm not saying? Listen. What if the whole text is not historical? What if just some of it is? Then at that point in time, so I guess what I'm getting at is when I take
what parts get to be historical?
That would be the question. So we're saying
because now we're gonna pick and choose when it fits the narrative that we want. Oh, I get to say this is real, and I get to say no, that's a parable. No, I get to say this is real. No, I get to say that. Now that's not what he really meant. He's speaking metaphorically, but over here, no, this is actual historical. No, we're not picking and choosing. It's all of it. It's all or none for me. It ain't, it's all. It's not no.
Help me understand this. Let's split that. Okay. If what you're saying is all or none, then we have to say that the entire canvas is actually metaphysical.
It's beyond the physical. It's all right. It's mental. All is mind.
And so when you say God is that of me, right? And so you can tell me if I'm wrong, but like last night we were talking and we went to this verse where you said we were talking about faith. Remember, and I said like faith is the substance of things, and you stuck to the things. But then when we went to John 1, it said, in the beginning was the word. And I think it was confusing to me because you were saying, well, my word. But that's not what the text says, the word. So help me understand, right?
So who speaks a word? Aren't you the one always using words?
But think about from a metaphysical standpoint.
Yeah, are words physical?
If
Words are mental, right? Words happen in the mind. Words are thoughts that are expressed in pictures and words and letters, and right, they are expressed physically, but they are first mental. They're first without form. That's why it says in the beginning was the word without form. That word is with God, was God, and then the word becomes form. It becomes flesh. And everything that was made by this word, this formless entity, all things were made by it. And there was nothing that was made that was not made by it. The word, this formless substance that we cannot see, becomes a physical or becomes visible, comes into visibility.
So like, I guess what I'm getting at is like from not so much the thought, but like the actual literature. If I'm the author of this book, okay, if I'm the author of, say, the whole Bible, I'm the one with the pen. We could say it's John, we could say it's not John, we could say it's whoever. If I'm the author of the book, I'm the one with the pen in my pack, and I want you to perceive the Bible as metaphysical. Why would I not use that context? Why would I point to something thee instead of I? Because essentially in a metaphysical understanding, everywhere you see the word God, you could insert you.
Exactly. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to you're supposed to see yourself in scripture. Here's the thing, but I said that the Bible is metaphorical. It's a parable. It's allegory. It's all symbology. The Bible is coded scripture. It's just like when we talk about, the Canterbury Tales or Moby Dick, or when we read language that is metaphorically in essence. We don't say, well, why didn't the author just say it plain? We don't say that. But when it comes to the Bible, everybody wanted to be plain. Everybody just wanted to, why didn't God just come right down and say it? You don't say that about other literature. You decode it. You understand it's a metaphor. You understand that it's a personification of something else. But when it comes to this book, we want to argue over it, that this can be a metaphorical expression.
I feel like that's slightly contradictory, because like we do on from this standpoint and me challenging that thought, yes, but then when we go to the Old Testament, I make it about feeling and jealousy. Then we take a step back from that standpoint.
Oh no!
So that's
no! I never took a step back. I gave it to me from a Christian standpoint. You didn't ask me what I meant metaphysically, because your example was coming from a human perspective, and it was coming from trying to say God acts humanly to me. When you gave that example of your wife stepping out on you and trying to compare that to your God and give God human characteristics, that's the place I was coming from. I was coming from your level. Because that's the characters you're attributing to your God. And I'm like, really? Your God can control himself? Your God just act out of emotion? Like, really? Interesting. I was talking about your God. I wasn't talking about the way I perceive what was written in the script.
If we take it from a metaphysical standpoint, though, doesn't it hold more validity what I said, which is that nature?
That means that God is you, though. That this God is not in a deity outside of yourself, which is what I'm saying. Yes, then it does hold true that God is human. God is both spirit and man. God is all. God became man, that man may realize he God.
So then we could but that's what I'm saying. It's like in context, if we say that metaphysically, like I'm trying to step into the metaphysical understanding. So if I step into metaphysical and I go back to my analogy and we say, hey, we are that, so we can justify murder over jealousy, because that's metaphysical. Like I understand that because I'm a human and that's how I feel, and so take away a distant separate God, but we most certainly can justify that. If that's the case and we read it metaphysically, then I think it's kind of wrong to harp on Christians who have an attitude, because we can actually justify it metaphysically, because Peter cut a man's ear off because God killed this over his X, Y, like the list of. So from a metaphysical standpoint of scripture,
none of those things ever happened. From a metaphysical perspective, those are just stories revealing a deeper truth. From a literal perspective, from a historical perspective, those things happened. But that's the only way the Christians see it, is it being historically true. That's not a metaphysical interpretation to say that Peter actually cut somebody's ear off, or that God is slaying people because they don't know him and they're serving another God outside of him. That's a literal and historical lens. That's not the lens I'm coming from. I never said any of those things ever happened. You're saying that from a Christian perspective, that those things actually took place. You're not jumping into the metaphysical boat when you tell me that Peter actually cut somebody's ear off, or that God actually was up here slaying people and destroying the world by flood, and that a serpent talked to a woman. That's not metaphysical. You're coming from a literal perspective and telling me this is historical fact.
Metaphysical is that's a thought, right? Like we're not saying it's a fact. Like take away, like I'm trying to step into the boat of metaphysical understanding. That's what I'm trying to do. So like I'm not trying to justify the Bible from a Christian standpoint or anything. I'm not even debating. I'm trying to step into a metaphysical understanding. Okay. So when I look at the scripture and I'm like, okay, in my world, like I said, in my own interpretation of scripture, I can say, hey, if the Bible is historically true, I'm just saying if it is, I'm not saying it is, I'm saying if it is, then I can, in myself, just where I'm currently at, say, I can understand God's jealousy because I'm married. Okay, now I gave you that example. That's just where I'm currently standing. But if I want to step into the metaphysical world, how does that translate? How does that then translate? So it's like I have to insert myself in the scripture as God. So then what that would look like is, well, internally, when something goes wrong or something happens, then if I'm metaphysically understanding it, then my response, and trying to align with scripture at the same time, my response would be that of God, which is me. Which is, that's okay to slaying 3,000 people for building an idol. And I'm not talking physically, I'm talking about what's going on internally.
Gotcha.
And if that, you see what I'm saying?
So let's take it metaphysically, which is, we're taking it psychologically. We're going beyond the physical and we're going into our mind. Yeah. And so when God slays 3,000 people, he's not slaying people, he's slaying negative thoughts. That's what's happening. When God in the script is slaying anything, is dying to old states. That's all that's happening. So when I understand that I'm God, that's all love. And 1 Corinthians, the 13th chapter, the 4th through the 8th verse, gives you an illustration of what love looks like. And it also gives you the fruit of the spirit that I'm also supposed to act from, which is Galatians 5:22 and 23. Well, when that situation you bring as an example comes up, the last thing I'm going to do is act emotionally, erratically, from a fit of rage, jealousy, or full of wrath. What I'm going to do is operate in love. And I'm going to use the fruit of the spirit because I'm going to realize that the reason why I'm perceiving this thing that my wife did as wrong is because I'm perceiving it as wrong. I'm the judge. I'm the jury. I can operate in grace though. I have a choice to operate in mercy. I have a choice to operate from understanding and have a conversation and not be led by emotion. So I'm going to give you an illustration that I like to go to when we talk about how the mind is psychological, that the Bible is a psychological book. So we take when King Saul becomes king, right? Saul becomes king. At the time, judges ruled the land, right? Samuel and his sons. And the Israelites are looking around at everybody and say, oh, they got kings. We want a king because we don't like how your children are running. They're not judging righteously. They taking bribes and everything. Tell God we want a king. Samuel goes to God. Hey, they want a king, but he's all mad because he thinks that they rejecting him. And God telling him, well, no, they're not rejecting you. They're actually rejecting me. Tell them if they get a king, that king gonna put his foot on their neck, and the king gonna always take all the best things, the choice things. They're gonna take everything you got, and they're gonna take ownership of it. I said, okay, I'm gonna go tell the Israelites. Tell the Israelites. Israelites, nope, we don't care. We ain't trying to hear you. We want a king. Go back. He's still all all mad and all depressed, and like they still rejecting me, God. God got to tell them again, they're not rejecting you, but okay, we're gonna give them a king. They choose King Saul because God choose King David. The people choose King Saul. And so as one of the commandments is him being installed as king, God tells him, okay, I'm about to take you to the land of the Amalekites. And when you go to the land of Amalekites, I need you to slay everything there. I need you to get rid of the men, the women, the children, the babies, all of their oxen, everything they got, all their cattle, got to get rid of it. King Saul said, hold up. There's some good stuff here. We can't get rid of everything. We got to keep the good stuff. We're going to keep the good stuff alive. We're going to leave everything. We're not destroying everything God told us to. We're going to keep some of that stuff that looks pleasing to the eye. We like the way it looks. So nope, you can't go. You can't go. What ends up being Saul's punishment? What does he end up experiencing mentally for not obeying God and destroying all of what he told him to destroy? Do you know?
He gets cursed.
He becomes demented.
Yes.
Demented. That's a psychological thing, right? And the only way he's soothed is through the playing of the harp by David, right? David has to come in and soothe Saul by hearing music and being, calmed. Metaphysically, metaphorically, from a psychological perspective, you are all those parts. You God, you the Israelites, you're Saul, you're Samuel, you're the judges. All of these are states of consciousness happening within you. And so we can bring it down to our everyday life. You don't really trust yourself. You don't really believe in yourself. So you looking around at everybody and you going by appearances and you're not walking by faith. You're looking by appearances. You don't really trust the God, the I am within you. You looking at what you can see, and you see that other people living their best life and you really ain't living your best life, and you don't understand why you're not living your best life. So you say, maybe I should have a president. Maybe I should get somebody, maybe I need to vote somebody over me. Maybe I need somebody to tell me what I should be doing because I can't really figure life out.
Right now we're Israel.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
That's all I need to understand from.
Right, you're Israel. You're Israel because you're looking around and you like, and so you go within yourself and you're like, man, I'm gonna give me a president. I'm gonna get somebody to lead me and tell me what I do because I keep making mistakes. I can't figure this out. And the I am within you is like, but I told you to trust me. I told you to just lean on me. Do not, trust in the Lord, the law. The I am that's in you with all your heart, with all your mind. Lean not unto your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge me, and I'll direct you. No, I can't trust that. I gotta go by what I see. No. So you just don't understand. They just living their best life, and I've been trusting you. Ain't nothing been happening. But my ways are hiding your ways. My thoughts are not your thoughts. My plan is greater than what you can see. You got to be able to trust in something that you cannot see. You got to trust in me because you can't see me. You can see the things that I'm able to do to you. For you, remember, faith is the substance of things hoped for. Everything that you're hoping for, all the things you're hoping for, they're going to come. You just can't see it. Nope. I see what they got, though. I see what they got. Okay. You make the decision to go ahead and get somebody to lead you. They need your money. They need you to pay. You got to pay taxes. You can't have everything. Every time you get money, you got to give a part of your income to it. You don't get to have everything that you want. You don't even get to own your own land. You got a house. The house don't belong to you. The house actually belongs to the government. You don't miss a payment on that house or miss a payment on that taxes, they gonna take it. Or you're really only borrowing the house or whatever, And so that happens, and then you're like, the I am says, but you know what? It's time for you. You meditating, you being still, you knowing you God. It says, it's okay, it's time to go into a new state. I'm about to give you the things that you've been asking for. But when you go into this new state don't know who I am, does not know God. This new state operates in fear. This new land you're about to take care of, this new land you're about to cultivate. So when you go there, I need you to get rid of everything that don't know me, which is your fear, your negativity, your doubt, your limitation. I need you to slay all that. You got to let that go. You got to die to that state, to that mindset, because now you're about to embody a state of prosperity. Because remember, the Amalekites' land was full of prosperity, it's full of success. It was a land flowing with milk and honey. That's what I'm about to take you. I'm about to give you everything that you desire. That's what the Amalekites' land represented, the desires of the Israelites' heart, what they truly wanted. And so that's what you're about to go enter in, but you cannot go with your limitation, what caused you to get the second God, which is your president. You can't enter into this state with that same mind. You got to slay all that. But you like, I really can't let go of the fear. Doubt I got to keep close a little bit because I'm familiar with that. I know what that looks like. I don't know what it looks like to operate in trust, in knowing, in confidence. I don't know what that looks. But I know what doubt looks like. I know what fear feels like. And so I keep some of that. And so what ends up happening? You end up in a worse state than what you began. You get the thing, but ain't no peace there. Ain't no joy there. Ain't no, you all anxious. You all depressed. You trying to figure out, do people like me because of the stuff I got, or what I can do for them, or do they really like me? Because now I'm flowing. I got everything my heart desire, but there's a script that says, "Oh, the blessings of the Lord makes you rich and adds no sorrow to it." But here you got sorrow, because you really didn't get it by trusting the Lord, because you held on to the doubt. You held on to the fear. You held on to the limitation. You're demented. We call it now depression, anxiety, bipolar. We call it all of these other mental disorders. But that's because you didn't trust God with all your heart. You didn't trust the I am within you to lead you and guide you. Now, see, I do understand that us being in a physical form, we have two natures within us. That's what the Bible tells us. Esau and Jacob, two natures twain within you. In the New Testament, it calls it the carnal mind and the spirit. You always have these two states in operation. But the Christ mind, the Christ consciousness, never operates from the duality state. It always operates from the I am, the God state. That's why the Christ could say, well, I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. I am the door. I am the resurrection. What is he saying? I am the cause for all of my good. That's all he's saying. Who's the cause of all of the good? I am. Who's also the cause of all of the bad? I am. Because no manifestation comes to me unless the Father within me draws it. No, ain't nobody coming into my experience unless my Father, which is my I am, my own awareness, my God, brings them to me. So ain't nobody here by accident. You resonate with me. I called you forth vibrationally, spiritually.
The craziest thing, like what I
How are you?
Hold on. See, wait, hold on.
The wildest thing is, like, years ago, like, I went on an Old Testament game and got a revelation of exactly what you just described. And the only difference in what you're saying and where I'm at in the scripture is that I am is a being with every bit of understanding that you currently have. But I am is actually a being. And that's what I just can't, it blows my mind. I'm like, what?
Well, the thing is, the thing is, you don't need to be convinced to see it from my perspective, right? If it works for you, why change anything, right? If it benefits you, if this thing is causing you to operate in love, that's all the Bible's asking you to do, to be led with love. Because when you're led with love, you'll never go wrong. You'll never manipulate another person. You'll never control another person. You'll never condemn another person. You'll never operate in fear and limitation or doubt. You'll operate in the truth. And the truth makes you free. And that's all. That's why the Bible tells you that this law is no respect of persons. Anyone can use it. We all do. A lot of us unconsciously, though, but we all use the law. We may not know that we're using it. We may not know perfectly how to use it, but we all use it. Oh, all right, let's go. I got a 30. Thank you. Oh, I got a $50. Oh, we need to rock. Steady, hey, steady rocking all night long. Hey, begin to rock. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Who is this? Okay, let me see how you say this name. This Eldar V100 from the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and then he turned on the lights. Yeah, right. I'm not buying it. He said, yeah, right. I'm not buying it. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. I know I was talking for a while. I don't know when you sent the super chat because I'll be looking at my TikTok and I'm also on YouTube. I thank you. That's the most I ever got on the super chat. I'm here for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Woohoo! Okay, one last thing, TP, then I'm gonna go to the next guest.
No, I think, like I said, that's something I've been trying to wrap my brain around since we had a conversation last night. And everything that you said, even last night and today, I completely align with biblically. I think it's the one thing that like when I hear you recount that story back, I mean, my spirit fires all over. And I'm like, but the I am being God. And I do.
That's what I said. I said I am is God. I am is God, and I am is a being. It's the ultimate being, but we're all part of that being. That we're the being experiencing itself as a part, not separate from it. God is not separate from its creation. God became its creation. It's a being. It is you as a being experiencing itself as human. You're not a human being. You're a spiritual being having a human experience. But if you don't agree with that, that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, no. I think that's stories. Like I was just so hearing you recount the stories, and you're like, I am, and then I am being me. Like I understand what you're saying, but I think yesterday, for someone or a higher power, I guess you would say, being God, right? That you said you didn't believe that. So that's what I think. I think the only thing that separates you and us, really.
Yeah. And that's okay. And that is okay. It's okay. That is completely okay. Yeah. Yeah.
If you ever actually, if you ever did, go that route and become a pastor of American Christianity, it'd probably help a lot of people.
People be asking me to become a pastor too. You are not the people on the panel. So you like the toxic. She's one of my mods. She would tell you. She's like, girl, you need to go ahead and start that church.
There's all kinds of churches that are not churches that seem to be flourishing. And I think it's important. So, but that's just me.
Yeah. You never know. You never know what his road may take me. I may end up there. I'm not gonna say never, as they say. Never say never. You never know. So yeah, but we're gonna go to the next guest. I appreciate you. Wonderful conversation. Hello, Knock.
What's good?
Everything.
Oh, well, I've been listening to everything. I've been here for a while, just waiting patiently. But what I have to say is this: you're on the right track. None of the characters of the Bible ever existed. It's just a foolery story to whatever they do with it. But this is my thing, because what caught me on your program was the advertiser thing for yourself, especially that part right there, because I cracked the code. Because I am, the I am. And I when it came to me, I couldn't believe it. And I was like, yes, this is it. And then to prove it to myself that this was it, I put it in play myself in schools, with relationships and all that. And this is my thing. Words are an illusion. If you don't give energy and power to something, in the sense of an insult or someone saying something to you, it cannot physically do you any harm. And this is what I'm trying to teach the children. And I save so many domestic violence relationships. How are you letting air, wind, and breeze get up under your skin? And then you have the nerve to say that person got you upset. Hold on. Did someone physically put their hand on you? No. Did they do anything to hurt the avatar that the soul and the spirit lives in? because that's what we have to worry about. Was there any physical altercation? Right? No. So why are our brothers and sisters doing 25 years to life over words? Why some of our brothers and sisters are 6 feet under because of words, and words are an illusion? You know why? They don't have the strong matter of fact, let me rephrase that. They have the strong mental capacity to ignore and walk away, but they love the idea of getting themselves upset and blaming it on others. If you could see where I'm coming from, how what you say out of your mouth can get me upset if I don't give energy and power to what is being said. You know how many of our children we lost in schools and thinking, yo, your moms can't buy you a coat, man. You listen, those are only illusions right there, my son. Walk away. Run if you have to. Be smart. Use the I am within you. Are you in any physical danger? Just because he said that, are you able to walk away? Yeah. Run to the principal office. Run to a teacher. It's not that you're being a coward. It's the simple fact that you know words are illusion and you know where it's going to head. Now, here's the tricky part. What if that person cracked on you and tried to insult you and you reversed it on the bully? You know what the bully is going to try and do? Put hands on you to resolve the issue, because he's going to mentally fold, because he's around people who think he's always winning until someone stands up to him. So he's going to think the only way to resolve this issue, this is where he's going to get weak now, is to put hands on you. And that's where he lost. Because if anything starts with a conversation, it should end with the conversation. How does air, wind, and breeze become physical? And this is the same thing with domestic violence. A woman's mouth is fiery. Because why I say that? They say that 90% of domestic violence ends with the man putting hands on the woman. Okay, let's say that is true. All right, we're just taking that. Yeah. How does a man let the words of a woman get him to the point where you put your hand on the person you said you loved, cared for, she cooked for you, y'all made love together, have children together? How do her words get you to the point where you fist her up, you stab her up, or you unalive her? How does air, wind, and breeze cause you to commit and act like that? Because you weren't as mentally strong as you thought you were, and you didn't go within you for the I am. Because that's all domestic violence is. One mentally struggles, loses self-control, and put hands on the other person, think that's going to resolve the issue. Because what? 99.9% of all physical altercations start with words. It never starts with someone seeing you and start punching you in your face. No, come on. It don't start like that. Then you'll definitely go to jail for assault, because you saw someone walking and you just pounced on them for no reason. So my thing is, words are an illusion, and no one is supposed to let words get to you to the point where you get yourself upset and then you put hands on the other person. Like the Bible, it's an allegory that people are mentally struggling with, because they're saying that everything in the Bible is real. How could it be real? Even in the Bible itself, it says, and these are an allegory. And we all know the definition of the word allegory. It's like a made-up story. So why are we taking something this personal instead of reaching within us where the I am is and saying, listen, everything we do is the action we choose to take. It could happen in a split second at a grocery store, on a trip, anywhere. You will have to face a decision to either be God or be the devil. You said it, Esau and Jacob. You said it in that reference, but I'm saying it in my highest reference, because I am the highest reference. So when I rise at dawn, I decide which action I'm going to take, whether I want to be devilish today or whether I want to be godly today. It's in everyone. Everyone has that will. You insult me now, right? And I say, you say something so crazy to me, and I go, thank you. I'm going to be rich tomorrow. I'm going to be healthy for my rest of my life. I'm out of here. They're going to look at me and say, but wait, is he stupid? I just disrespected him. And he took my insults as a compliment. That's the power I have, my brother. I have the power to take your insult and your disrespect and use it as an upliftment to me. I could use it as a compliment. Why do I have to take it on that same low energy and vibration that you're trying to give it to me on? Because I know what's going to happen if I meet you at that low vibrational energy. We're going to end up in
But who's judging it as low vibrational energy?
Huh?
Who's deciding it's low vibrational energy?
I am. Because
Right.
it was an insult
But who
towards
decided
me.
it was an insult?
Who decided? Oh, who decided it was an insult?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, who decides it's an insult is what you give the energy and power to it to say.
So then why would you call it an insult? If you're deciding it makes it so, why not call it something else?
That's what I do. I was just giving you a scenario. That's why I said to you, I'm taking what he said as upliftment, because in his face, he's not smiling when he or she is saying, "Yo, man, I'll do you this and I'll do you that." I can see the expression.
Well, I see that. I think the problem is that we're concerned about what the other is doing instead of who we're being. Because at any time, like you said, you could have walked away and you wouldn't even have noticed how they were looking, how they were responding.
Nothing.
None of that would even be of any consequence if you would just decide that you're going to go away in peace.
Facts. We see it in Burger King. We see it in the store.
But I find it interesting that you only want to say that women's words could be fiery. No, men and women's words let's try not to just be one-sided. If we're going to say that you're saying all words are illusory, but then try to say that a woman's words are fiery. Well, what are we doing? Are they illusion or are they not? And why does a woman get to be fiery, but it's all an illusion? Then why judge one? It's something.
100% right. 100%. I was just drawing it from an analysis that it's stated and up there that men are this and that, but like you and women are, but everyone's mouth is fiery. Our struggle is we take on this thing like words is physically harming me. You can say whatever you want out of your mouth. It's not breaking my arms or my
but that's what the script says, that the words are quick and powerful and sharper, that the words are the creator in man. The words create. Words create. Words are the creator. But here's the thing, you get to decide whose word you're going to accept. That's why it's harmful, because you as the judge, that's the hearer of the word, is deciding what to do with it. Because you could decide to reject what's being said, which is, I think that's your premise, is that
that's 99% of
that's what it is. But to say that words are not real when they are the creator in our experience, everything proceeds from thought. Everything proceeds from thought, because your words are an expression of your thoughts. And so I only know how you're feeling, what you're thinking based on your words. Or I can take on cues from how you're looking, but that's deceptive, because a lot of people have what we call stank faces or the resting bitch face, and people would assume because you look a certain way you feel a certain way, but that isn't always true. That's why we say we don't judge a book by its cover, and we don't walk by appearances, right? We don't go by what appearances is. Talk to a person, then you would know what's going on, unless they choose not to tell you, or they decide to give you words because they don't want to deal with you. But at the end of the day, it's not about them, it's about you and what you take away with the information that is presented to you. Like, at the end of the day, we're all responsible for our actions, never the actions of another.
That's right. And no one can get you upset. You get yourself upset,
right?
Because you gave energy and power to the insult, the negativity, and whatever was being said. Because why? Nobody physically did you anything. You took on that energy. You took it on to rowdy up yourself and fire back when you had the willpower to walk away. It's as simple as that. I see it in the workplace. Oh, my coworker said something to me today and ruined my whole day. Like, really? You really gave words that much power? You really gave your coworker that much power to send air, wind, and breeze at you, and it ruined? No, you ruined your whole day. No one ruined it for you. You did that. No insults should be able to get anyone upset. Because no one can make you upset. You get yourself upset. That's where I'm coming from. Words are an illusion. It's the same way in the schools when I have the children doing role plays. Because it's happening in our streets right now. Kids coming home from school beat up. Why he beat you up? Because I told him to leave me alone and I don't want to. Over words? Oh my, 99 point. Look, it's going to happen today. As soon as all of us come off the live, we going to hear it. And y'all going to always remember I said that. What happened? Mommy, he said, oh my. So all of this physical, bloody nose, everything started over words. No one was physically. It all started over words, mommy. See? And that's what these adults, especially our officers, you know that. We can't even get pulled over without words getting the officers angry, dragging us out, beating us up. Officer, how did my words offend you? To the point where you have to physically put your hands on me. Did I threaten you? Of course not, because we know not to threaten police. So why are adults who go through all these so-called evaluation training, psychological training, why are they letting words make them put physical hands on people and destroy people's lives?
All right, so someone asked, so why does the speaker think that words turn into violence so commonly?
Oh, mental health. It's mental health. Lack of self-control. Easy as 1, 2, 3. We don't have to make it a big psychological thing. It's mental health, lack of self-control, and you're not thinking before you move or before you, whatever you did to cause harm. Words are an illusion. Me saying something to you can't break your arm, bust your head, or make you catch a stroke. You got to give energy to all that. Just like when our brothers ran in the house and said, Mommy, guess what? Lala got... Grandma caught it. Listen, don't do that. Don't do that, because you know grandma gonna take that in and her all up in her feelings, and that's how grandma caught a stroke, because she heard bad news. That's why we got a thing here in the Caribbean. We keep the news at bay for a minute. Don't just rush in and tell grandma, because a lot of them ain't mentally strong in that fact. Come on, people catch strokes in that over words, over what people said.
But wait a minute. So now you're saying you just told me that doesn't cause it. Now you're telling me it does? Like, which one is it?
They gave energy and power to what is being said and created harm for themselves. That's what I'm saying. So if words are an illusion, you ain't supposed to give energy to something if it's not physically harming you. That's what I'm saying to you. But you cannot just run in like grandma. Now, you know the feeble position grandma in. She can't take to hear certain bad news. So she gonna give it energy, give it power, and let it affect her. When you're not supposed to do that. I was just drawing an analysis. So you ain't supposed to give energy or nothing to words that's being said, because that's the cause of all of our brothers and sisters, whether you want to believe it or not. They're in jail. They're 6 feet under. Nobody put hands on them. Somebody said something and a guy decides to pop off over words. It happens in the mall. It happens at baseball games. All physical altercations start with words. The illusion. Couldn't I walk away? Couldn't I ignore? We have that willpower to walk away and ignore. Simple, like in this case, it don't matter what you worship as long as you're living good and loving. Simple. So if you worship a cockroach and you're living to the finest, you do whatever you're supposed to do, I'm with you, my brother. That's you. You doing good. You ain't living nowhere. Look at all the people who claiming they worshiping the right things and doing the most evil atrocities. Come on.
So anything good with words? All words are just meaningless because and people don't have nothing good to say? Because what if people are using words that are helpful and are loving and kind and uplifting and encouraging? Well, then what? You can't have it both ways. Either words mean something or they don't. You don't get to say that only the good mean and the bad don't. No,
I'm
that
talking
means
about
all
the
words are creative. All words are powerful, regardless if if you're judging them as a good thing or a negative thing. But now you want to try to say it only works with the good and it don't work with the bad.
How
No,
could it? How could it work with
no.
the? How could
Because
it
you
work?
just told me that grandma can't take the bad news, and grandma gon' energize the bad and cause a stroke to herself. So you just
I
told me.
said,
You just told me
yes,
that. You just told me that grandma
grandma's
don't
not
run in telling
mentally.
grandma keep the news
Mentally.
off the screen because grandma don't know what to do with it because people don't know how to. You just said that people got mental health. It's a
That's
mental
right.
illness, and it's just like I don't know why
Because they
we
can't
always
take
want to
words.
diagnose people as something wrong with them, but it's your world, it's your reality, not in my reality. I'm not
Okay.
accepting everything that you're saying because I don't agree with it, but I don't have to, and that's
So
cool.
that means
We don't have to. I'm not
yeah.
taking what you're saying as, applicable to my life. If that's how your life goes, okay, cool. I don't rock like that.
No, I was just saying, if words can cause you to put hands on somebody, that's a mental health problem. That's the way I look at it. Nobody touched you. He said you a punk, and you go punch him in his face. That's a mental health crisis right there. Yeah, it is. He never put hands on you. You were supposed to have self-control and knew that it was words and walk away.
But you're saying this as if, so why are we saying this? Because there has not been the conversation. Domestic abuse, domestic violence. Why are we going on for 20 minutes about this? Because that has not been, no one talked about this. This is an issue for them. No one said that they're dealing with this. It's like we're creating a conversation that has not been brought up or had. And
doesn't that
I don't
go into the belief?
Huh?
Doesn't that go into the belief of what people are believing in the Bible, words in which was written, and we don't have no proof of no existence of none of that? It's sort of like the same thing. They believe deep into the words in which no evidence, no nothing about. They just take it and run with it because it was programmed and forced upon us to believe that it was so.
Okay. I mean, again, to me, it's straddling the fence. It's like the good words are powerful as long as they're good, and somehow they don't have no power if they're bad, but it does have power because it depends on how you energize the bad words, and the bad words can affect you if you allow them to affect you. But somehow, I don't know. It sounds like you're not clear in what you're saying because it's like people don't want to take accountability for the bad stuff they say. They only want to take accountability for the good stuff they say, and somehow
they search for a God
outside
of them.
Yeah.
That's why they look for a God outside of them, because they don't want to take accountability for whatever they do right or wrong. They don't want to take accountability.
Well, the doing starts in the mind first. It starts with the words before you ever take an action. So it sounds like you're all about the physical action and not the mental cause. The cause is always mental. The physical is always the effect. From what you're saying the physical is the cause and the mental is a disorder. But hey, you get to have that. I don't agree with it, but I'm about to move on to the next guest. Yeah. Hold on, see. I believe C Slim was before you. Then you're next. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. C Slim. Hello.
Okay, I'll be fast. I'm kind of destructing now, and I know you talked a lot about the Bible, and I guess I'm just confused. I'm starting to believe me studying the Bible now for myself that I just feel like it's all made up now. I was messaging somebody else on the live too, and so I guess I kind of got out of it. Do we take what resonates and leave what don't? But then it's like cherry picking, or like what are we? I don't know. I'm lost. But you're a good teacher, and I'm digging these holes, and I'm just trying to find out how I need to go with this for the rest of my life, because people are living by this book, and literally taking it word for word. And it's just, I was in a Bible study at a church that I was going to, and I had all these questions, and it ended up that I stopped going to the church. They was like on me about me asking questions. And even when I was like, well, why are they painting this man white, if y'all saying that he's black? And then the first lady told me, oh, because of what was going on in that day and time. And I was like, so you tell me they didn't have no black paint? They say that we monkeys, and I mean,
No black paint, right?
the name and the J not in the Bible. I mean, well, it wasn't in the language at the time. It's just so much. So, I'm learning, and I just kind of want to know, I guess, what's your thought about even the whole Bible itself? Because it seemed like it's made up. They told me Adam and Eve, God said Adam and Eve, you will surely die. So why didn't the Bible stop right there? They didn't surely die.
That should have been the end of the story, right? Like, what's going on?
So, yeah, I'm confused.
So from my perspective, you don't need the Bible to live your best life. All you have to do is decide what you want, don't speak against yourself, and then go do you, right? I always say, love you, because everything from that streams forth. So when you understand the relationship you have with self, and you fall in love with you, and you get your understanding right of who you are, it makes it so much easier to accept others. Why? Because you've accepted you. And so when you accept you, it makes you less judgmental of others, because you want people to receive you, see you as you. And that means you don't want nobody changing you and saying, well, if you was just this, if you was just that, you will get that same consideration to everybody else. You won't need other people to be different so you can be happy. I like the Bible because I see it from a metaphysical perspective. I see it as a psychological truth, that every story in the Bible is the same story. It's a psychological drama. It's telling you about how the mind works. When the mind operates from fear, which is the illusion of separation, and when it operates from love, when the acknowledgement of oneness. So when you operate in fear, you seek to control people, manipulate people, you cause people to doubt, wonder, question, which is nothing wrong with doubting or questioning, because that's what the religion tries to keep you from doing. They don't want you to doubt, which just means to question. They want you to accept and believe everything they say, because they said it, it must be true. To me, and I know a lot of people don't like the word believe. They say, well, believe got a lie in it. So if you believe in something, you believe what somebody's saying, you believe in a lie. For me, I like the Webster's definition of believe. It means to accept a thing as true. My belief is not for anyone else but me. I don't ever have to believe anything that anyone else says. It's not required. I only need to accept what I'm saying is true, because I am the truth. I am the way. I am the light. I am the door to all of my good. So it don't really matter what other people think or how other people see it, or what if other people agree with me or not. To me, what I realize, the less I care about what other people think, the more sweeter my life is. I stop seeking validation and needing someone to accept me and like me. Girl, you shouldn't talk that way. You shouldn't be so passionate. You shouldn't be so loud. If you don't like it, scroll. I'm not changing for you. I'm not doing this for you. I do this because I like it, and those that like it, go watch it. And if you don't like it, if I'm too much for you, you know what to do. Get the stepping, as Marston say. Oh, go ahead, C Slim.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, over time, I've been, so I was a Christian, and when all of this came out to me, I was really mad at myself, because I was the one condemning folks, telling them, y'all need to go to church, y'all need to do this and do that. And then when the curtains was lifted off my eyes, I'm mad at myself. Just learning everything that I've been learning, and stuff is made up. They be making up stuff that's not even in the Bible. And stop the fucker, cause you just about it. And so, it just.
Oh, we can't hear you, C Slim.
I don't care what, other people think or how I do or how they perceive me. And I am just going on with my life. It did take, the death of my husband, I feel like, for me to really see it, because when it happened, I went to the church, feel like I didn't have nobody, but then when I started reading it for myself, I said, I want to know God for myself, and was reading it. And I'm like, this book talking about being a slave. God didn't say that I was going to be here to be a slave. Now, what we got going on? And then another thing, then I'll be done. Well, two more things. Is that I had watched that movie. I forgot the name of it. I'm sorry.
That's
and
okay.
so the guy, he was the black guy. He was reading from the Bible, teaching the slaves. And I was like, oh, he made that verse up. It's just a movie, blah, blah, blah. And then when he was teaching them, I went to the Bible, and it was exactly what he said about follow your master and stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? And so that's what another reason that really got me and opening my eyes. And I'm like, yeah, this ain't for me.
Yeah.
And then another thing I just wanted to say is that I just can't believe so many people or Christians come to your live, come to your page that's a non-Christian page, and they have all this stuff to say. But why? Just go somewhere else or make your own platform. I'm just not understanding. Like, to be rude, why?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
it.
You know, religion makes people entitled to other people's space because they feel like I was told to go and preach it to all four corners of the earth, and you're going to listen to this. You're going to listen what I have to say because I'm trying to save your soul. Don't you know God love you? I can't tell. Why you so mean? Why are you so mad? What's going on? Where is the love? Where is the loving kindness? No. Don't you know God gonna burn your ass to hell if you don't love him and give your life to him? Look, he gave you a gift. I don't know what more you want God to do for you. He gave you a gift. But take this damn gift. Cause what? Dumb bunny. How you gonna be so dumb and not take a gift that God gave you? What's wrong with you? Then you be like, damn, but where was God when all this crazy stuff was happening in my life? Will is your free will, and so God just leave you to your own devices. And if you don't never figure it out, that's a you problem, not a him problem. Like, he gave you the gift. I don't know what more you want him to do. You better figure the rest of it out. But just know, when stuff start happening right, he gets the glory. He gets the glory. Now, when the bad stuff happened, he ain't got nothing to do with that. That was your free will. But when the stuff get right, make sure he get the glory. Don't you take God glory. I don't care what you did. I don't care how you changed your mind. I don't care how you got your life right. God gets the glory. When shit stink,
Amen.
that's your problem. I appreciate you, C Slim.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And sending virtual hugs. I know you said your husband passed. I don't know how long ago it was, but you know, that's what helped you awaken to what was truly going on. So sending you much love. Okay, Seeker of the Way. Hello. Thank you for your patience. I know you've been chomping at the bit. You had something to say?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Hi. There was the gentleman before. I think there was a slight misunderstanding. How are you anyway?
I'm great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. I mean, for me, your mind attracts what you consistently feed it. If you focus on doubt, fear, and limitations, your reality will start to reflect those thoughts. However, when you train your mind to look for growth, resolutions, and opportunities, your perspective starts to begins to shift, and so does your results. Thus, thoughts are harmless. I would say thoughts are harmless. They are patterns that shape your directions over time. A disciplined person guards what enters their mind because they understand that what they're thinking eventually comes into life. So I think what the gentleman before was trying to say is if the people that are unaware, but they go about their business and they're living their moment, which is great, they tend to be the pawns of those who understand wherever you visualize materializes. Mm-hmm. So they end up being a victim they're victim in their world. However, the moment that you realize who you are and your strength is, and what's, you know, that you are divine, you are it's there is there's nothing that they can do. There's no, like, you're no longer a pawn on that. However, on the flip side of that, because you understand this, the people that are unaware, they end up being a pawn in your reality. If you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So it is, I think that's what the gentleman was trying to say when he said, oh, you know, words are illusion. I wouldn't say it's an illusion. Maybe there's a better word for that. I don't know what word I can use. The story, the truth existed at some point. It came from somewhere, someone, something. It might be different names. It might have moved from one place to another and changed names as it's gone along. But I can't. But the truth is there. I cannot negate that.
Yeah, the issue is that Christians think Jesus was the only truth.
Indeed.
When no, Jesus is an archetype.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is universal. It does not come from just one being.
Yes.
So that's what I mean. Jesus did not exist, meaning the personhood of Jesus coming on the scene and being this perfect being, having to die for the sins of the world. No one can live through your life for you.
Yes, indeed. You go pick up your own cross.
Exactly.
I think if we can find a way, it goes down to, I guess, sometimes I will argue with someone, and then I might find them on another line talking, and then I realize we think the same thing. And I wonder to myself, why did we argue in the first place if we thought the same way? And I think it just goes down to vocabulary. We're just not connecting. So someone else that comes along says the same thing that I'm saying, but it's not connect. It connects, and it makes sense to them. And I think that's what we had previously not with the lady before, the gentleman before, because you said, "Oh, I don't agree," and then that's why I wanted to say, I think you guys do agree. It's just the way he's wording it is different from the way you're seeing it. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Not that I disagree totally with what he's saying. I just wasn't. I guess I didn't get the good words are creative and they have power, but somehow the bad ones don't. And the bad ones are just this illusion that you're allowing, that you're giving, that you're energizing and causing yourself to react a certain way. Well, isn't that what's happening with the good too? Are you not doing the very same thing with the good words? Like, what are we doing? Like, if the words are, because we're deciding what's a good word and what's a bad word. We are the one judging something as positive or negative, evil, bad, good, wrong, right. We're making that decision based on if we like a person, if we don't like the person, if we like the way they look, if we like the way they communicate. Like, a lot of variables go into our judgment of a thing.
I'm glad that earlier you said something, and I said, you said like, oh, you know, to the source, right? I tend to find that people that do get to this position of enlightenment and understand awakening, they start to actually remove the source and say they are the source. And that's where, for me, it seems like it's self-exaltation. What do you think? Or am I looking at it wrong?
What's wrong with self-exaltation?
Because you're replacing the very light, the source. So let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. I look at myself as the window pane and the light that shines through it, rather than me being the light. I hope that it's the light that what goes through the window pane. And I just redirect it what things I want to do. So if I want to be a singer, if I want to be wherever I want to be, whatever I want to create on this plane, on this metaverse, I'm just directing that light to it. But I feel that some people actually remove they're the window pane and just say they are the light itself.
How
and
about
that's
your
when
both?
it becomes a slippery slope.
How about your both? How about there's no separation? How about your everything and no thing at the same time? How come you can't be the light that shines through the window pane? Why can't you be both?
Explain how. How is that? How?
We are the light of the world.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying you're directing the light, but you're somehow not the light itself. To me, that's bringing division of consciousness when there is none. Consciousness is everything. It's one thing, all things, and no thing at the same time.
So there's no self. Thus, there's no identity of you.
Yeah, you is a construct, right? We know that. We know the personality is the mask that the I am wears.
So
that the light wears, right? Everything, this whole reality is this consciousness dreaming itself into being.
So what possessions do we take if there's no self? How do you?
Whatever, because that's why. This is why I like the script, because you have for a reference point. I am that. I am. I am whatever I say I am. Whatever I say I am, that's what I am. I am everything. And everything is I am. It's whatever I decide to be in that moment. That's because whatever I decide to call it, that's what it's going to be called.
Yeah, you're having experiences of different garments that you're experiencing. So you completely let go of this. You're experiencing this reality knowing that it's not you. You can jump into different garments of different experiences. Is that what you're saying?
Why do I need to say it's not me? Why do I need to make that declaration? Again, why do I need to divide myself?
Because
consciousness is undivided, it's individual, but it's not divided. There's no separation. I'm not going to say I'm not something. It's not about what I'm not. It's about who I am, what I am. And I am everything. There's never a time that I'm not something, because I am.
Okay.
Existence is never not, right? Existence always is. It's never a time that existence isn't, but it takes on many forms, infinite forms at any time.
Okay. Host. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Please understand that I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to, I'm just actually trying to, because it's something that I think of.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, I'm a gamer. I love games. I love playing games. I love all these, like, character games, MMORPGs, Rainbow, all of them, right? And is it like you're jumping into those characters to experience that character's journey in that game. I jumped into the character of that character. I'm experiencing that experience of that character. Then I can remove myself from that character and jump into a different character. But that character in the game.
Who created the
There's
character?
no.
Who created the
Is-
character?
The character is created by the character is created by the soul. Well, I guess me in a way.
There you go. That's what I know. You didn't want to go there. I know you didn't want to go there. But yes, you created the character. There you go.
Fair enough. Okay, I decided to choose. Okay, fair enough. You're right. I decided to choose the character. Yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. I decided to choose the character, but then that character doesn't that animal character doesn't. It's got a life. It's got children. It's built relationships. It's got a dual relationship. I have to put that character to rest, which means I'm letting go of the character of that part of you, that duality. I don't know if you understand what I mean. It's like, yes, there's no self, but that self, which is me, what no, no, it's the family. He has people that he's built a relationship with, and so on and so forth. And the animal is asking, can I be part, still keep my individuality, and still be and go with this consciousness, this life? And and that's the question: is it simply like, sorry, bro, like you just get to experience this and that's it? But the life, which is you, but you're not going to remember your family, your kid. That's it. Finish. I just move on. I've done my job. I've pushed your family to where it needs to be. I've guided you the best way I can. And this is where it's at now. You're done. But your life spark moves on. To jump into a different character, to make another character.
Okay. It's still all you though. It's like you're saying that the self is something somehow non-existent. And so are you saying the self is the mask? It's the shell that you wear? It's the garment that you wear? Because that's not who I'm saying. That I'm not saying the garment is the self. The self is the self is the self-existent. Like you exist without a body. And the body is just the garment that you wear to play this part of reality that you choose to experience.
But the garment is of flesh of this matter.
Right.
And he builds a family.
Okay.
And he has kids and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, I'll tell you why I say this. in Mark, I'll tell you why. You see, in the Bible, there's the last hour. He said, the Son of Man will come at last like a thief in the night. Those who are prepared will be able to take your possessions. Those are not, basically, they'll be scattered. Then I wondered to myself, okay, I already know that I'm a soul having a human experience, and I'm building this temple of my possessions. Is that the reward for my physical body to go with my essence, with my I am, or that's it? Like, for example, people that don't build their temple, their I am will continue, this life spark will just continue because you're unaware, but because you didn't build, because the flesh did not build the temple, it's just discarded. It's done. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm not getting the metaphoric.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When they're because are you saying the possessions are something physical?
What are the possessions that you're taking if you prepare? What is the possessions?
So I wouldn't make the possessions physical. I wouldn't say that anything, because to me, possessions are just projections of what's happening in your mind. It's what you're projecting out into the screen space. So all that we see are all constructs. They're not necessarily real. They're real for this experience, but that's only for this experience. Once you leave the body and you go on to experience other realities, or you want to call them other dimensions, or even enter into another body, it's just a part of this play. It's like you watching a movie and you're playing a character in the movie. Are you concerned when you stop playing that character, what you're gonna do with all that stuff that the character played with during the movie? Are you worried about what's happening to that house when you lived in that house? Are you worried about what money you built in the family that you had as you played this role in this movie? You knew it was a play. You knew it was a movie. You knew it was only for that moment.
My body's the servant for me, and I would like my servant to be rewarded. Is that a better way for me to say this? I want my body, my servant, to be rewarded. Are you saying, what will my servant get? Or there's nothing it gets? It just gets, I guess he gets life. It's a present, and that's it, finish.
You're right. You only have now. So I'm not looking at the life that after you have this physical experience, that anything physical will go with you into the next life, because the physical is the illusion. Or do you not see the physical as the illusion? That the physical is a projection of the mind. That the screen of space is just like a movie screen. Your mind is a projector, just like in a movie, you have the projector. And on the film is all of your thoughts, your beliefs, your assumptions about life. And they take on form, which means they become the people in your life. They become the things that you interact with, whether it's money, cars, houses. But all of this is coming onto the screen of space, which is your world, your third dimensional reality. And so it's all taking place in your mind. And yes, it's real for us, because else how could we become the character? How can we really interact and make this real for us? We have to make it real. It has to appear that, yes, I'm married. Yes, I have children. Yes, I have a car. Yes, I have bills. Yes, I live in a house. Yes, the grass got to be cut. Yes, that's all part of the Sims character, right? Sims character got to do all those things, right? They have to live this life as though it's real, because you're taking care of this character. Same thing, you're taking care of this character, this persona, this personality as the light within it. And when you decide that you want to put on another vehicle, put on another, this body just what goes back to the circle of life, right? It becomes part of the, some people say stardust, some people call it the earth, dirt, whatever you want to call it. Everybody got different names for it. But this was just a mask that you wore as the light within you played its role that you chose to give it.
Would it be possible? Is it possible? Well, my mind, is it possible, a way of thinking of living a gift for your servant that worked hard, that built the temple, wherever they are, that's wherever they built is kind of.
Who is your servant in this situation?
Your body.
What is servant? Okay, your body is the servant.
Servant to your mind. So when you say get up, wakes up. I pick up a drink. I've told my body to pick up the drink. The thought is already arrived before the words, and I've picked up the drink. It does what I tell it to do.
Okay.
Right? It's my servant. Right? And my servant is like, I want to do what I want to do. I'm like, I discipline my servant, and then I say to it, I want you to do this, not that way. You'll do this. It's not over me. I'm over it. Right? And he does all these things, and his working his arse off, right? Trying to guide the best way for his family, whatever he's doing, yeah? And then he gets to the end. I would like to give my servant a gift.
Okay. Why are you waiting to the end to give them a gift? Why do they have to work so hard to get the gift at the end?
Okay, they get the gift every day. They get to experience life.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess, present. But we've promised the servant that he will have everlasting life.
The body wasn't promised that.
Jesus says, "Oh, you get everlasting life."
But he wasn't talking to the body.
He's talking about, yes, the I am, the real you. Yes.
Right. That already has everlasting life.
So the servant gets nothing.
The servant is a creation. We know creation is temporal. Correct?
Yes, I need this.
Right?
But but he's
So
also
if
allowed
if the creation was temporary, the creation was never promised everlasting life. That wasn't a promise to the body. The body was here to serve. Was to serve you. In this experience, that's it. It's just a servant. When does a servant ever get inheritance? Does a servant ever get an inheritance? Never. Servants don't get inheritance. They don't inherit anything from this master.
So you're saying that
you are the master. The I am is the master. The body is the servant. It only does what I tell it to do. It does not get to argue. It does not get to talk back. It does not have any will of its own. It's only there to do as I commanded. It's only here to serve, as you said. That's its job. It did its job. Well done, thy good and faithful servant.
Okay.
You did your thing.
We were supposed to love everything and take care of the Garden of Eden. And then our body is also an animal in this body of Garden of Eden. And he or she works their bones off. They sacrifice so much.
Who told them to do that?
We did.
Who was we?
You, me. We tell it, get up, do this, do that, get over it. Mind over matter. Come on.
Yeah, but you're acting like you're acting like the body has a mind of its own. The body is truly just the slave, but you can love your slave, you can treat your slave, you can treat your servant however you. Some people mistreat their servants.
Yeah, but I don't want to treat my body as slave. That'll be a war within. There's no peace within. I must have peace. I must have mercy. I must have love for my body.
But that's a decision. You're deciding that there can be no peace because you're master of your reality, which is also your body.
Your body with sword rather than mercy.
Say that again.
You're ruling your body with sword rather than mercy.
Well, that's your perspective. Because why is that ruling with a sword? Why is it violent now? Who's making it violent? Who's deciding that? It doesn't have to be that way. You get to choose.
I know you get to choose.
Yeah, so why are you choosing that it's violent? Why are you choosing that it's abusive? Why are you choosing that it's a sword? Why are you making that choice? Why are you fighting against yourself? Why are you doing this to yourself? You don't have to fight yourself. You don't have to beat yourself up.
I agree.
Yeah.
But there are people who do that. They abuse their own body.
Well, I can't control someone else's choices. I can tell them there's a better way, but at the end of the day, people have to make their own decisions. Some people only learn through difficulty. Unfortunately, some people have to go through some very horrific experiences before they be like, oh man, I hit rock bottom and I finally get it. Some people actually only learn through struggle. Why is that? I have absolutely no idea. But that's because to me, it's a programming, right? Because we're programmed that in this life you will have trouble. Don't you know that life is a struggle?
Like the lotus flower, it needs to be in the darkest, in the mud, thickest, and he
this whole dark night of the soul BS. Everybody telling you that life got to be hard, life and anything one was ever easy. That the script said light and easy though. I just don't like the script said light and easy. I'm getting off the struggle bus. I'm not on the struggle bus. I'm not going against the current anymore. I'm through trying to paddle upstream. If you turn the boat around, it just flows downstream automatically.
Yeah, I agree.
You don't need no paddle. You don't need no paddle then. You ain't got to struggle no more. It's just going. float downstream all on its own.
There's no comfort. There's no comfort in growth, be it in the dark or be in the light. So even if you're flowing through things, right, and you're just allowing things to be, right, you come across people that you have to help up as well. But
if you so, that's that. If you say so, that's your reality. And I'm not necessarily. There's no have to. You choose to. No one has to do anything. It's a choice. But I'm gonna go to the next guest. I appreciate you. Lovely conversation. And so we have Aliyah. Welcome. Hello.
Hello, host. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
So, do you want me to read the panel? Read the prompts.
It's up to you.
My opinion.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Jesus never existed.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible is mind science. Think for yourself. I was raised to believe in the Messiah. I was raised understanding salvation, which is the meaning of the Messiah's name. I do believe that if we are dealing with it based on the language and not necessarily an image, these things, they occur all the time, but there was only one being or one way to achieve what Jesus accomplished. So in order for us to be at our optimum, we would follow that way, which is salvation. So my understanding is that there was an individual that walked this earth, and his lifestyle was in such a way that now he has the most famous story there is in our history. Every culture acknowledged him at some point, some way, that being the way, and whether it's the transliteration that we don't quite understand, and that's causing us to be against one another. In reality, we all have similar stories that bring us back to our Creator, the way that we should be going. So,
and what way is that?
To elevate.
Elevate to
be
what?
A part of to our highest optimum state.
And what does that look like?
Down to the cellular level, up to the pineal level, where you can see and visualize and just be a machine, and not needing anything else around you. There are people who are capable of doing things with their minds that we aren't even aware of.
Okay.
So
I agree with that. But why do I need to believe in Jesus? But why do I need to believe in Jesus to do that?
That's what his story represented. It's not necessarily you believing in him. That's up to you and your faith. No one's here to argue that point. And for me as well, it's based on my faith, what I understand.
But you're kind of arguing with yourself because I haven't really said anything. I'm just asking questions.
I'm not arguing. I'm just speaking in general because I believe this is it's a touchy topic. You know,
it's only touchy for Christians. It's only touchy for Christians. We're not touched by it. Only Christians, only believers in Christ are touched by this conversation.
Well,
and you made the statement that all cultures, you're not a Christian. What are you? You're a believer in Jesus. Okay. You believe in Jesus?
I am a Hebrew Israelite. I'm the same
okay.
That Jesus was.
Okay. So you say all cultures. You've met all cultures? How many cultures have you interacted with?
I know the scriptures. I know what scripture says about the cultures, and it breaks down from nation to nation and where they are in today's time based on how their names has changed and the regions that they're in. So
you don't personally know any other cultures than probably American culture? What other cultures do you know?
No. I mean, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I've lived in New York. I've lived in Texas. I've lived in Israel. I've lived in Serbia. Just so many different countries where I was able to observe the culture of people. In places like New York, you have just about every culture that's there. So the same thing in Israel. You have so many different type of cultures. I 3 different languages. There's so many different cultures that I was immersed into and around different type of people, having conversations and witnessing conversations and learning how these people are. So no, my background is far beyond just the American culture.
Okay.
And so I base this off what I see each quote unquote religion do. They have a practice that brings them back to a higher source, or whatever you want to call it, Jesus or God or the universe.
That's what you were saying. Okay, I agree with that. Okay, I thought you were saying that it brings them back to Jesus. I was like, what? Hold up.
No,
okay.
They all have their understanding.
Okay.
All these different, everybody has their own God. But again, that's why I said in the Tower of Babel caused a confusion with the language. We could all very well be saying the exact same thing. But
I believe we are.
The language barrier, it caused and it created a confusion. So it's meant to cause us to be scattered. And you have to find your way back to the Most High based on what the Father gave us as a blueprint, which is the scriptures. And if you choose not to use that as your guide or your compass, you may find yourself very well offline in alignment with the Most High. Because many will find him. I mean, many will try, but only few will find their way. And that's the straight.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you, Aaliyah, because I don't need the preaching. I don't need the preaching. I used to be a Christian. I don't need the preaching. Okay. You're saying as a matter of fact. It's a matter of fact for you, but it's not a matter of fact for everyone. So I get that you see this as the way of life, and this is the way for you. And I'm not here to be against that. If this belief works for you, it works for you. For me, the Bible is not a historical text. For me, the Bible is a psychological blueprint. It is telling us how to use our minds. And how we use our minds determines the how we will experience life. Whether we call it good, bad, evil, negative, positive, or whatever we're calling it, we are the ones deciding it. Yeah.
And what do you base that off of? Just a knowing or
application? Once I started interpreting the scripture from a psychological perspective and no longer from a historical lens, I got the benefit of freedom, of joy, of peace, of knowing.
In your spirit?
In my being, yes. In my spirit. You're saying my spirit. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. We are 3 parts. We are soul, body, and spirit. I agree with that. But I would say that we're a spirit with a body, not a body with a spirit.
Right.
We're a spirit with a body. And the soul is the subtotal of our belief system. Our soul is our belief system. It's what we hold as true for us. And so because everyone has their own soul, everyone is going to have their own belief system and going to see reality from their own lens. So no 2 people are ever experiencing the same world. We all experience the same planet, but we're not all experiencing the same world.
Correct. 100%. I agree with you on that 100%. Just like two children can come out of the same household and have totally different outlooks on life based on their point of view growing up.
Yeah.
So that's how people are in general. I completely understand that. And I'm not here to go against what anyone believes. I think it's interesting getting on these calls and having conversations with people and hearing their level of understanding or their experience. So this is more so fun for me. And
it's fun for me too. That's why I'll be on here for hours when I come on here. Because I do like listening to other people, as long as we can keep it conversational and we don't get into the whole preaching type thing. Like, you need to come to Jesus, or you need to be baptized, or you need to repent. No, you need to do those things. I need to be who I am, and you need to do those things. And it's okay if you need to do those things. I'm not here to tell you to change to do it. Just don't tell me what I need to be doing.
Do you believe the same thing? Do you believe the same thing when it comes to your children? Do you have children?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe the same thing when it comes to your children, that maybe you had dream or aspirations or thoughts of how you wanted your children to step into adulthood and the things that you wanted them to do, and in reality you found out that you were just a steward over your children and guiding them into the point where they could live their own lives and have, finding yourself disappointed because they didn't do what you chose, do what you wanted them to do. Do you feel that way as a parent?
No, disappointed. No, when I came to the realization that they have their own path and they're going to make mistakes, that I have to allow them to learn from their choices and accept that the same power within me that guides and leads me is the same power within them, and they'll figure it out. I trust that they'll figure it out and they'll do the right thing and they'll flourish, because I'm going to speak life over them. I'm not going to speak death. I'm not going to say they got to be in lockstep with my reality and got to do everything that I say that they should do. I'm going to say they're going to do the thing that gives them the most joy, that they're going to discover their own bliss. They're going to find their own passion, and they're going to flourish in that.
That's a really good perspective. That's a great perspective.
Yeah,
actually,
I hate to come to that, because
live
I'm not
their
going to say
life.
I always thought that way, especially when I was in Christianity. I didn't think that way. It was spared the rod, spoiled the child. It was all this aggressive type parenting that I had. I wish I would have known, especially with my oldest daughter. My oldest daughter is 10 years apart from between the next two. So I was a single mother at 21. I got married at the age of 30, had two more children. So that's like a 10, 11-year gap between the first one and then the next two. And yes, the way I raised her and even some of their life is different than when I came to this knowing of truly what love looks like, what love is, not what I was told love is, but what I know love is. And what I know love is versus what I was told love is are vastly different. Because when I was told about love, it was fear-based. What I know about love is none of that. It's the opposite of that.
Understood. That's definitely understood. And yeah, the love that you experienced as a child, and what you got from your parents, that passes on to the next generation if you're conscious of the level of love that you operate.
Yeah, I actually, because I've told my oldest daughter before, but I had a conversation with her again, taking ownership of my relationship with her and how I shaped her outlook on life with men, and that I had to take accountability for some of the choices that she made because it was based on our relationship. And so our relationship formed her choices. And so if some of her choices weren't the best choices for her from a loving standpoint, I had to recognize that I shaped that reality, and I had to own that. And I had to be like, I see you. I see why you think that way, because I see how I used to think. I see where I was as a young mother raising a child and not truly knowing who I was, raising a child in that mindset.
100%. 100%. That's why it's very important to have that relationship from generation to generation, like with the grandmothers and the mom and aunts.
Yeah. And now I'm a grandmother too. So she's like, oh my goodness, it's so different now. The way you got patience for the way you, and I'm just like, and it's just like when you're a single mother and you were raised with this, being a Black woman in America, and you're told that you're just angry, and especially if you don't have a whole lot growing up, and you're trying to find a way and trying to figure out life, and then you become a mom, and you don't even know why you angry. When I look back on when I was angry, I can't even tell you why I was, other than that was something I was told to be. That's what I heard. That's what I saw. That's what I thought that was the way life was supposed to be. Don't even really have a reason for it. And I'm just like, wow, I got to rewrite this story. Got to tell a different story. But I also got to take accountability. Can't pass the buck. Because if you really want true change, you got to be the catalyst of that change. You got to be the catalyst of the change. If you really want true change, if you really don't want to pass that down to your children, you got to take ownership that you didn't quite do all that you could, that you could have did some things differently. And so I'm going to think it was all in your head. Oh, I did the best I could. No, you didn't. You did the best you were told, but not the best that you could. It's a difference. Because I could have did better, but I did only the best I knew at the time, but it still could have been better. It definitely could have been different.
Someone else speak.
Yeah, I think someone just coming back up onto the panel. Yeah. But then when people talk
So,
about
so you,
healing, healing comes with accountability. And I don't necessarily say healing because when you say healing, you make it seem like you're broken and something wrong with you. And I don't subscribe to that mentality. But I am about accountability and true transformation. And transformation comes with ownership and forgiveness and repentance and love.
mm.
That's how you truly change. And then the world becomes a better place.
So
Your
what
world.
is your beliefs around? You said that Jesus never existed. I would like to hear your perspective.
Yeah. This one I just started hearing that his and it's not that I hear, and we can do the research on it and you can find it, that his miraculous birth is not unique to him. Someone being born of a virgin. From my perspective, Jesus is an archetype. He's no different than Allah or Muhammad. The story of Allah and Muhammad is the same story of Jesus and Jehovah, or Yahweh and Yeshua, or whatever you want to call the names. It's no different than the Buddha teachings. It's no different than the Hindu teachings. It's no different, like you were saying, all of these things lead back to one source, one cause. And to me, Jesus is a representative or personification of the awakened mind, bodily. So Jesus being the body, which is us, and the Christ being the mind that remembers is God.
Okay. So are you saying that he did not exist?
Correct.
Because that is simplified to what we all can obtain? And do you think?
No, I'm saying
do
the
you think that all of
story.
these-
The story is a Greek mythology. There's a mythos, and it's telling you about the soul's journey to enlightenment. And it was just given a name, and we call it Jesus, but it's talking about the mind. Like the 12 disciples are representative of the 12 disciplines of mind that every being has to, or the 12 faculties of mind that every person has to discipline. So all of the disciples, the disciplines that we all have to endeavor to do when you awaken to the Christ mind, you are Jesus Christ. When you come to the remembering of who you are. And now you've got to take those 12 cranials, those 12 zodiac signs, those 12 disciplines of mind, and bring them into subjection to the Christ mind so you can operate in faith, love, righteous judgment, imagination, detachment, which Judas represents, or life conserver, Judas represents, because James is the righteous judge. Peter is faith. John is love. They are representative of the divinity within us that must be disciplined by the Christ. That's why he calls forth his 12 disciples. We're calling forth our 12 faculties of mind. It's all metaphor. It's all metaphor for me. It's all metaphor. It's telling you how to live. It's telling you how to get your life together, and you can have your heaven right here and right now.
Yes, I feel like the scripture has been translated down to the point where you have to create a vision for the people by making these characters, so that the average person, could interpret it as some way of salvation. But in reality, this is something that we are all capable of doing, and understanding that it's just definitions. Like each one of those names that you called have a Hebraic translation. And when you know the Hebraic translation, such as Jesus' name being salvation, then we would understand that each one of those names that you call is telling us that we should have discipline in this area, or have some form of alignment with this area. each one of those 12 disciplines that you named, each one of those names, if you're going to break it down, that will put you on a path. But if you are seeing this in your mind that these are people, they're individuals, it takes your mind off of the target. I understand exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, because salvation to me would just mean the solution to any problem. The I am is the solution, which is Jesus. What he say? I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. I am the resurrection. I am the door, right? I am is the solution, is the salvation to every problem. That's why the script tells you it's not your battle. Stand still and do what? See the salvation. See the solution to your problem. I'm the door. I'm the door. Just come to me. Come through me. No man comes to me unless the Father within me draws him. No, and nothing happening and nothing going on without the awareness of my own being.
So earlier, when I was speaking about the Bible and I said this could be seen as a history book or a reference book, it seemed as if you were against that thought process and had something opposite of that, and now you're like quoting scripture. So I want to understand your perspective on that.
Yeah, because I said the Bible is mind science. Everything I'm saying has to do with your psyche. Everything I said. So I'm not coming from a historical perspective. I'm coming from a psychological perspective. So I agree with the Bible from a psychological point of view, not from a historical point of view. I don't believe there was a God that told people in the Old Testament that they were a special people set apart and that he was going to give them some land flowing with milk and honey. And if they came across some people that he didn't like, to slay all of them. That's not what the Bible's telling me. The Bible's telling me that I am Israel. I know I am God. And when I know I'm in God, I can take possession of a state of being, a state of consciousness. I can take possession of faith, love, righteous judgment. And in order to possess that state, possess that land, I do have to slay the things that's in that. I have to slay everything that's not like that state. I have to die to that. So what's not like that state? Fear, limitation, doubt, negative thinking, scarcity, lack. All that has to be slayed. Because in order for me to enter the kingdom of my good, which is the kingdom of my God, I have to first seek it. And when I seek it, I gotta go where? I gotta go within me, because that's what the kingdom is. The kingdom is within you. Where's the kingdom, Jesus? Oh, it's gonna be people that tell you, look here and look there. Believe them not. But the kingdom is within you.
Yeah, scripture says that.
Yeah. So it has gonna be in me and not be my mind. Definitely ain't talking about my body parts. It ain't talking about my physical heart. It ain't talking about my lungs. It's not talking about my pancreas. It's talking about my mind.
Well, in a way, scripture does bring us back to the body that is our temple. In a lot of ways, it does reference that.
Yeah, but it's telling you that the body follows the mind. The body follows the mind. The body is never the cause, it's the effect.
The body follows the mind.
Yes.
Meaning my spirit can be strong, but the flesh is weak.
Y'all love Paul though when y'all like to battle with that flesh. But did you go and read Romans 8 though? Because why we gonna stop at Romans 7 and talk about the flesh being weak? But but the Christ mind gives you power. The Christ mind gives you power. It said, but because when he complaining about the flesh being weak and talking about the thing that I would do, I wouldn't do, and the thing I want to do, I don't do, but the thing I don't want to do, I do. But what he say? Right. Oh, wretched man that I am, but who can deliver me from this? Oh, there is therefore now no condemnation to them that are in Christ Jesus. He gives you the solution, the Christ mind. You got to bring every vain imagination subject to what? The Christ. Do you not know that Christ is in you, not the devil? The devil ain't in you. Christ is in you, your hope of glory. Who can have the mind of God? Oh, we got the mind of Christ, because Christ and God are one. Let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus, who being in a form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation. He wasn't looking to be validated by men. He wasn't like, look at me, because he told you the things I do, you can do. Not only will you do the works I do, you do greater. So that Bible wasn't about some man 2,000 years ago. The Bible was about you and what you were capable of and what you could do. Not Christ wasn't seeking for worshipers. Why you calling me Lord? Don't call no man Father. Why you giving your authority to another? Why you putting your breath in why are you putting your trust in man whose breath is in his nostrils? I don't look to nobody but me. I don't look to nobody but me, that I am within me. I be still and I know that I am God. That's what the script says. Be still and know that I am God. Who's God? I am. That's the scripture.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a worshiper in a sense of there's something outside of me. I understand that, again, Jesus represents the way to your higher self, not someone that's outside of me that could come and change me.
Right.
But I have the power to do that within myself, because it says greater is he that is within me than he that is in the world. So I know that I can't look to someone else or something else externally and expect to achieve the highest and optimal state of mind. 100%, I agree with that. But again, this story has been brought down to its lowest state of understanding, to the point where we aren't able to see it for what it truly is that this is us returning to ourselves on a spiritual, solical level, and the Bible being seen in so many different areas of our life that it was minimized down to the most cardinal way possible. And yes, I do see that Christians, they're diehard for Jesus. I get it. And I think that it takes us out of our purpose in life. It removes the responsibility that's put on us as individuals, as humans that are experiencing this lifetime. Like, you're living your life for someone who's not even in your presence. You're giving your life to something that doesn't truly exist in this flesh, and you aren't living your life according to what you're able to create in this life, in the lifetime that you're given, and that's so that others can speak of you when the time comes.
Yeah. So we're similar in a lot of things. Right. We're similar in a lot of things. And I'm just like, why do we need to agree? Not you, I'm just saying, why is it so necessarily that we believe that this person existed? Why is that a necessary thing? Because it's no more necessary that you believe Buddha. It isn't necessary that you believe what Buddha said. It's not necessary that you believe what Hare Krishna said. It's not necessary that you believe in Vishnu and in Muhammad. That's not necessary for you to live your best life, right? So why is it necessary? It's not necessary for you. You're right. I'm just saying. But for Christians, it's like, no, I can't be open-minded. I have to be closed off, and I have to only see it from this perspective. And to me, religion does more harm than good, because it divides us. It makes us think God got favorites, and God is only going to bless certain people a certain way, and why he wants to annihilate others. And I just don't, to me, that's not a loving God. And God only shows up to get the credit when things go good, but he's never around for the fuck ups. The fuck ups is all you. But when shit go right, you better give glory to him. Say what now? Say what now? Say what now? Because when I was out here living bad, when all kind of issues happening to me, when people were traumatizing me, when all kind of horrors was happening to me, you would know when you just sitting, chilling back, looking. But the moment I got my mind right, the moment life starts to go right for me, now I got to give you the glory. All hell to the no. We're not doing that.
So who do you give glory to?
Myself. I pat myself, girl, you did that. Because I thought that. I chose that. I figured that out. Because I take credit when I fuck up. Or I'm going to take credit when I do good.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it's you looking within yourself.
Exactly.
You're experiencing that. You're going through that experience.
Exactly. Yep.
It's all a language thing. It's a barrier with the language.
He says it's a barrier with the language.
It is. It definitely is. The language created a whole lot of confusion.
I think the barrier is fear. Love doesn't need language. Love is universal. You know somebody's treating you good regardless of what language they speak. You know when you know what love looks like. You also know what fear looks like. And they don't have to speak your same language to understand that. You know exactly what that looks like. You know when somebody's good to you. And you know when somebody's mistreating you. You know when you're good to yourself, and you know when you're mistreating yourself. And you don't need no words to vocalize that.
No, but again, it can create the confusion.
But if you say so, in your world, it's your world, it's your perspective. So whatever you say, it's whatever you say.
Based on psychology, if you're observing someone's body language and then they turn around and say something with their mouths to deceive you, if you didn't pick up on their body language first and foremost, you could very well be deceived, especially if you don't know that person. So the average person, if you're just reading a person's energy, are you at that level where I could just tell you this person is this and that person is that? No, those things are subtle. And the average person isn't able to pick up on them. We are so cardinal in our minds, or so many people can be cardinal in their minds to where they just see what's on the outside. They judge what's going on the outside. So they're not emotionally intelligent or have the ability to read the fruits of the spirit and be able to judge whether something is good or evil. That's why the system that we live in is the way it is. Because the emotional intelligence, the spiritual intelligence, being able to look at something with your spiritual eye and pinpoint it. Are you well versed in that area? I know for me, I'm still a work in progress. But for me to say that, oh, this is just like completely this way and not see the bigger picture, I don't know about that.
Interesting. When you operate in love, you can never go wrong. Like love never fails, or you're telling me it does. So
no, it doesn't. But how do you know what love is? What does the average person?
Well, I'm not talking about the average person. I'm talking about me. I don't need to see my life through someone else's eyes. I only need to see it through my own. And I think that's what people get tripped up. They're so busy talking about what somebody else doing. No, it's about what you're doing. It's about what you're saying. It's about what you're thinking. You're thinking it. So you're going to move according to that thought. Here's the thing. The Bible tells you how to think. Finally, my brethren, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are virtuous, whatsoever things are noble, whatsoever things are of good report, whatever things are praiseworthy. Think on these things. So you can tell me you thinking that way and saying, oh, that's low vibrational. Oh, they got bad energy. Oh, they ain't right. That ain't good. That ain't lovely. That ain't praiseworthy. That ain't good report. That ain't noble. That's not true because, well, I guess that's true for you, but is that really true of what you're seeing? Because what about all the other things that you should be thinking? Are you really operating from what the Bible says? Because like I said, the Bible tells you how to be. It tells you how to be. It tells you how to think.
I said the same thing.
So it's not me trying to read someone else. The only one I need to read is me. I only need to know me. I don't need to know what someone else is thinking or why someone else is behaving the way they're behaving or trying to psychoanalyze somebody else's actions. That's none of my business. I only need to be concerned. That's the problem. People try to mind other people's business. You need to mind a business that pays you. And the only business that pays you is your own mind. My mind don't pay you. Your mind pays you. What I do with my thoughts ain't nobody else's business. Just like what somebody else think ain't none of my business. What another person thinks about me is none of my business.
Gotcha. But what about the people that you interact with?
That is deep.
What about the people that you interact with?
Which mean?
They're responsible for themselves, or I mean, because I know
Yeah,
they're
responsible for. I'm not responsible for anybody else.
Yeah, I mean,
I was only responsible for small children. I'm only responsible for small children, right? The small children that were under my care. That's who I was responsible for. After that, and once they're of age, I'm no longer responsible for them. I'm there now to be a support system, to be a listening ear, to cheer them on, to inspire them, to encourage them, to root them on. Even if I feel like they're going astray, even if I feel like, oh, well, I wouldn't do that, but guess what? They're not me, so they're going to do it. I can't say what I would do because they're not me. They're them. And they're here to have their own personal experience. And the only way we learn is through experience. So sometimes you do have to have certain failures so you know what not to do. Because that's all life is. Life is just a whole bunch of experiences deciding what works and what doesn't work for you. And you can't teach somebody to know something. That's something they have to experience. I can tell you till the cows come home. Unless you're experiencing it, for you, it's just words. It's just like, yeah, what they come back, yeah, Ma, you told me, or I remember you said that, or yeah, if I would have listened to you, and what the last thing you should do is, well, I told you, if you had to listen to me, Joe, be there and just be like, well, now you know. Now you know what to do. Now you see that didn't work, but I got you. I'm there for you. What other journey you going on? What other choice you gonna make? I'm gonna be there for you for that too. We're not here to beat people up and tear people down. Yeah. And so I appreciate the conversation, Aaliyah. Thank you. I'm gonna go to the next. Yes, I did too. I'm gonna enjoy it. Yes, definitely enjoyed it. And we'll go to the next guest. And John Boyd, welcome. Hello. You're still there. Hi. Hi. Thanks for your patience.
It's a virtue.
Patience is a virtue.
No, I wanted to just put in there. She was talking about how do you know if it's love or not. And the Bible also teaches that love has attributes. It's like a characteristics as well. So if you ever find yourself in a situation and say, well, is this real love? And just refer back to the scripture where it's talking about what love is and how it acts, how it performs in situations. That's wisdom.
I agree.
But yeah. So how you doing, Miss Host?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. I love your insight and the way that you speak on the scriptures. A lot of people, it goes over their head. Yeah, it's refreshing to hear somebody who understands sometimes what's going on.
I appreciate that.
That's all.
Yeah.
But I ain't got too much, so I just want to
chime in and
listen today. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, what does script say about love? Love is patient, which means it perseveres. It's not about a waiting thing. It's about a persevering thing. And it's kind. What is kindness? Generosity, understanding, accepting, right? It's not boastful. Right? It ain't trying to, and boastful in the sense of talking about like speaking down to others to build yourself up. Unnecessary. You want to dim nobody's light to make yours shine brighter. Right? It's not easily angered. I love this one. This kind of goes the application of the Christian narrative. Love remembers no wrong. So that would kind of go against the whole thing of a hell. Because why would I be going to hell if love don't remember nothing? It don't remember any wrong I did. Then I mean I can't go to hell. Because you told me God is love and love don't remember wrongs. So that kind of voids out hell for anybody. Right? It rejoices in truth and not in evil. protects all things, believes all things, endures all things. Love never fails. That's how you know what love looks like. Love is not a, I get so emotional, baby. Every time I think of you, I get so emotional, baby. It's shocking what love can do. It's shocking what. That ain't what love is. Love ain't emotional, baby. Love is actionable. Love is actionable. I don't care how you get butterflies. I don't care about you get, oh, I get the hairs on my arms stand up. How you treating me? What you doing to me? What you doing? Like, show me love. Don't tell me you love me. Show you, because you ain't never gonna tell. You don't never have to say I love you if I can see it based on your fruit, based on how you express yourself. Express yourself. You got to be you, baby. Express yourself and let me be me. Express yourself. You got to be you, baby. People want sweet nothings, but they don't want sweet actions. Save your sweet nothings and give me sweet actions. People all caught up in, oh, I need to hear it. I need to hear it. No, I need to see it. I need to see it. I don't care about what you're saying. Because your mouth, your lips is saying all the good stuff, but your heart is far from me. Your heart ain't in the right place. Get that heart in order. Get your heart right. All right? You operating in that fruit of the spirit. You got a little self-control. Right? I can't remember all 9 fruit. I know somebody know them, all 9 fruit of the spirit, you know. But love is what? The fulfilling of the law. Hello, hold on, Dandy. And we'll go to this next guest. Wake up the blind. All right, wake up the blind. Are you there? You can unmute. If not, we'll go to the next guest. Maybe Wake Up the Blind has left the building. Somebody said you missed your calling. Oh, my children let me know I can't carry a tune if it was to save my life. They tell me, girl, you stop singing, Ma. You can't carry a note if you to save your life. I'm like, that's okay. I have fun. Y'all think that's funny? They let me know all the time. Please, Ma. No singing. Stop it. But it's cool when you're having fun. It's cool. Hello, Dandy. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's it called? I was trying to say that. Did you want to know the 9 fruits of the spirit?
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Love, joy, peace, patience, forbearance, with patience. Yeah. It was like
love, joy, peace, patience, kindness. Kindness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. That's what it is. Thank you.
Right. I got joy. Do you have joy? Sometimes these people, I be like, are y'all just saying y'all Christians, or do y'all actually know what it means to be a Christian? So you be like, because sometimes you don't be seeing that fruit. Where that fruit at? Because y'all fruit y'all be having sour grapes. I'll be all mad and ish. Not to say that you can't be mad, right? But I be feeling like it's displaced anger. When you can get your feathers get so ruffled because someone doesn't see life from your perspective, because somebody don't want to accept your Jesus. You about to lay into them. You about to test some stuff up. Go ahead, Dandy.
Yeah, I got a question. So, I had this talk with a woman yesterday because she had a prompt basically saying, does everyone deserve empathy? Or even evil people deserve empathy. And I'm an extremely empathetic person, and I believe every human being necessarily deserves empathy. But then I realized I was being a bit ignorant to the definition of the word empathy, because to be empathetic towards something or somebody, it means you must understand as well as share that same feeling. So if you share the same feeling as an evil person, it kind of makes you a little bit evil too, because you're kind of just saying you would also do the same things.
So what is sympathetic? Because I thought that was the definition for sympathetic. So what's sympathetic then?
I'm gonna find out right now.
Because I was always told not to sympathize, but to empathize. But if you're saying, then I don't need to do neither. Because I don't need to share your feelings. I don't need to be share nobody's feelings but my own. I need to share nobody's feelings but my own. Right? Somebody said, I don't like long suffering. I don't think it's long suffering as we think, right? Like, yeah, that whole long suffering stuff. I think we have to look at the original Greek, the original translation, because a lot of the things that we think words mean, how we use it today is not how it's intended use when it was first translated or first transcribed, first written. Go ahead, Dandy.
So sympathy is basically you feeling sorry for the outcomes or the bad things someone has to go through. So it's like you could have sympathy for a evil person because you could be like, that sucks. That's now you have to go through all these terrible things. But you don't have to feel bad about it.
Right. So it does seem like you would want to sympathize more than empathize.
Yeah.
So it's like it's flipped. That's what I'm telling you. See, the world tell you something, you gotta do the opposite. The world be tricking us, boy. The world be tricking us.
Words are only as good as their definition.
That part.
Yeah, they just be giving us definitions. And we can run with it.
This whole time I was like, yeah, we need to have empathy. We need to be able to empathize. No, we don't. It's okay to sympathize if you want, but we don't need to. We don't need to feel what somebody else is going through, especially if they doing some evil shit. Like, I don't need to feel that.
Oh God.
I need to rebuke that.
Nah, for real. But alright, I just came over here to say that real quick. I'm finna get ready for work.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Thanks for joining. So is any one of you guys going to see Michael Jackson, the Michael movie? Hey, A-Town, are you there? Hello. How you doing, broski?
What it do, sis?
Hey, it do what it do.
Shout out to you. What's cracking?
Thank you. All is good. I'm going to see the Michael J movie tonight.
You going to see it today?
Yeah. My daughter, she went to go see. She went to go see the two daughters went to go see that. They went Wednesday to see. Wednesday to see the preview. And so,
okay, I was just about to ask because I know there was a premiere or the first showing. So this is going to be the second showing, the second day.
This is they went to the first one. I didn't go, but my oldest daughter, she went to go see that, and she was like, okay, we got to go as a family. I'm gonna get us all. We need to get all tickets, and my sister coming and all that.
Make it a family affair.
Yeah. So she said it's just it's like people say it's nostalgic, right? It's kind of reminiscent of the that movie that they did. What was it? The Jackson movie that they did back in the day when they had Jason Weaver playing Michael.
Right.
Yeah. So they say it's reminiscent of that. So
Jackson
it's like
not Jackson 5. The Jacksons.
Yeah, the Jack. Yeah.
Was it okay? Yeah.
I think so. I don't remember the name of the movie.
Yeah, I can't either. But no, I get it. Now this is going to be. Do they have a particular cast already set up? Is it kind of like a premium cast, or is it kind of like?
No, they got Nia Long's in it. Okay. Lawrence Tate, they said, is in it. I can't remember the other stars that's in it. I believe his nephew is playing him as well.
Okay, that's gonna be good. Okay, I did hear that. I did hear something about that.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to see
What's up, sir? Yeah.
How you doing, Prosperous?
Good. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, go ahead and mute up, boss. But no, I'm definitely excited to hear the reviews, to kind of see. I like to, kind of hear what everybody's got to say.
Oh,
I don't like being all in the crowds and in the mix too tough.
Yeah, I heard people been coming out, showing out. They've been wearing MJ garb. They coming out doing their thing. Yeah, I've heard people. They say they've been clapping after every performance, and it's
like
just
that
like,
man ain't never died.
oh, man, Maya, the one that came up yesterday, die hard. When she was 5 when he passed, and she cried, like literally.
Yeah.
Like when she found out he passed.
I think I shed a little tear.
No, she ran in the room. She slammed the door. Like she bought she bought the Moonwalker book and everything. Like she's a huge Michael Jackson fan. At 5,
me and Michael share the same birthday.
Oh,
so me and him have
y'all like this birthday twins.
We definitely like that. And I remember when I was younger, my aunt, we came down to Atlanta, from Connecticut, and came down. And she had a record player, and I snuck in the room, and I played the joke. I'm talking about I had this boy on repeat, off the wall. And this is when I first was, because we grew up real heavy Christians in the Baptist, Pentecostal, all that. So if you hear anything, what they call it, secular thing?
Yeah, secular music.
It was a no go.
Yeah.
You go to hell. You got to wash your ears and your mouth out with soap type shit, But I listened to that, and it was just so inspiring. Mm-hmm. But I didn't know, just the nostalgic of it at the time. Like I said, it was on a record player. So to hear that now and just to kind of see the impact that he had, he's very iconic. And so I'm definitely, you got to come back and give us a review.
I guess it's not going to be any spoiler alerts because they said they're not giving us no new information. It's just really just like a nostalgic type movie, It's just about hearing the singing, the performances, some of the little things he went through or whatever. But it's not. They said there's no new information. But I'm still here for it. They brought him to the big screen. The big screen do a little different than a TV movie. Because the first time we saw him on TV, that ain't the same.
The only place for Michael is on the big screen.
Right.
Big screen. I'm kind of I'm a little indifferent about. There was a guy he does Michael Jackson impersonations, and he goes on cruises and other stuff, and I think he's like Hispanic or something like that. I ain't gonna go all into that, but he does different renditions of Michael and whatnot, and they just say he's all off key, all off dance moving and everything, but it can't be impersonated, and but yeah,
you gotta take it for what it is. It ain't Michael up there performing, so stop it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. I definitely understand that. But
it's probably some people impersonators are probably because they probably want to really give you a show. I'm sure he did the best he could, but some impersonators they like go all out. They probably practice for hours and hours. Not saying that he didn't did it, but some people just he probably more playing Michael because of the look of Michael other than
probably
his dancing ability.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I like so Latoxic holding it fort down on YouTube. I like how she said if he's got power over evil, he has a lot of explaining to do. Right? Right?
I love Latoxic. Latoxic be going in. And just breaking them down too. She'll walk you down. And that's what I love about it, and she's very knowledgeable about, a lot of different things. Like I be Googling, I be over here Googling and pulling up stuff, she be talking about, I'm a true toxic fan type shit, just because of, just her expansive information. But yeah, shout out to Toxic.
Yeah, she gonna lay down that history for us because she said she studied religion, right?
Yeah, she be giving it to us, man. She be giving it to us. Should be giving it to us, and I think this is a perfect place for her to be able to really like show out like that. To be able to, put it out there like, nah, you can't just slide that one on in here.
And I think if more people study world religion, you probably have a lot less Christians. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You have a lot less Christians if y'all just did a little. Go take you a class in world history. That's all you got to do. Go to your local junior college and just go take a class on world history.
Take a class online on YouTube University.
Oh, there you go. There you
Okay,
go.
a real class. They have those classes online. You don't even gotta pay nothing.
There you go. Everything for free now. Everything for free. Yes. All right. So we got Miss Teddy on the scene. Hello, Miss Teddy.
Miss Teddy, Super Tapper.
How you doing?
How
I
you
took
doing,
a break. How
amazing?
you doing? How you doing? Yeah. Listen, this is what I had got on. Like, let me back up. First of all, yes, I love the toxic. I love you. I learned so much. You're never too old to learn. Y'all know I'm old school. And that's what I'm coming in. I'm coming in with an old school little song. But listen, I have actually put it like this. There are some things that like I said, I've been questioning from day one. But since I've been on this line, like you say, between you, the toxic, some other people that are well versed in some things, so much stuff that I have, almost, how do I put it? I don't know, like almost knew intuitively per se, but not down to the real points and stuff of them. But some things I knew, like when you guys speak on them, they come all the way to the surface. It was like, yep, there it is. That's what I was searching for. You guys know how to take you to the. Oh wait, I'm trying to, cause I ain't got to lose it. I know it by heart. But anyway, you guys know how to take you there. Now listen, when you was talking about love, and I had wrote it down in the comment. I'm old school, number one, and I'm from Motown, number two. I live in Motown, so I thought about the Temptations. I want. I just started singing it. You couldn't hear me, but I started singing it. I want a love I can see. That's the only kind of love for me. Don't want to love you have to tell me about. That kind of love I can sure do without. So y'all want to give y'all that.
Yes, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. I need the type of love I can see. Not talking love you got to tell me about. What?
Yeah,
Don't tell me about the love. I need to see the love.
Yeah, like a love literally is a verb. It's an action word. It's an action word. That's for sure. And yeah.
But the world has convinced us it's about emotions. It's all about how you feel. No, that's why people get tripped up. The world wants you to be led by the emotions. Why? Because then they can control you. Exactly. They know when you're emotional, you don't think, and that's the last thing they want you to do.
Exactly.
They don't want you thinking.
And you know what, 2T, I think, see, this is what I come to learn through my years coming on up. See, the thing about love is, if it was, okay, you know how, like you said, with all them, I done been there, I think we all have, the butterflies, all the above. Okay, when you get to the bottom line and you look back and all that is gone because whatever happened, and that is no longer there. Not no butterfly. Matter of fact, some roaches might have came in the place of the butterflies.
You're so silly. Not the roaches that came in the place of the butterflies.
It wasn't butterflies no more. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that alone lets you know that's not love. That's something else. That's we was working off of something else, and I finally learned that because that real love. It doesn't go. Love it doesn't go. You know what I mean? Just simple as that. So yeah. Sing the song. I don't care what your kids say. You sing that song, sugar. Yeah. So no, I just want to just share. Oh, and with Michael, let me say this one. Oh, I'll definitely be going because when they did that last one, This Is It. I was there. It was a midnight showing. It came out at midnight, and I was at the AMC at midnight to watch that. Because I love I'm older than Michael. I remember the first time I walked through my mother's living room and looked at the TV. He was on Ed Sullivan's show, the Jackson 5, and I remember that day saying, "Oh my!" I was over. I said, "This young man, I didn't even know him. He's a little boy. He's a little boy." I said, "Oh my God, this young man is getting ready to be." Beyond it, and sure enough, he was. And they can't tell me, I don't know how to explain, we ain't gonna even go there. Good, bad, or indifferent. From what I understand from Mr. Michael Jackson's life, the fact that he came here, from what I can see, he showed up with a gift. He showed up with a gift that was marketable, okay, because people knew they could do that. And before he could even be, halfway a teenager,
any and everybody who could market him was after that. And I think
that's what he said. His problem with his dad was his dad just saw him as a cash
his
cow.
dad and everybody.
Yeah,
His
they
dad
only
was
he
just
said his
one.
dad only saw him as a cash cow, and so when
His dad was only just one, sweet. I think about all of the other people, all of the everybody.
yeah, but when it's your dad, you like, but they said he was mean. They said he was mean though.
Agree.
So
I agree. I'm just merely saying, so you can't, I don't know. I can't, I have to give Michael a pass sometime, whatever they thought about him. I thought he was just came into his own person the best he know how.
Yeah, his childhood was taken from him, right? Because his whole childhood was just about being on stage.
Exactly.
Right, and he's underage compared to his brothers, and they're going into these different places with grown women, and he was exposed to a lot of things too. My understanding too. It's just like, even though Fang, like he eventually said, I want to be the greatest or whatever, but he didn't ask for that as a child, right?
Right.
He was placed into that. And then he finally just decided, I'm gonna lean all the way into it. So if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna be the best to ever do it, right?
Exactly.
So hey, more props to him, because that's why I always wonder. Like I always question, like the parents that chose their children's path, right? Like the Williams girls, the Serena and Venus, right? And Michael Jackson, and the different ones that end up becoming really great with Tiger Woods, right? If their parents weren't involved, what would have been their path, right?
Right.
Would they have found this desire without the help of their parents?
Right.
Right? Because they said that Tiger was watching his dad play golf and like you saw his documentary.
Oh my God, yes. Oh Lord.
So the very thing, so his dad didn't only teach him how to be a golfer, he taught him how to be a womanizer.
There you go.
He learned to be a womanizer at a very early age too. And even though he hated at the time, he became the very thing he hated.
Yep.
He became the very thing he hated.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's just like sometimes the money be looking good, but sometimes it's some of the money and the fame worth, sometimes it's all of it, because the thing is, it's like it's kind of like you don't have a choice because it's programmed into you, right? It's impressed upon the subconscious. So it's not like he had a choice not to be a golfer.
Right.
His dad was like, no, we doing this. Even when he wanted to, I remember on the documentary, he said one of his teachers, I think she was a kindergarten or first grade teacher, and she came to him and he came to her and said, hey, can you tell my dad that I would like to do something other than golfing? And she tried to convey that to the father. And even though he was telling the world, oh no, he gets to do it, he's doing it because he loves it. No, he was doing it because you told him to. He was doing it, he had no choice. You telling the world that he could go and do his own thing, but actually no, you created that protege, which is, cool.
So we're looking at, so we're looking at Tiger, we're looking at Michael. These are one of
outliers, right? They're called outliers.
And for their dads to see it in them, to impress and influence and impact their lives at such a young age in a different part of the world, where there wasn't too many like Tigers, coming out of, with his skill set, with his IQ. With Michael Jackson, with his talent, with his audacity, he was very flamboyant, out boisterous, in a stage where they didn't have a stage for those type of people, but their dads were the outliers that influenced them. I feel like, it takes that influence sometimes where their dads know what's on the other side of no discipline, of no path, of no goals, of no influence or no direction, no discipline type of situation, to where their dads are being able to steer them in a way that is, we see it as outliers, but their dad wanted something different than what they were exposed to.
But I think
it's both, because Jackson's had 9 kids. All of them wasn't superstars. And only 2 made it out, right? The Jackson 5 was the Jackson 5 because of Michael Jackson. We don't. What if they don't have Michael Jackson? But we did. What if? What if? What if? Right? But you know, every boy that also endured the same thing Michael Jackson endured did not become these great stars. Right? Jackie didn't become a great. Jermaine, Tito, not Marlon. It was Michael and Janet. Latoya tried. Not to say that Jermaine didn't, because he tried to. You know, they had their solo careers, right? You know, you have other families who are taught at a very young age to be musically inclined to start bands. Everybody don't become the Jackson 5 though. Some of those families we never hear of. I mean, they may end up to go and get scholarships and go off to school, or maybe they end up working, you know, on cruise ships, or maybe they end up working, you know, other ways, you know, because there's so many. Everybody not gonna be a pop star, right? We know everybody not gonna be famous. That's just not how life goes.
I agree with what he says, but I think there should be a balance. I see exactly what you're saying, where they saw this, they did want him to go, but okay, that's fine. But I think it would have been good to introduce them, get, you know, because Mr. Jackson saw his son had a beautiful voice, he could sing. On the other hand, just with the Venus, like the Venus girls.
Oh yeah, their father said they had a balance.
See, that's what I'm saying. So they
not Tiger, but the Williams sisters
Venus
did.
Yeah,
yeah, Venus and Serena. He said he wasn't going to allow his girls to just be all tennis.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. And when he pushed them, now he did push them, like the gentleman said, I can't call your name, I'm sorry. But he pushed them. He did do that, but he didn't, you know, do it to the point where he let the world come on too like that. He would always kind of intervene where other people, where I think with the Jackson, if there was some money to be made or whatever, then there we are. You know, and for lack of a better word, I used to say they pimped his talent. You know, everybody, not just him. They pimped his talent. That's just how I feel. So anyway,
I mean, that's what he says. He looks at it from that, you know, given his books the books that in some of the interviews that's coming out, especially you see him more, more snapshots of Michael now this movie is out. So a lot of his interviews that maybe we hadn't seen prior to are going to pop, especially like Instagram, TikTok. You're going to start seeing a lot of these mini interviews that maybe we didn't notice at the time when he was alive. Yeah, I think I'm with you, A-Town. Yeah, their dads provided structure, right? Their dads, because Tiger Woods' father was part of the military. So his father taught him how to self-hypnotize himself.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah. So like when he knew how to, like, because sometimes the pressure would get to him, and sometimes they say he couldn't sleep. He would be restless. He would be up all night, and he knew how to go into that zone and get his mind in a certain place because his father taught him that.
Right.
Yeah. So self-hypnosis is a thing, but it does take what? Practice, discipline. You can hypnotize yourself to greatness. You don't have to be disciplined. Like this dude was doing it for years. He started off as an 8-month-old eating food, watching his dad hit golf clubs. So at 2 years old, he's swinging golf. Like, how many 2-year-olds swinging a golf club?
Right, no.
Like they were determined, right? They had it mapped out. Tiger Woods' dad, the Williams girls' dad, right? They were very structured. They did not get off the path. They made them practice and do this over and over and over and over and over in the rain, in the, you know, where other people are looking at them. This is abuse. How dare you? Why you got them out here practicing in the rain? Why you got them out here doing? You right? To the onlooker, it's too much.
Right.
But they understand that that's how they perfected their gift.
Because Michael Jackson had that that foreseeing type of, you know, where he was able to self-develop or self-manifest. You know, he said he was going to be the baddest, the best entertainer, that type of situation. So, you know, it was a seed that was, you know, I see that it was definitely a seed planted because he created the environment for him to get that that unction, the intention of, okay, I'm going to be the best of this, you know, because the lane that I was presented with, I'm going to be the best at it. This is what I see myself doing,
But I mean, it did force a
recluse
recluse type situation, right? He wasn't somebody that can be out. He kind of didn't really love himself because we saw the transformation of Michael from an outward person, right? Like, I don't, you can't tell me you love yourself when we doing all these surgeries and we doing all these things going on with the body, and and again, he not the only one. A lot of people do that to themselves. They want to, I'm gonna do this to my butt, I'm gonna do this to my breast, I'm gonna do this to my nose, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna keep changing the outside because I don't like the outside.
How much do you feel like, Fame or Hollywood has to deal with that?
Yeah, sometimes I think that from just my perspective, I don't think we're meant to be idolized. And when you have all of those people crying at your presence, right?
No, people fainted.
You're right, fainting there. You're right, fainting at your presence. That ain't, to me, that ain't normal. I don't think that's normal.
It is not. It is not.
And I know, and you can't tell me that don't affect you as a person.
No,
like
every city you go to, every country you're in, you got people famed. You got millions of people showing up for you. The demand for you is so high. You got a year, 2 years worth of already scheduled situations, right? That's got to do something to you mentally.
That's what I said. It got to do something. Like, that's just too much. Like, I think that we can only handle so many. That's why some people actually do, like Britney Spears. See what happened to her. Like, she went and she cut all her hair off. She like the fame, like some people end up turning to drugs, right? Some people end up unaliving themselves because, and thankfully, and then we don't know what happened to him when it came to the drugs that Prince, we just gonna hear stories, right? We ain't gonna never know the truth, right? We only gonna get partial stuff, but I think that's the price of fame, right?
Yeah.
You don't get to have a normal life. I mean, you got food, you got the money, but at the end of the day, money can only, at a certain point, when do you have enough?
Yeah.
Like, right? Like, dude, you got a whole damn city called Neverland with all kind of animals and all that.
You got the whole,
and like you get, and it's just like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and live my best life.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go here. I did the ultimate. I've sold the most albums. I hit the most viewership in videos. I've done it all. I've sold out stadiums. Like, what more can you do? And he still is out here trying to do one last concert that we never got to see.
This is it. Yep.
And it wasn't it, because we didn't get to see it.
I know what I'm saying.
This wasn't it, because we didn't get to see it. I just, like, we had to come to a realization. Like, I think you should have as much whatever goal you're trying to reach, but you have to decide within yourself, when am I going to stop chasing? Right? Like, what is enough that when I get it, I'm good? Like, I don't have to try to, I don't have to make the most money. I don't have to be the best ever. But for some people, he got it, but at what cost? At what price? Because he did get it. But what did it cost him? Right? Because he doesn't see, anytime you got a baby and you dangling them over the doggone balcony, come on, Michael, what we doing?
And he had other talents. Am I correct? Couldn't he draw? I think he could draw real good. I remember he could paint and draw. I think what I'm trying to say, back to the original thing, if I agreed that his father, he had to have a foundation to help him into that. But after a while, I'm wondering if he ever in his own self, like you said, you heard Reverend that Tiger asked the teacher to tell his father, can I do something else? I wonder, was there ever a time Michael really wanted, like I didn't read.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure, because he started,
That's all I'm saying. It should be a balance. Like, he may have found something else that wouldn't have been, as taxing on him for pay that price. I don't know.
But then once he did it for so many years, right? He started in the 60s, 84. He decided the Victory Tour was the last time he was going to tour with his brothers because he wanted to get away from Joe. He didn't want to be with Joe Jackson no more. And so that was the last tour he decided to do. And he went under new management because I still think Joe Jackson still had something to do with his management. And so he was like, I gotta be free. And so he that's when he finally left, stopped touring with his brothers, you know. Cause like I watched the documentary of the Titans of Wall Street. And so the central figure that they talked about is JP Morgan, because JP Morgan had a lot to do with our financial situation. Like he was the reason why we got the Federal Reserve, right? He's the one that bought into GE. He bought into the railroads. He really is one of the people that kind of changed the way business was done and how it was done and why it was done. But come to find out, he wasn't no happy camper either. I mean, yeah, he had a lot of money, and I gotta watch the video. They said that because he was the one that owned the Titanic, and it was I didn't watch the video on YouTube, but it said JP Morgan thought that he escaped the Titanic, but he ended up dying a year later. Because some people, because most everybody on the Titanic went down with the ship, right? But I guess there were some survivors, but a lot of people. But he was supposed to be on the ship. He was supposed to be on the Titanic, but for whatever reason, so I got to watch that video to see why he ended up.
There's a whole conspiracy behind that.
Yeah, why he ended up being on there. But they were saying that. So I watched the Titans of Wall Street on YouTube, but then they also had another documentary on I watched it on Netflix, and then the other documentary was more focused just on JP Morgan, and they were talking about how he had some kind of disease that made his nose become really huge and really grotesque, and how he suffered from anxiety. He would work 9 months out the year and would be off for 3 months, and his later days he put on a lot of weight because they said he would eat food for two or three men. That much, like he was gouging himself with food, right? So we be thinking like, oh man, they got all this money, again, maybe the human brain is supposed to have all of this, right? Like at a point you have to be like, this is my point, right? Like this is my boiling point, and if I go over this boiling point, things are going to explode. Like I'm not going to have peace, even though I have all this money. Because even though he had this money, he was concerned about not having it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a balance. I do feel like there is a balance with that, and wealth.
Because I'm not speaking against wealth. I think he should have wealth. I think we should live comfortably, right?
With wealth, I don't think there was that caveat where, okay, you want wealth and health.
Health and wealth is well-being, right? You just don't want riches. You want wealth because wealth is health. Right?
Yeah.
Yes. You want that. You want to be able to enjoy your family, travel how you want to travel, do what are the things that you love to do, and not be a slave to the money. Right? Don't make money your God. Like, oh, if I don't get this money, if I don't touch this man, I don't,
Mm-hmm.
But I think you can say, yes, I desire this amount of money. And regardless of who you see got more than you, regardless of who you see got the bigger house, regardless of who you see got the more cars, that you are comfortable in your own skin and what you have is enough.
In the world of entrepreneurship now, it's really being able to see where wealth is systems of impact, right? How many people is equivalent to your impact and your influence to society, to your community, however the case is, to where wealth is. And like you said, just the materialistic side of things, it's more so if you I think Brian Tracy says this, if you give if you give enough people what they want, you'll get what you want. If you help people get what they want, you'll get what you want. And I think that's the new age type of wealth that's coming into the scene now, where it's just not, okay, I want Bezos' money, because it's not really the dollar amount, it's the feeling of what that money brings you. That is,
it's the freedom.
You want that freedom, you want the choices, you want the options, you want the carefreeness, you want the chef, that's so it's not really the dollar amount, because you can get that stuff off of.
Yeah, you don't need $1 billion to do that, right? Like we're not in the age where it requires $1 billion to live that life, to be free.
You gotta make these alliances,
right?
You gotta make these other, whatever the case may be.
Because have you heard of the book The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles?
Oh, I love that. Yes,
I'm just listening to it again. I'm like, oh, this may be a good book for us to.
I think we had that in one of the choices.
Oh, well, did we?
Yeah, we did. I put it up there. Yeah, the science of getting
Yeah, because
rich.
he said they're doing things in a certain way gets
Yeah.
you what you want,
Yeah.
and the certain way is understanding that your word is the God. Even though he doesn't
Absolutely.
say that, that's what he's saying, right?
Oh,
That
yeah.
your word produces this image, and that image becomes an experience, right?
Yeah.
And if you just maintain the image, if you maintain what you want and don't sway and don't look on the outside, basically tunnel vision with it, that you will realize it if you think a certain way, if you act a certain way, right? If you be a certain way, the thing has to come. And what I noticed, and this is kind of what trips people up in the manifestation community.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really understand persistence and unfoldment, the journey of getting to the thing, right? It's
Right,
this,
this
I
referring
need to
to the
have the
greater
microwave
instances.
experience. I'm more about the getting it as opposed to the being it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I thought it was funny. I told my daughter, because she really ain't feeling Neville Goddard no more. And she was like, she called Neville Goddard a false prophet. I was like, okay. She was like, but I get what she's saying. Because he said, I said, I was listening to Wallace D. Waddles. I was listening to The Science of Getting Ready. I said, oh, he came for Neville Goddard too. Because there's a part in the book where he says, you don't need to, I think he said like 3 or 4 things. I don't want to say he said visualize, but he said a couple of things. I didn't rewind it. I should have rewinded it when he said it. The only thing I know is he said, and you don't need to go into the silence. I was like, no, he's not coming for Neville. But he right. You just need to make a decision. Yeah, he said you do not need to go into the silence.
Okay, gotcha.
I was like,
yeah.
Okay.
That OGs. Well, really, Abdullah, the real OG. We really want to go there, but no. I think it's whatever type of version, because we go into the silence. It's helped. You know what I mean? However, being able to know that it's all in you, I think is the the.
I mean, a lot of people say they don't meditate; they just make decisions and they stick to the decision. And things just happen for them, right? Everybody has a deal. I'm not saying that Neville was wrong, right? I'm not saying, and I'm not saying that Wallace D. Waddles was all the way right?
Neville's the business. I love Neville. I'm reading his. He's got a collection of books where he's got, I think maybe like 10 books in one. His
yeah. My daughter has that one. Yeah,
man, that thing is so serious.
I think that what she didn't like about Neville is all of the techniques. All of these, it's just like, it's not, he's just like, your word is enough, which is what I say, right? Your word is sufficient, but I can't say that other people don't feel the benefit of using other things, right? I can't say that those things are wrong, because they're not wrong, because but at the end of the day, it comes down to what people don't like to hear, your belief. It comes down to what you're putting your trust in. To me, that's all belief is what you're willing to put your trust in. And if you trust in a process, you're going to reap the benefits of that process. Why? Because that's where you're putting your trust. So whether you're putting your trust in your word, you're putting your trust in your which is your affirmation. I'm not going to say that. If you're putting your trust in your word, you're putting your trust in your journaling, you're putting your trust in your vision boards, you're putting your trust in your visualization. At the end of the day, it's all you. So really, are you trusting you? Because all those things are just extensions of you. They're not separate from you.
Right. No.
Let me just ask one. Also, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Teddy.
No, I just want to ask this real quick about back to meditation and to silence, them two. Okay, like when you were saying, Toyia, that one of the best things to do to manifest it is to stay focused, to be it, and to sometimes just keep your eye on it in tunnel vision. Well, to me, I'm just saying, in my perception, that's almost like a form of meditation right there. I don't know. I mean, it seems like it's easier to do that. I mean, you can do it any given time while you're driving, while you're working, whatever. But it seems like if you took that moment of silence by yourself, you would be able to fine tune it to better, just the way the brain works in the mind, within, no chaos. That's all I mean. You don't have to go into no real deep, none of that. But I'm just saying, just be quiet and, like you say, take a moment out periodically and just keep that focus going. That's what, do you see what I'm saying? Is that kind of like a form of, that's,
absolutely.
I was thinking about.
I think we're always meditating. Like Michael Jackson said, dancing was meditation for him. Because he said that when he's dancing, He doesn't think. He said the last thing a dancer should do is think. They should feel the beat. But here's the thing. It's because it's impressed upon you. You don't have to think about the movement. Why? Because you've learned the movement. The movement now is a part of you. In the beginning, you are thinking about what you're doing. Like, let's not lose sight of that. When you're learning something new, you are thinking, you are focused on it. You are paying attention to the 8 count, the beat, the step. But when you know it, now you can get lost in it. Now the movement is you. Then you don't have to think. Then thinking is not necessary. Because do you think when you drive now? You ain't thinking about it too much, right? You know, you get in the car, however your car starts. Go ahead, A-Town.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, pedal to the metal. You're right.
Right. But in the beginning, were you thinking about it?
Facts.
Of course. Like, what? Like, we do. The things that we want to perfect, we think about it. And then once we got it, once we know it, we don't got to think about it no more.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yep. So who we have? Osun, welcome. Hello. Osun, you want to say something?
Osun Yemi, you there? I think he was in the chat earlier talking about something about the Michael Jackson situation.
Oh, okay.
Osun Yemi? Okay.
Maybe not. Yeah. I'm gonna be getting off of here in a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Get
what
ready.
Time y'all gonna see? What time y'all gonna see the?
We're probably leaving here about 6:20, because we're gonna get snacks and stuff. It started 7 o'clock. Yeah, and I think they say they're not doing it.
Y'all movie theaters? Y'all got the seats that lean back, and
that's the one we're going to. We're gonna be in the theater where they lean back. Lean back.
Boy. My people, they be coming with that. They got a blanket. You know, we already came with our chicken wings and all that stuff. We ain't gonna go there. But anyway, but yeah, they become with a blanket like they in their living room. I'm like, why don't you just wait till the movie come out so you can enjoy it from the living room? You know, no, this is an experience. And so they be going.
That's how it was when I went to go see the movie with Halle Bailey in it, and those seats didn't even lean back, and people was in there with they big old covers and all types of stuff. Yeah,
I mean, and so it got a little colder. I said, let me go get some of your blanket up in there. They got it real plush nowadays. And these, you bring the drinks out and everything. You get slizzard. I'm talking about like, man, folks be out there. Yeah, it'd be pretty extravagant down these movie theaters.
Not somebody talking about some. Unfortunately, Michael's dancing in hell in his torch when he stops.
Wait,
they're mad. We've been listening. I don't.
Why Michael got to be in jail? I mean, in hell.
Because they need a devil so bad. Can I say something real quick before I head out, Toyia? I just wanted to say there's a person in the YouTube chat, Immortal Beloved, who has been holding it down.
Okay. Thank you, Immortal Beloved. Thank you.
Yes, very much so holding it down. I don't know like their beliefs or anything like that, but we all agree that Jesus is not a real person. So thank you so much to them for holding it down. There's been a lot of people in the chat today. So
boy, at first in the beginning, them when you was over here, it was like I didn't know what they were saying. In a way I can't see how many people are in it because it's so clear right above Jesus never existed. It's so clear. I can't even see how many people were in the chat. I don't even. Yesterday I had that came through the 9 hour and 45 minutes I was online. I had almost 10,000 people come through there.
Wow.
Yeah, it showed me. I was like, okay. But yeah, those comments was popping off earlier. They was going. They was like, people had a lot to say. I was like, that's why I had to put in the chat. So I said, they had these comments. They over here going. I don't even know what they saying.
I was in and out of work and stuff yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been on live and stuff like that. But today, I had time. So
that's okay. But I love it because it's a conversation going on. You could tell people are talking to one another, and that's exactly what you want to happen. So you want the engagement. You want people to be sharing their thoughts, but they get a little bit too crazy. If I notice a comment, I block. If I notice something that's a little bit too out there, I'm like, nah, you ain't gonna keep talking on my plan, my channel. Go find your Christian. Go find your Christian live.
Do you notice a difference when it comes to the audience on TikTok versus the audience on YouTube, as far as The difference of like temperaments or the
Oh
difference
yeah.
of,
YouTube is way more aggressive.
Yep.
Okay.
Way
Yeah.
more aggressive. They're way more.
Really?
They're way more aggressive on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you feel like it's because of the prompting based on what they put up is very what do they call it?
Provocative.
Yeah, provocative or it's another word. But yeah, do you feel like it's the prompting that gets them going?
Oh, most definitely. Especially if
Okay.
you're a Christian. If I'm saying your savior doesn't exist.
Yeah. No, that's dope.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, how's that any different than you saying that the Greek gods didn't exist? I get it because we don't live in the Greeks' time no more when people believed in sun gods and thunder gods and
Some people
lightning
still
gods.
do believe in those.
They do? See, there you go. See, but you go tell somebody that God isn't real. What you talking about? Thunder God does exist.
Yep, and the thing is, those gods, people believe in those gods in the time of Jesus. So it's not that far off in terms of timeline, you know. So, yeah. But the people are asking, like, why are we quoting them? I just wanted to answer a couple things that were repetitive questions. Someone had asked, why are you talking about the Bible if you don't believe in Jesus? And I said a few different things, but mainly we are ex-Christian. Most of us are ex-Christians. So therefore, we're most familiar with the Bible. It doesn't mean we don't accept some of the truths of the Bible. It just means we don't believe that Jesus existed in time and space, like Toyia likes to say. So simple as that. And if you want to read more about that, there's a book out right now called Christ Before Jesus. It talks about all of the historical stuff. If that's your interest, it talks about all of that. You can get it for like $4 or something. Like, it's not that expensive. There's also a site called mythicism.web.app that also goes into detail on those sources, but that's not what this particular live is about.
Right.
So if you're curious about those things, me and Immortal Beloved, we're in here.
Thank you, Immortal Beloved. We appreciate you. I see her. I see, because I did see, she's like, I'm a woman. I saw her. She did say that. And she is still commenting, so she is still in the chat. So thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Shout out to Immortal Beloved.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so that's a big question. Doesn't mean we don't accept the truths of the Bible. We just don't believe the mythicism of the Bible. Simple as that. And then there's a lot of people talking about, hell and lots of hell.
Everybody going to hell. Everybody going to hell with gasoline draws on. I get it. Everybody gonna bust hell wide open. I get it. I've heard all those terminologies. We get it. You're gonna bust hell wide open.
Yes, we understand. Okay. Put that aside. The book is called Christ Before Jesus. And it goes into a modern literacy analysis of the Gospels and how the examples, the historical texts that were written about the quote unquote Jesus are almost all fiction, basically. They're all interpolations, etc. And then it also goes into like how we know the Gospels are not real. So, but yeah, that guy goes live on TikTok. His name is Christ Before Jesus. He goes live on TikTok like
I see him. Yeah, I see him sometime. Yeah. So she had someone she's debating with because they said, but I need to go. It was nice debating with you, Immortal. So somebody enjoyed and going back and forth with her. So that was
okay.
Good.
Period.
Yep. So we do have another before I get out of here. Gritty Bone. What's up? Are you there?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to ask you a question, or anybody. Or I'll ask the host. How do you absolutely know for sure that 100% that Jesus does not exist?
How do you absolutely for sure prove a negative?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. How do you prove a negative? How do you prove a negative? How do you prove non-existence?
Okay, I'll
I mean, you got okay.
Before you stop being a Christian, at what turn point were you like, okay, you know what? I used to believe in this, but now that I see this, it's not true no more.
Oh,
Exactly
gotcha.
what was that?
It was many things. Initially, it was the Bible contradicting itself. Uh, Back in the early 2000s, I was seeing back before Google, might have been Yahoo. I don't know if it was Yahoo, it might have been before then. There were some atheists that were pointing out how different scriptures, it would say this in one place, and then they would put them side by side. I don't remember them because again, this is almost 20 years ago. They would show the scriptures by side where, oh, it's saying this, and then right here it's saying the very opposite, and how Pauline doctrine didn't necessarily line up with the crisis ministry. But fast forward 2018, I come across some writings that's saying, oh, the Bible isn't even about real people. It's about the mind. It's the psychology of the mind. It's all, Jesus is an archetype. He never existed. His story is not unique to him. And they give you the list of other deities that share similar stories, not exact, but very, very similar stories. And many of them had these miraculous virgin births. They mysteriously, whoever their parent was, whoever their mother was mysteriously impregnated by some light or some god or some being outside of a human, another human. And so you can research this. I'm sure you can go on Google. You can go on Chat GPT. You can use all the AI. You can even go to the library if you want to look up Greek mythology. You're going to find a lot of these stories that are similar to the Jesus narrative. And to me, that was the hammer on the nail. It was like, why am I going to excuse this person's birth, but I don't believe none of those other people? What makes his separate? He got the same story. It's the same narrative. So I'm gonna just put them in the same box that I put all the other Greek myths, all the other mythological stories.
So you don't believe in God at all?
So I accept that there is a creator, and we are that creator. We are the source of all things, experiencing itself as a human being.
So we're all one. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Individualized. So you have your own personalized, unique experience of perceiving your reality, the world that you live in. And so it's always going to be different from mine because of the way I was brought up versus the way you were brought up, the things I studied, the things you studied, just how I see life, right? You were told a set of things, I was told a set of things. You rejected, maybe I accepted. I rejected, maybe you accepted. When we're in the same room and experiencing the same movie, we're going to come away with different perspectives because our beliefs color what we see, right? So even if we are watching the same movie, it's going to be certain things that you're going to catch that I may be unaware of, and it's going to be other things that I recognize, and it's also going to be, because of that, I'm going to have a different world view than you. So even though we are having the same experience, because I don't see life the way you see it, I'm going to come away with a different reason for that experience, even though it can be the exact same thing.
Okay. So do you believe that consciousness exists outside of the brain?
Yes.
So we're all one consciousness?
Yes.
Experiencing different physical human brains?
Yes. Like the brain is a supercomputer, right? The brain is a supercomputer. It doesn't think in and of itself on its own.
So me and you, right? Mm-hmm. We're the same person. We're talking to ourselves right now. I'm talking to you and you're talking to me. We're from the same conscious.
Yeah, but we're individualized. So you have your own frame of reference. It's like a hall of mirrors. We all are viewing it from a different perspective. So even though we're one consciousness, we're still individualized, yet we're not divided. So individualized, you still get to pick and choose what you're going to accept or reject. And I still get to pick and choose what I'm going to accept and reject.
So it's like God's playing with like sock puppets right now. You know, he's got this sock puppet on his right, and he's got a left sock puppet on his left, on his right, and he's just like looking at his hands. He's got two different socks on each hand, and he's just like talking to it, like you know.
I think it's a little bit more complex than that, but I get what you're saying. All right, because it's like a movie. The movie. So who's the creator of the movie? The creator of the movie gets to take the roles of the movie, the characters in the movie, right? And the screenwriter gets to put in the mouths of the character what words they will speak, how everyone will act, what they will say, what they will do, what they will wear. They're the creator of that film, so they get to tell the story from their point of view. That's what's happening with you. You're the god of your experience, which means you get to dictate the roles and the experiences you're going to have based on your assumptions about life. Whether those assumptions are known or unknown, how you got them, right? Because a lot of us, we don't realize why we think the way we think. Some of us don't realize, well, we were told this, and the only reason I believe this is because it's something I was told. Not something that I necessarily experienced firsthand. A lot of what I accept as true is secondhand knowledge, third-hand knowledge. Is because the government told me this, my parents told me this, religion told me this, my environment communicated this to me, and I either agree with it wholeheartedly, some of it, reject it, most of it. Just really depends. And every individual's perspective is their own.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Just this is unrelated to what you were saying, and I don't mean to divert from what you were saying, but I'm not black, right? I'm not a black person, but in my early teens or late teens, I had this dream. I had this dream that I was a black person, and it was so strange. I was African American, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was from like I think it was like the 80s, but I was a Black Panther.
Mm.
And
Wow.
my mom, I'm like sleeping on the couch, but mom's watching TV, and I get up. I mean, I'm still like sleeping. I'm like speaking. I'm like talking in my sleep, and I wake up and I scream Black Power.
That's funny.
I'm like, my mom was tripping.
Were you like studying any of
My
that?
mom's
Were you
laughing.
were you intrigued by that movement? Had you studied anything regarding it, reading anything regarding it?
I think just history of what happened to them, it kind of moved me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I
Mhm.
think I think I've always loved black people, and I always
Like, what would it be to be black? And then you dreamed about it?
I probably wanted to be black. I probably wish I was black.
That's
Back
cool.
then.
That's cool. You know what's so funny? So I don't know if you heard of this comedian called Kev on Stage. And he said that he saw something on Twitter where people were talking about when they dream, that they dream in color. They only dream black people. Like black people only dream black people. And they wanted to know that did everybody's dream only see black people in their dreams? Did they ever see white people in their dreams? And then they also want to know, did white people see black people in their dreams? And so I was like, I have dreamed of white people in my dream. I actually dreamed of this teacher called Esther Hicks. In the dream, I was kind of doing what she was doing, like teaching this truth or whatever. So I'm like, oh, I have dreamed white people, because that's one of specifically I can remember. Not saying that other white people haven't been in my dreams before, but this was a known person that I considered to be a teacher was in my dream. So it answers this question. Yes, white people dream black people in their well, white people dream themselves as black people in their dreams. And but he thought that was, we like, do black people only dream in color? Like, they only see black people in their dreams? I'm like, no, I dream white people in my dreams too.
It was a very, very weird experience because I'm not black, and like I've never had a dream like that before then or after that. Like it was just that one time experience. But
Do you remember the
in my dream, I actually knew. Like I mean, I felt in my dream that I was black.
Oh,
I was
wow.
black. And not,
Did you see Good Times when JJ became a white dude? Did you ever see that episode?
No.
JJ, I don't know. Have you ever heard of Good Times?
No.
Okay, it's a black sitcom, based in Chicago. They were in the projects or whatever you. But the what's JJ's name? He was a very famous actor. What's his name? Teddy might know. What's his name? A Dynamite. What's his
I know
name?
you told him I can't think of his name.
Jimmy Walker.
Jimmy Walker. That's
Jimmy
it.
Walker. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So have you ever heard of the actor Jimmy Walker?
I'm
Not
really
really.
bad with names.
Okay. Okay. We tall, lanky, really popular in the late 70s, 80s. But that is a popular. I think the creator of Good Times also created All in the Family. I want to say, and the Jeffersons. But whatever, he dreamed that he was a white dude living in the projects. he woke up being a white dude, and got to see what life was being a white man back in the 70s. It was pretty interesting.
Toyia,
It was all in the family.
have anybody on here saw the little girl? It's a reel. It's a popular reel that's going on TV. She's a little young white girl, cute as she could be, and she's talking to her mother. This is not a setup. And she says, I'm a paraphrase. She says, "I'm a strong black woman." Nobody ever saw that? Oh my God, it's real. It's a real. I mean, it's a little white girl, and she says that. She says all kind of funny things. Like somebody said, like her mother asked her, but she thinks she's telling the truth. She says, "Look, I'm a strong black woman," and she says it so, seriously. And then somebody asked her about Martin. Do you know who Martin Luther King is? And she can't say it right. She said, "Martin Luther King Jr." Something he died to save us, like no, Jesus. It was so cute. But anyway, but now back to what you said about that little girl. It's been going around. It's a real.
Yes, and Teresa said she's seen it.
Martin Luther King, he died for our sins. The little girl says, "I think I've seen that."
Yeah, she has it all mixed up, but it's so cute though. But she says that other part. I don't know if she dreamed it, but she says it with such conviction. "Look, I'm a strong black woman." I say, wow.
That's funny. But yeah, I am a Christian. I think I'm going to end up dying still believing in him. I don't have nothing against anybody though here on this panel. I can't. I just don't get why they can't see, that Jesus did exist.
But so, what you think will make us see that he existed?
Well, Jesus, he came to save us from the law. And I know what it sounds like. Like, why would he create a law that he would just eventually have to save us from?
That's a good question.
And then not only just, openly just either not do it or say that he was going to do it and to begin with. Why did he have to come why did he have to be born of a virgin? And why did he have to come as his own son, even though it's him? Because God and Jesus are one, right? I know all of that. And I still believe
that a spirit can impregnate a woman. How'd it happen? How's a spirit impregnating a woman?
Yeah. It's just almost like how does any of this happen really too, right?
Well, we know how we come into being. We know two people get together or the woman gets in vitro. We know that a sperm is fertilizing the egg, and we know there are no superhumans being born. Except that one time, long time ago, in a book far away, that's where it happens. Only there. No other time. Only in a far distant land, in a book long time ago, does that happen. But it's not just, but here's the thing, it just didn't happen to Jesus. But that's the only one you accept. Because it didn't just happen to him, though. He wasn't the only one born of a miraculous birth. But that's the only one Christianity believes in. They only believe in that miraculous birth. Why? Why you only believe in that miraculous birth? Why don't you believe in all the other ones and make them be your God?
Well, I was following this TV program, and I kind of forget what it was, but it was like a long time ago. But you were just I noticed some people who have testimonies, right? Who have like near death experiences, or who have actually went on the other side. They come back and they do tell a story. They've seen Jesus, they've seen heaven, they've seen all these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does that happen? There's like.
I want you to do me a favor. Go look up NDEs where they don't reference heaven and hell, and then get back to me and tell me how that happens. Because there are NDEs where they don't talk about a heaven or a hell. They say there is no heaven, there is no hell. They only see a bright light. They only see, they remember that we're God experiencing all of this, that God is dreaming this reality. You have NDEs that talk about that. I think that from my perspective, our mind is so powerful, and when it's impressed with a belief, we make it a reality. That's just how powerful our mind is. That's just how powerful the consciousness is. Because is it the brain doing it when you're sleeping? Is the brain making you dream? Is that coming from your brain's activity that's causing you to dream in living color? Right? And then it's causing you to see things that do not exist on this plane. Because heaven doesn't exist on this plane. According to Christianity, neither does hell. Why are people experiencing it? And usually what they see is something that has already been said. They're not telling us of something that hasn't been communicated to others. People have given them a very good description of what hell looks like. And it always kind of looks similar to maybe some cartoon video or maybe someone else's language. That's what they're dreaming. Because what does this heaven look like that they talk about? What is the heaven? So the NDEs that you've listened to, how do they describe heaven?
A lot more real.
That's not descriptive. I need descriptions. Like, what does it look like? Like, I can tell you what might, just like you can describe your house now if you're there, or even if you're not there from memory, you can tell me what the fixtures are, what the color is, where the placement is, how big it is, the square footage, whether you're in a 10 by 12 or 10 by 10. If it's, you can tell me, you can give me descriptions. I need descriptions. What does it look like?
Well, they say heaven has like heaven's made out of gold and crystals and gems, and
isn't that what the Bible already tell you? So what are you telling me? The Bible already says that. And so you're just dreaming something that you've been told. So what makes that real? Because it's already in a book. It's just like if I dreamed I was Spider-Man. You don't really got to go too far to figure out what I mean when I say I dreamed I was Spider-Man. It means I had on a red and blue suit. The hair, the black lining, right? And I'm crawling on the wall, and I'm shooting out webs from my hand, because we have a reference. I just feel like the mind is so beautiful that it's so, when you impress it with something, it can manufacture that and make it real for you.
I was just thinking, just because of the conversation we're having, if I was having that dream that I was a black man, and let's just say I died in my sleep, I would have died believing I was a black man my whole life.
But are you a black man?
No.
Because you dreamed it, did that make it so?
Oh man, it felt so real.
But did it make it so?
No.
So somebody dreaming about hell, does that make it so? Somebody dreaming about heaven, does that make it real? No. Like, what we doing? Like, I dreamed that I can fly. When I was like young, in my young teens, early 20s, I would have such vivid dreams. Like, I can remember I would feel myself being scared to levitate up off the ground and reach higher heights. Like, I can still, to this day, can tell you about some of my dreams. Like, I'm in different type of neighborhoods. I could see myself going past the trees. I could see myself being scared to come down and I end up on a ledge. Or this one time, it felt like I was like in some, maybe like, I don't know, Africa, some place where it was just nothing but green grass as far as the eye could see. And I land there now, and the skies are blue, and I just land and I just start walking through it, just walking. And then I can just, our minds are so creative, so beautiful. We can just imagine these things, but we're told we can't fly. But you know, it felt so real in the dream. Like I really felt I was scared to levitate up off the ground and really fly through the air. And I'm flying like not like Superman, not like with my arms out like that, but like in a seated position. Like I'm just like floating through air. But I can and me coming down, deciding to come down and where I'm going to land and how that felt scary. Why? Because I'm scared of heights in real life.
Yeah.
So in the dream, I took that with me, even though I did it, because I would do it. I don't care how scared of heights I am. I did that Superman, that slingshot at Great America, where they lift you off the ground and then they let you go and I would do stuff like I've done parasailing, even though I can't swim and I'm scared of heights. I've done parasailing. Like I don't care how scared I am of heights, I still would try it once. You ain't getting me to do it a second time, but I try it once. Even though I was like, I'm so scared of it, huh? Go ahead,
That's like
Leticia.
something like that. Also, people of other religions also have near-death experiences, and that confirm their own religious beliefs. So it's not like a unique thing that people who are in a relatively Christian society dream about Jesus.
Yeah, that is kind of scary. It's like reality, but I mean, like consciousness and just what the host was saying. It's just like we have a shared consciousness. It's like, how many dreams are we trying to wake up out of right now? Like, what is reality? But yeah, that's a lot of good stuff. Well, thanks for having me up.
All right, thank you. Thank you for joining. We appreciate you too.
Have a good day.
Okay, you too. Hey, June. So you called me right when I'm about to leave. 5 o'clock. I'm out of here. So you called us just in time. How you doing? Oh, we can't. Oh, I'm about to say we can't hear you. We can hear you now.
Hey, how you doing? I'm glad I caught you. I'm glad I caught the end too. That was so amazing. I do love what he said, and that's so crazy that he said that he dreamed about being black, and that's not crazy. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But I was gonna say to everything that you were saying, like even with the dreaming and how you felt like flying and all that. But I was gonna say, so if the mind can think and manifest whatever it wants, and the thoughts can become real, then can we say that every thought that we have isn't real just because it's not being experienced on this 3D physical reality? Is it not possible that we can still be in all different realities in different forms depending on which level of reality that we're in? Because we were only taught that the physical reality exists. Some of us have experienced the spiritual reality. Some of us have experienced other realms that people would never believe that one has experienced. But the fact that just shows that the mind is unlimited, that there are so many more worlds than the world that we are taught, and that this may be an opening to us. And then, like you said, we deconstructing, right? So if we deconstructing, then this is the veil being lifted off of our eyes to show that our reality isn't shrunken and that we can expand as much as we want. We can experience as many realities that we want, whether it's real to other people or not real to other people. Yeah. Our experience do matter and they are real. It doesn't matter what plane they happened on, long as they happened, because even in that happening, because it felt so real and that you felt that you could fly, no, you can fly. It just what plane of a dimension were you flying in? Like, no, you can fly. Yep. So we're not going to dismiss a dream as just a dream. Like, why? If that's the case, then can dreams be a sign of? Oh man, you went out. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. I said maybe the dreams can be looked at as a mind science too, because it's all dealing with the mind. So that can be a metaphysical thing too that's happening in us. And because we were just taught to know the metaphysical, what we was taught, but the experience is making it different. So all of us having these different experiences is just
just new collected information based up on all our real life experience that are happening within us as the veil has been lifted over our eye. And now we are collecting the knowledge that our ancestors and other civilizations that was powerful with their minds in that way is coming back to us. And we're just remembering, because it's all about remembering.
Yeah.
So I say I wouldn't dismiss our dreams or the things
You know,
that
the only one I'm gonna dismiss, the hell dream. I can't identify with, I can't identify that. I would cause myself to have this torment of burning myself for eternity.
But that's the beauty of it, though. You know what?
Right.
It's your mind.
Right.
We can dismiss the realities in which we do not choose to go.
I know. Yes.
So
yes.
Even with that, like you had that experience, now you knew how to you learned how to dismiss it, and you learned how to not make that be something that stuck, that you were stuck in an experience. So you don't have to. You know that you now. I'm not stuck in the experiences that I had.
Right.
So if a person is stuck in a experience, guess what? You got the ability and the experience to tell a person how you wasn't stuck in that reality when you had that dream.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted
No,
to say.
I never had that dream. I'm just saying. That's not a dream. I'm looking to experience, make real in any kind of way. You know, because I thought about the guy yesterday. He was he had a mystical experience, and he was talking about how he saw bright light and he saw all these things, and then he ended up in a place of hopelessness, the land of no hope. I'm like, wait a minute. What? He said, yes, I felt hopeless. I felt I didn't have it. He's like, I didn't have my senses. I didn't. And I thought about it. I'm like, well, how you didn't have your senses, but you could see? We do know sight is a sense, but I digress. According to him, he didn't have senses, but he could see where he was at. And he could tell that he was just this hopeless being. I was just like, wow. So I was like, what, did this dream scare you straight? Because he felt like it was telling him that somehow he had got off the right path and he needed to get back on the right path.
I was just about to ask that. I was just about to ask that. Like, I hope he didn't have that dream for nothing. Like, I wanted to know maybe he get out that dream now. He had that dream gave him a purpose to take him back on the right path. Then
his Christian path. Yeah, it put him back on his Christian path.
That was him telling himself that, hey, you need to straighten up.
You ain't the best Christian you can be.
And maybe that was the only way his conscience could reach his reality, by waking him up. There was something that would literally catch his attention. And if that was the only way that he could get his own attention, then hey.
To end at the land of no, the land. I was like, the land of no hope. But the thing is, that's some people's real reality, right? They do feel like they're in a place that they have no hope. And that is, you don't have to dream. You don't have to, like, that's real for some people. And I just feel like you don't have to live that life. You don't have to be in a state of no hope. As long as you're here in this physical body, because I don't know what happens after we leave this plane. Once the light goes out in this body, I don't know. I've had many people talk about their experiences and what they've seen and what I don't know. I like that other people can talk about, because some people think we're going to heaven. Some people think the bad people are going to the hell, the good people going to heaven, and they're dreaming that. And that's what they truly believe is going to happen. And then other people say, well, no, I dreamed that I was this person, or I was that person, or I was in another galaxy, or I was on another planet, or, everyone is having infinite ways of experiencing other, what we call dimensions. But it's like, we don't, no one has come back and said, oh, I was here doing the year so and so, and now I'm back here in the year so and so, and they can really give us great detail of having lived here 2,000 years ago, and now they're living here in this time zone, or this time, the calendar year of 2026. We don't have that, so I don't know what happens. All I want to do is focus on the now. How can I live my best life now? How can I be the best version of me? That's my part. That's what I want to do. I'm not in control of what, from my limited perspective of what happens after I put off the body. I couldn't tell you. All I know is the choices that I have in the body. I have a myriad of choices. And I can choose what to think or what not to think. Choose how to be or how not to be. To be or not to be. That is the question, right? We all get to choose what reality we want to, what sandbox we want to play in this thing we call life. You know, and my thing is I just want to be free, operate in freedom, prosperity, joy, love, appreciate my family, my children, my husband, the connections that I'm making beyond those present connections, right? Those present relationships, you know, and just having fun, getting to see this world is beautiful. It's so much of this world to see, and I'm just choosing. I want to see as much of it as I can before I put off this body. Because now I know there's so much more out there than I was limiting myself to, thinking that it was going to be an impossible thing to have and it was going to be difficult to grasp. And no, now I know that I can do whatever I put my mind to, that if I decide that that's what I want to experience, that that's open to me. Like, there are beautiful waterfalls, beautiful, you know, cascades, beautiful mountains, beautiful. It's so much to see, and it's beautiful cultures all over the world, right? And just go be free, and whatever you decide that looks like for you too, you know, like now your mind is open. Now you know there's the only limitation is you, and just go out and be the best version of you. Be a good human, because that's what I want to. So before I depart, I know we talking about we're not our body, we're not this, we're not this. Don't get so caught up in that where we dehumanize the experience that we're having. You don't want to be so heavenly minded, so spiritually minded, you're no earthly good. Don't dehumanize this experience, that you detach from other people and you can't see their humanity. That's what causes the wars. That's what causes the division. That people can't see another person's humanity just because they don't think like you, just because they don't look like you, just because they don't speak, talk, and act like you. You got to be able to see people's humanity. That's what causes you to love them, to see the connection with them. And unfortunately, religion doesn't allow you to see the humanity in others. They think God got favorites. They think God got a special people set aside. Like somebody said, everybody's made by God, but everybody is not of God. See how divisive that is? God made everybody, but everybody's not a part of God. How can that even be? How can God make everything and then be separate from the very thing he made? But that's what we're told. To create more division, to create more separation. God loves me, but he don't love you. And it's all your fault.
And can I say one last thing?
Mm-hmm.
This the same person who was saying that in the chat is talking about hell. And it's like, fear is torment. Doesn't the Bible say that fear is torment? So trying to impart fear on other people because they don't believe what you believe, you're trying to torment them with your own fears.
Yep.
When what does it matter? What does it matter if I believe in hell or not? If I'm going, right? So you want me to be afraid and scared into loving Jesus? That doesn't sound like choice to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's not choice.
That's not choice. But one day we'll all figure when we all get to heaven, what a day of rejoicing that will be. And where is heaven? Within. When you finally get to the heaven within you, that will be a day of rejoicing. That's when you're going to see Jesus. Because who is Jesus? Jesus is the I am. That's who you are. Heaven is within. Yep. All right, guys. Thank you so much once again. Thank you, Latoxi, for holding down the fort on YouTube and on TikTok. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, YouTubers. Thank you, TikTokers. Recaps are on YouTube if you want to see. a recap of my lives. Go subscribe to YouTube. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Make sure you follow on TikTok and do all that good stuff, that great stuff. And until next time, bye-bye.
Bye.